Hello everybody, and welcome to your August 2022 Tarot Card and Astrological Predictions video. My name is Jane, for those of you who are new. For those of you who are returning, welcome back. We're so happy to have you all here for this beautiful Leo and Virgo season throughout the month of August. Now, I'm going to make a couple of little announcements and little FYIs, but if you want to skip all of that, you're more than welcome to find the timestamps for each video in the description box and the comment thread down below. I do these readings based on your individualized Zodiac sign, so you can watch for your sun, moon, or rising. Now, your rising sign is going to be a little bit more accurate in terms of house placement, so I always recommend that one, but you're welcome to check out your sun and moon as well. Okay, so if you want to stay with me for the announcements, then stay tuned. Alrighty, so I have two announcements regarding my new website that I'm launching, as well as private readings. Okay, so let's start talking about my new website, which I'm very excited about. It's a super simple website. Like, it's not really like a big deal. It's going to make it a lot easier for people who continually purchase the comprehensive readings from me. All right, you can still always just purchase a one-off comprehensive reading, like how it's always been, or you can subscribe if you're someone who just wants to automatically get access to the comprehensive every single month. I'll send out a little email. Hey, the new videos for the month have been published. Check it out. Here's the link. You can log in and you'll have access to whichever you subscribe. You can subscribe to your own individual Zodiac sign if you just want one video a month, or if you want all 12 comprehensives, you can absolutely do that as well. Now, I also have my Soul Seekers membership group, which is going to have a lot more content in terms of question and answers and in-depth transit analyses. We're going to do full moon and new moon analyses. We'll do, what I'm calling my Following Venus segment, which is all about love and money. We're going to have a lot of educational videos so that you can learn how to read your own chart and use the tarot in your own life with real life decision-making skills to help make decision-making a little bit easier. They'll also get access to all 12 comprehensive readings every month as well. Now, each week I do a weekly bump, right? On Mondays, I do a weekly bump, and I'm going to start implementing my weekly love readings again, which I was doing, last year, and I stopped doing them in January when I was getting sick, but I'm going to start doing those again as well. So each Monday and Friday on YouTube, we'll do what we've always done, just general weekly bump and regular love readings. But then I'm going to go through each Zodiac sign, and those will be available for any of the 3 subscriptions that, for all people who are subscribed. Okay. Just as like an added bonus, as an added thank you, thank you for the business and thank you for the support, and kind of just to provide even more detail and more content. I think right now my goal is switching to providing more value. All right. Now, private readings. Okay. If you've already ordered a private reading from me, don't worry, you'll absolutely get it within the next couple of weeks. I'm working super hard to close all of those out and get everything delivered. But I have turned that service off for now. I have struggled a lot with the private readings because my health has just been like this. Like, I know every month everyone's like, oh, Jane, you look so great. You look so healthy. Oh my gosh, you're healing so great. And like, I am healing and I don't have any more symptoms, but there's still a lot going on. And I haven't been super vocal about it because I'm like, oh, I'll talk about it when I'm cured, and it's like, it's a ways off, I think. I'm still getting there. But it's been so unpredictable because I'll be fine for like a week and then bam, I'll get a headache and I can't get out of bed for 3 days. And it's just like continually pushes me out and pushes me out and pushes me out. And I've gotten more and more behind. I think this is the most behind I've ever been in delivery. And it's just getting to the point of unprofessionalism, and I'm just really not content with that for myself. I don't want to be that tarot reader and that person, and like that's exactly what I've become. I struggle enough already with schedules and time frames and deadlines. Like, I already really, really struggle with that kind of stuff. Pisces in the 6th house. What can you expect? But I mean, I've always done a lot better than I have been. So I need to step back from that. I may, as my health improves, I may introduce it again, hopefully sooner rather than later. But for now, I think I just need to focus on, thing like the Soul Seekers group, which is still going to be work, but it won't be as much work. Instead of doing 20 videos a week, I'll be able to do like 4 or 5 and still get the message out to a lot of people. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. And that's kind of where I'm at in my life and in my business and in my journey. And maybe it will free up more time for me to do even more free stuff on YouTube as well, for me to provide even more content to as many people as I possibly can get to, and just kind of focus on being a resource to some degree. I mean, I know there's a million astrologers out there, there's a million tarot readers out there right now, but I am feeling compelled to kind of put my foot in the ring. I've been doing it for a while on YouTube, I'm pretty seasoned in that regard, but still, I think that there's a lot that I can still offer, and that's the goal. So anyway, that's it. Thanks for listening. Thanks for listening to my babbling. Let's go ahead and get into the readings. Timestamps for everything in the description box, comment thread down below. All right. Thank you so much. Hello, Leo. Welcome to your August 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for showing up this month, you guys. You know how much I love you, and I want to wish you all a super happy birthday. I hope you guys have an amazing day, get to celebrate it with all the people that you love and care about. So I'm doing something just a little different. I was feeling nostalgic, so I pulled out my very, very first tarot deck ever, which was the giant Rider-Waite. You can kind of see how large these cards are. So in order to make space for these cards, I'm not going to do as many oracles, and we're going to do a 10 card block instead of a 9 cards, just for space reasons. Okay, so, but I'll still pull out some oracles at the end, and the comprehensives will still be the same. So let's go ahead and dive right in here the way we always do with this card here, which signifies what the universe needs from you this month. Now, this is coming out King of Coins, which is obviously coming out here as well in the 10 cards. And this is an energy of Taurus, okay? So the universe needs you to be, I'm not going to say like a Taurus, that's not what it means, but it needs you to be more of that, I'm just going to say a little stubborn and maybe even a little selfish. On August 1st, okay, the very first day of August, we have this Mars North Node Uranus conjunction, which I've been talking about ad nauseum through my weekly astrological readings. And this transit or this particular conjunction for you is happening in your 10th house in Taurus, okay? And the desire for some evolution in this particular area of your life, your career, your public life, you may even feel like your life path, we could even call it that a little bit too. There needs to be some revision and some adjustment in that area, but not all at once, right? Taurus is not a all at once type of sign. It is slow and incremental. It is methodical and yet still persevering. So the determination, now I've also decided to start incorporating an ace along with this card. So I pull out the 4 aces, and you guys got the Ace of Wands, which I love because that's obviously a fire energy, right? Wands represent the fire element. So we have fire and earth coming through. And the will, the ambition, the determination, the directness of the Ace of Wands is really supportive of this sort of like steamroller energy of the King of Coins. That's the cool thing about the King of Coins, is like he can be this big, clunky, heavy piece of machinery, but yet he can accomplish a lot and do real heavy lifting types of tasks that no one else can do. And he just does it like it's nothing, And so there may be things, big projects, big ideas, big ambitions, big dreams, that you want to accomplish. And you know that when you look at it all at once, it can be a little overwhelming. And yet when you do one step at a time, you realize how effective and powerful and how fast the development of this thing, this change that you want, can actually happen. And that maybe sooner rather than later, the reality of this is actually going to show up. It's actually going to be real. Because the King of Coins wouldn't do anything unless he knew that it was going to be real, unless he knew that it was going to manifest in this physical world. Otherwise, what's the point? He doesn't want to really be all in his feelings. He doesn't want to be all in his head. He doesn't want to live chaotically and, do whatever. He just wants to enjoy the things that he creates. Now, the thing with this card too is, man, it's hard I've been kind of using this phrase, pardon my language, but it's hard to get it up for things that you really just don't care about. And I think that's been the essence of this Mars in Taurus. Now, Mars will be moving into Gemini later on in August, right before the Sun entering into Virgo on the 20th. So Mars will move into Gemini, where he will be doing a retrograde later on in the year in October. But for the majority of August, there's going to be a lot of that, just you have to chug forward. You have to chug forward. And if it doesn't really resonate with you, it's going to be really, really hard to dedicate any kind of energetic or emotional investment or even financial investment into it, because your heart just isn't there. And this is an opportunity, though, for you to live in that honesty. And actually, in the environment, I see the Judgment, and I see you. I had to sit with this card for a minute because something was off about it for me. And because what I was feeling was okay, Leo is actually taking on the energy of the angel, which I don't normally see that with the Judgment card. It happens once in a while when I do readings. It's very rare. And yet I feel like you are the one I don't know what the word is, blowing the trumpet or playing the trumpet, sounding the trumpet. There we go. You're the one sounding the trumpet for everybody else to hear, almost as though you are leading the way. Now, you may not want to be the leader. You may not want to be the one that's so influential. Well, I'm talking to Leo. I don't know how that manifests for you in your chart and in your life, but that may not be your initial intention. But it's important for you to know, people are watching, and by you carving a path in this way, right? This is 10th house for you. All eyes on you. This conjunction, North Node, Uranus, Mars, a lot of people are looking to Leo right now. There's a lot of attention, a lot of energy in that particular aspect. So you have to know that people are watching, which means you have to make decisions that are truly in your best interest, because that inspires others to make decisions that are in their best interest as well. And when everybody is making decisions that are all in their best interest, and I don't mean their selfish interests, okay, I mean their best interests. So when everyone is operating from that place, the world becomes a better place. So you are a leader in the way that you're making changes. You are a leader with your honesty and with your directness. And I look at this angel sounding the trumpet, and I'm like, that's loud. That's a loud noise. It's very abrupt. And I'm suspecting that even the way you're communicating, Mercury is in Leo now, but it's going to be moving into Virgo at the very beginning of August on the 4th. So with Mercury in rulership in Virgo, now it will be doing a retrograde between Libra and Virgo later on, but we do have Mercury coming into Virgo. So when Mercury is in rulership, our minds and our communication style, it's more fluid. And with the power of the wand or the power of fire, I suspect that it's direct, maybe a little critical, but honest, maybe a little brutal, but it's also for the best. And it is, in its own unique way, an act of service. It's not necessarily the type of service that everyone wants, but it is an act of service nonetheless. So when I look at this 10 card spread, okay, I look at the sun first and I say, okay, well, there's Leo. Boom, there you are. We've got the sun in Leo. Sun is in rulership. It's the only time of the year that the sun gets to be in rulership. And there's this sparkle, there's this shininess, a brilliance and a gravity that you have. Whether you like to operate that way or not, you are a powerful force. Whether you are humble, whether you are proud, whether you are a hermit, whether you are an artist or a corporate person, it doesn't matter where in the world spectrum you are, there's a gravity. All right, and you're drawing things into you. You're pulling things in and you're channeling. Like, the word that's coming to my mind is like light codes, right? You're channeling this divine light code. And I feel like there are things that are getting unlocked for you as you're experiencing your solar returns, or if you have a moon in Libra, in Leo, right? The sun coming in contact with your moon, or if you're a Leo rising, the sun coming through your first house. There's like a new source of inspiration, a new source of power, a new source of your creativity, new sources of ideas. And the drive with this Ace of Wands is definitely going to be there. I think going through Cancer season, it can be a little rough on some people if you don't have a lot of water or Cancerian placements in your chart, because water signs can be really destructive kind of in their own way. They can be really destructive. But there's a lot of healing that happens. It's a more introverted time. It's a little bit more feminine and surrendered. So when we make our way into masculine Leo, it's like, okay, I want to break out of my shell. I want to break out of my, emo mode, and I want to do my things now. And I want to feel the brilliance, and I want to feel the energy of light just really coursing through me. Now, with the Knight of Coins reversed, now I don't think this is your energy. I think this is someone else. Now, it could be a Virgo, could also be a Taurus, Capricorn, or someone who is more in the earthy realm. But it's not like a mature earth, okay? It's not a mature earth. It's someone that wants to hitch their cart to your horse. They want to ride your coattails and, get the benefits of what you're doing without being a true partner, right? Or without being a true investor, or they don't want to contribute, really. They don't want to give. I think a Knight of Coins in the reversal, actually any coins that are reversed, there's an issue with giving. There's an issue with really being of service, because it's like if he were to give, there would always be that expectation of, well, what am I going to get out of it? And if I don't get anything out of it, then I don't want to do it. I don't want to help. I don't want to be a part of it. There's a lot of expectations. So you need to be careful about people who seem to be coming into your world, coming into your space, just to see what they can get. And it makes me a little uncomfortable when I'm looking at that energy, because I don't normally like to, talk badly about people. And I don't know that they deserve to be talked badly about. It's just where they're at in their life. And they don't have that awareness, and they don't understand that they have a sun inside of them. They cling to people who have the sun shining through them because they only see darkness within themselves. I'm kind of looking at the dark horse kind of on top, so that the dark horse is sort of dominating with that reversal. So, their shadow is dominating. Their shadow is leading. And we know that when we allow our shadow to lead us, it could get us into tricky situations. It can get us into debt, or into fights with people, or into toxic relationships, or things like that. And obviously that's not an energy that you're really about right now. There are great people around you too. We've got a lot of people coming out. Queen of Cups, Queen of Coins, King of Cups, King of Coins, Queen of Swords. I think I said coins, I meant swords. There's certainly high quality, high caliber individuals. So there will be people that cannot play at your pace, and then there will be people that can. And for those of you who are, let's say you're a business owner. Okay, I'm going to use a 10th house example. You're a business owner, or you're a career person, and you're wanting to start charging more money for your services, or you're out wanting a raise or a promotion. And if your current company is like, I don't really think you're worth that, chances are there will be like at least 3 other companies or 3 other people or 3 other clients that are like, okay, yeah, sure, here you go, boom, no problem. If someone can't cough up the cash because they're afraid, because they're coming from a lack mindset or a scarcity mindset, if they're coming from that place, then that's their problem. Okay, and I look at this 4 of Wands in the reversal, and I do see a little bit of instability. That would make sense, given the fact that this North Node, Uranus, Mars conjunction is happening in the 10th in a square with Saturn. It would make sense. And that as the sun makes its way through Leo, the sun will come into a square and an opposition with the node Uranus and Saturn as well. Okay, so the sun is going to be a little bit compromised. Just for a minute though, near the end of Leo season as we make our way toward Virgo season. So there can be a little of instability. Now, the King of Coins over here definitely doesn't like that idea, but it's worth it, right? Again, it's small and incremental. Like, this is not a tower situation. It could be a lot worse. It's not a death card. It's not a devil card. It's just a 4 of Wands reversed. So it's just a little discomfort to help push things along, or to actually not even push things, to steamroll things through. All right, just a little bit of discomfort. And yes, it's to be expected. You're going to have to maybe put yourself out there a little bit more, or you're going to have to deal with the fact that not everyone can keep up with you. If you're worried about what a Knight of Coins reversed, right, how a Knight of Coins reversed values you, you've got some inner work to continue doing, because I'm telling you, there are so many people in your sphere, in your perimeter, all right, that absolutely want to give you what you're worth. They want to contribute because they see how you shine. They see your talent and your skill. They see what you can really give. And they get value from you just being you, from you knowing what you know. They receive value. So they're not going to bat an eye, right? They're just going to be like, all right, here, boom. But you're going to have to be able to let this go. And that's probably where the discomfort is, because maybe you got a little comfortable with this Knight of Coins reversed. Maybe you got a little comfortable with a lower something. All right, 5 of Cups reversed tells me you've been doing a lot of healing work. I think we all have. I think that's inevitable with Chiron in Aries, right? We have Chiron now retrograde. We have Jupiter now retrograde. Uranus is making his way into a retrograde on the 24th as well. So all these retrogrades are giving us the opportunity to really familiarize ourselves with the lessons that we learned at the beginning of the year, especially with that Venus retrograde in Capricorn when we started off the year. That was a bit brutal for a lot of people. And then we moved into a lot of heavy Pisces energy, right? And then we kind of started pushing our way through Aries and now Taurus, all right? So, there's just, excuse me, the planets are a lot more spread out now. But you've done a lot of healing work. You've done a lot of growth and expansion. And now you're kind of coming out of this. And I know it kind of feels like, man, like it just seems like things take a long time. Like, yeah, things do seem like they take a long time when you're in it. But then when you look back, you're like, oh my gosh, it was so fast, but you are coming out of it. And I feel a new wave of stability for you in like a new higher caliber level, if you will. You're kind of progressing from level to level to level, and you are graduating from one and moving on to the next. And when you're on that next level, this is the type of people, or these are the types of people that you can expect to associate with, which are extraordinarily caring and loving individuals, people that they see how special you are. And I think in a lot of ways, you'll see how special they are as well, even though they probably don't really need you to. They don't need you to see them as special because they know, and a Queen of Cups really represents a more maternal quality, right? So there is that divine feminine. You may be attracting divine feminine or just, evolved feminine types of people. We're getting a little bit of masculine energy here with the King of Cups, even with the Queen of Air. She's like a nice balance of both, where she's got the air element, which is masculine, but she is a queen, which is feminine. So she's a really nice balance of both. This is probably like a truly wholesome individual. King of Cups is also someone that you can connect deeply with he's also very well balanced too, because he's the masculine king with the feminine water or cups element. So, he's a nice balance of both. She's a nice balance of both. And you as well, right? King of Coins, masculine king, earth, feminine. I mean, it's just like there's just this wholeness with everything, this wholeness with everybody. It's all evolved. This is your new circle. This is the new company that you're going to work with, your new set of clients that you're going to work with. This is the new group of friends that you're going to start to associate with, because this is the only way it feels right. This is the only way that feels good for you. Because I think if you continue to do the same things, it's one of those, like, I'm trying to think of an example. I've never had like an addiction or anything. I mean, maybe like caffeine to coffee or something. Like that's the extent of my experience with that. But like even with that, okay, let's just use that as an example, since that's the best that I can do, right? I'm wanting to quit coffee, but I am struggling. And while I'm sitting there making my next cup of coffee, I'm telling myself, I shouldn't be doing this. I shouldn't be doing this. You should be more powerful than this. You should, overcome this. Like, just turn it off. You don't need this. Throw it away. You don't need it. And yet you still pick up that cup of coffee and take the next sip, right? And that's kind of what it would be if you continue to affiliate with this kind of old world. It's like you're there and yet you're conscious, like, I shouldn't be doing this. Like, this is not where I really want to be. And yet through habit, you continue to do it. And so this is an opportunity more than anything to break habits. Something that I've really, really taken note of, which has been really weird. It's like, I think I was expecting this Uranus through Taurus to be incredibly revolutionary, especially with the North Node, now especially with Mars. And yet what I've noticed through a lot of my own personal readings that I've done and just people that I've talked to is actually a lot of people exhibiting even greater levels of resistance. It's like an exacerbation of their stubbornness, the exacerbation of them thinking that they're right about stuff. Why? Because it's comfortable. And that's the only reason. And so when you're kind of staring down the barrel of two paths, one Knight of Coins reversed, or these wonderful new people, which are actually going to help lift you up, and with all these lucrative, things you have in the pipeline, these are people that could actually like pay your new fee, pay your new salary, give you the money that you want, help lift you up, introduce you to the right kind of people, really set you up in a big way. These are those people. And you're staring down the barrel of two paths. And it's as simple as just going right versus left, or up versus down. It's as simple as that. just a matter of pointing your feet in that direction and walking, But some people are just like, oh yeah, but I really, it's so much, and there's just like this dragging your feet. And you may have to confront that within yourself a little bit this month. And you may need to be honest. And with this, with this Ace of Wands, honesty is required. Directness is required. And this is what I'm saying. Like, this is why it's so important for you to lead by example here, to know that other people are watching. On one hand, when you know that other people are watching, you're more likely to make the right choice for yourself. And two, when you know people are watching, you're going to make the right choice because of how it inspires them to make the right choice for them. So there is a little bit of responsibility on your shoulders, as there always is as a Leo, right? One thing that we don't talk about, we say, oh, Leo, king and queen energy, royalty, majesty. Like, yeah, that's true. But think of the responsibility on those types of leaders' shoulders. There's a lot. And it is your responsibility to be the leader, especially during your season, right? Because this is the time for everybody when the sun is in rulership. So this is a really good time for everybody. And you're blessed to be a Leo. You are very blessed to be a Leo. Have this in your chart. And this is the time to change your life in the ways and in the areas that you want to change. I'm not saying it's in every area of your life, but it's in at least one area. And with the Three of Swords, someone's going to get disappointed. And yes, there will be chaos. Yes, there will be arguments and stress. And because people don't always like it when you come at them with this blunt, brutal, in-your-face honesty. Because it will feel like a steamroll. People don't like being steamrolled, especially not with Mars and Taurus. But sometimes that needs to be the way that it needs to happen, because otherwise it won't happen. And if you trigger some people, and if people trigger you, it's for the best. Those triggers are here to alert us of things. They're warning systems, they're alert systems. So when we pay attention to those triggers, and we have the mental awareness and capacity to take a step back and say, okay, holy cow, I just got super triggered by something. Let me process this a minute, because it's trying to tell me something, Hopefully you can do it. Hopefully other people can do it. It's not always so easy in the moment, but, you can always take time to process. But this kind of situation really is, in a weird way, a catalyst for growth. This is also a catalyst for growth. It's a catalyst for moving on, a catalyst for moving away. Yes, this is painful. Yes, it can feel disappointing, especially when you can't bring people with you because they're just simply not ready. Like, you can't have like mooches or leeches hitching their cart to your horse because they can't figure it out on their own, because they're too scared. They're trying to like siphon off your light. It's not fair to you. It's not fair to them. So it's something for you to deal with. And yet it's going to change your life for the better. Your life will get easier. Your finances will likely increase. Your relationship will transform in such a way that, you ultimately can get yourself closer to the kind of lifestyle that you ultimately want. And there's a brilliance in this moment. There's a brilliance in this stress of these two cards. This is likely to happen in Virgo season, by the way. I suspect as the sun moves into Virgo and Uranus goes retrograde and Mercury comes into Libra, because Mercury will be in shadow at that point, okay? Near the end of August, Mercury will be in shadow. So not everything that is said will be interpreted in the same way that your intention was in delivery, right? So there's that. But at the end of the day, it's okay because the point will get across. It will make people uncomfortable. Virgo season is a bit of a harsh season. I always call it, the sign of self-mastery. And self-mastery is a very complicated process because it requires a lot. It requires extraordinary levels of discipline. And as much fun as Leo season is and can be, we finish off August in Virgo season, which is really, really going to accentuate the self-discipline and the discipline to choose the path that is fully illuminated for us for our future growth. Okay? All right, so let's pull out a few oracles just to finish off the reading. I'm not going to do as many as I normally do, but we'll just do 2, I think. We'll do a moon card, which is fiery climax approaches. Well, that seems to be appropriate for the 5 of Wands. It will be a bit of a fiery climax. It probably won't be a super easy situation. And yet it is a climax, which is good because it's kind of like means that the resolution will come next. So there will be a point of contention and then it will sort of simmer down or simmer off. Then we have forest, breathe. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. Forest, breathe. Just breathe, especially when the 5 of Wands comes. Especially then. Just breathe. And it doesn't have to all be taken so seriously, Okay, now we're going to pull out the clarifiers for the comprehensive reading. Now, again, I'm doing something different. I know I mentioned it at the beginning of the video. But for those of you who consistently purchase the comprehensives, I know that the system has not been the best. So I finally set up a subscription site. So if you want to subscribe to just the Leo, or you can get all 12 videos every month if you want. And there's also an option to just buy it once as well. So you can do it either way. New website. If there are technical difficulties, just let me know. I'm sorry about that. If there are new card system and everything, I've tested it like a million times, but still, you never know. So just bear with me on that. But for those of you who are new and don't know what the heck I'm talking about, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards I will cover in the comprehensive readings. And those videos can be purchased via my new website. And we usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about these cards. So we get a lot more detailed with everything. And we get, more in depth with the story. So let's focus on the King of Coins. Oh my gosh, another King of Coins. Okay. So many Kings of Coins. And then we have a 9 of Cups. And another 3 of Swords. Now for the environment, what else does Leo need to know about their environment? Page of Swords. What is going on around them? 2 of Cups. 8 of Swords. Okay. Now... Okay, we are going to clarify the 10 cards. So we're going to start with the Sun. What else does Leo need to know here about the Sun? Queen of Wands. Hermit. And the 6 of Cups. The Lovers, interesting with that Knight of Coins. Definitely maybe some kind of a deep emotional connection with that Knight of Coins. 10 of Swords. Sensing some drama with that person, not gonna lie. And then we have the High Priestess. I'm not gonna pull out other one, I didn't see it. I only want 3 cards, okay? Got High Priestess reversed. Now for the 4 of Wands reversed. We have Queen of Cups reversed, 2 of Coins. For some reason, I'm feeling like this Queen of Cups is here to console you. Like this could be a friend, you know, or someone close to you that you would confide in. Another King of Coins. Holy cow. He's officially come out 4 times. That's insane. I think that's the most I've ever had that happen before. Death reversed. Your transformation is coming to a point of completion. The healing process. Amazing things what Cancer season can do. I feel like coming out of Cancer season, moving into Leo season back in July, definitely affects that. And 8 of Coins reversed. We have Queen of Cups, 3 of Cups. Yeah, I'm sensing a friend with that Queen of Cups. So I really, really like her energy a lot. King of Wands. 8 of Wands reversed. Okay, now for this King of Coins. A Queen of Swords. 5 of Wands. 10 of Cups. It's like a battle of self. Head versus habit. Head versus habit is what I'm hearing. We have 10 of Wands, Star, the Magician reversed. We have the Empress, Ace of Swords reversed. Nine of Wands, an Emperor, Ace of Wands, Hanged Man, 2 of Wands, the World, and the 4 of Coins. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join me, you are more than welcome. Again, all the info will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. And I hope you guys have an amazing August. And happy birthday again. All right, thanks so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Virgo. Welcome to your August 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. Before we get started, I just wanted to do a quick happy birthday to all of the August Virgos out there as well. I'm a Virgo too, so it's our season. Very exciting for Virgo season to be showing up. I hope the August Virgos get to do something super special and fun for your special day. You absolutely deserve it. Okay, let's go ahead and dive right in here. So a little bit different this month because I'm using my giant rider weight. These cards are huge and they don't fit in like the normal way. So I'm not doing as many oracle cards, but instead of doing 9 cards, we're doing 10, laying it out a little different. I'll pull out oracles at the end. So we start off with the King of Cups over here, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you right now. And this is really your emotional maturity and your compassion and your understanding of psychology and why people are the way they are and your understanding of human behavior. I feel like you are, in a way, going to be like a rock for a lot of people. Now, we don't have a huge astrological event really happening through August. There are a couple things going on. Of course, we have the moons. We have Venus coming into Leo. Your ruling planet Mercury will be going through its first shadow phase as it makes its way through Virgo and on into Libra on the 25th. But other than that, Uranus is going retrograde. Yeah, okay. But it's not like this huge month. But yet still, you seem to be offering something that maybe people really, really need, which is just someone to go to feel safe with. And perhaps you are offering this container for people. And it's not to say that you have to, not honor your boundaries or anything like that. And this is like the truest aspect of the Virgo giving nature really coming through. It's real giving. It is real service, which is just kind of acknowledging the humanness in everybody else, acknowledging the imperfections, acknowledging the difficulty and the hardships that other people have and go through. You may act a little bit like a psychologist this month, because one of the, well, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I do know that Virgo has this way of delivering information that is realistic, but also digestible, and when a Virgo is kind and compassionate, it can be harsh, but also life-changing at the same time. And sometimes people need that, and maybe you need that for yourself a little bit, but I think other people especially are needing that. Now, I've also pulled out an ace, which I don't normally do. An Ace of Cups came out. This card represents like the power of the element. So you are, with King of Cups and an Ace of Cups, definitely operating with the power of water. Water again, represents our emotions. It represents our compassion. It represents our giving and our nurturing and our healing components. And you are coming out as quite the healer. Now, keep in mind, when I say a healer, I don't mean like a Reiki healer. Now, you may do that for a living, but that's not the kind of healer I'm referencing. I'm talking about someone that has the capacity to bring out the unhealed parts in others. There's nothing for you to do with that though, right? Healers trigger, healers accentuate, healers drudge up things. Okay, and sometimes that's not always seen as a good thing, but I think in the long run, it always does end up being a good thing. So you're kind of in this position where you're going to be seeing other people getting unsettled. You may get unsettled a little bit yourself as well, but especially maybe this is the Uranus retrograde, but people getting unsettled, but it is for their greater good. It is for their greater success in life. Because then that way things will not necessarily be holding them back. And you may see certain things in other people reflected in yourself, which means like as you do unto others, you are doing unto yourself as well. So as you are healing others, you heal yourself too. Okay? The Lovers is over here in the environment position, which tells me that there are choices to be made. Maybe you have certain choices and maybe others have certain choices. There's also unions and relationships and connections, one-on-one type of things that are important in your life. These kinds of relationships can be triggering. The Lovers is a deeply passionate energy, right? It represents the Gemini archetype, and the Gemini archetype with the aspect of twins can be highly creative and destructive, right? Gemini is like the other Mercury sign. And what's interesting about that is Mercury has that tendency to build and tear apart. And because this is like the Gemini, when we kind of think of Gemini being the zodiac sign after Taurus, which is ruled by Venus, of course, Taurus being really stable and Venus representing balance with her Libra rulership as well, right? But Gemini is kind of moving away from Taurus. As planets move through Taurus, they move through Gemini, and they're moving away from Taurus. Whereas in Virgo, they're moving toward Libra, moving toward the Venus balanced scale. So the Gemini archetype has a little bit more chaos to it. The Lovers is chaotic. It's moving away from that stability and heading into an unknown and an emotionally vulnerable state. And that's why choice is so often associated with the Lovers, because when we have paths in front of us it can represent a point of chaos in our life, because we don't have control over the outcomes. We don't have control over other people's reactions, and so you're going to be probably dealing with that in other people quite a bit. And that's something that you'll just notice around you. Now, as we get into this 10 card block, I guess we'll call it now, we'll start off with, of course, the 9 of Cups, which is about wishes coming true. It is, I don't know, I always see it as like what I call the emotional trophy case, right? It's like you've paid your dues, you've done the blood, sweat, and tears thing, and you have a lot to show for it. Your value is inherent, and people see it, people understand it. They look at you, they see you as a valuable asset, whether in the office, whether within the family unit, in a relationship, within a group of friends, or whatever institutions you're affiliated with. They see you as a valuable asset, and you know you are. You know you are, because of what you've done and what you've gone through to get here, which is why you are coming out so emotionally mature and intelligent right now. Okay, now this reading, I know that a lot of people cross-watch. I don't know if my readings are the best for cross-watching because I always try to speak to the highest order of these cards. And if you're dealing with a Virgo, and they're struggling right now, or they're not acting very nice, it's probably because they are in denial of a lot of stuff, and they are officially denying their inherent value within themselves. Okay, so this may not apply if you're cross-watching, but if you're here watching and you're doing the spiritual work and the psychological work, and you're doing the healing process that Chiron and Aries is absolutely supporting, you're doing the healing process, this is where you are. And it's going to be important for you to hold that value, because when I see this page of coins in reverse, I'm kind of getting an impression that maybe you're waiting for like some kind of an offering to come in, right? You're waiting for a new job offer or a pay raise, or you're waiting for those high paying clients, or you're waiting for a romantic interest to enter into your life, and yet they're not. You have to remember that Leo season, the sun is in Leo for the better part of August up until the 22nd, is your 12th house. 12th house activation represents some kind of a loss or not being seen. When the sun is in the 12th house, take it from someone who has a sun in the 12th house in her natal chart, there is that energy of kind of being overlooked a lot, or feeling overlooked, or feeling like you're invisible. So you're like sitting here like, okay, I have all of this value, I have all of this life experience, and yet I'm having an issue like attracting the people that I want in my life, or attracting the offers that I want. Please do not deceive yourself into thinking that what happens for the first couple of weeks in August is indicative of the big picture. It's not. It's just merely astrological. As the sun comes into Virgo in the last couple of weeks of August, well, the 22nd of August rather, you'll notice that shift, King of Coins. Okay, you'll notice that shift. You'll notice that people start rolling in, and we're definitely going to see a King of Coins. You may be thinking, okay, Page of Coins, that's all you can get, and the universe is specifically keeping the Page of Coins away from you because it knows it's got some whales for you, right? This is like, would you rather have the heavy hitters in your life, or would you rather have like the penny slots? These are like penny slots, coming from someone who's from Vegas, right? You got the penny slot, the little 5 centers, 25 cents, play a quarter, play a dollar, whatever it is. But then you have the people that go and play 10 grand a hand. These are like 10 grand a hand type people, okay? They're here to really play the game with you. They want to work with you. They want to love you. They want relationships with you. So do not be deceived. We also have a King of Swords. Now, I feel like, I'm trying to remember the past readings that I've done. I do feel like the King of Swords has been a presence in your readings for the past couple of months. The King of Swords, not necessarily representing your energy per se, It might, and I'll speak to it in both ways. But I do believe that this is your rock. In a way, you are, for so many other people, they are that for you. This may be your therapist, it may be your best friend, maybe your spouse, someone that you can confide in, someone that you can trust. They are trustworthy. They do care about you, and they do want to see you succeed. And in a lot of ways, they will do anything to help you succeed, anything they can. They love you, they support you, they appreciate you. And there's someone that I think that you can actually tell what's really going on inside of you without filter. That's a unique thing, to have someone like that in your life, where you can say the things you're not supposed to say, and you can express the fears that you're not supposed to have. For some reason, the kind of quality of like containership, you being a container for so many others, but you needing a container for you as well, you needing that safe space. I think that's what this is for you, okay? Especially when this Lover's card environmentally is around you. A lot of people facing choices, a lot of people, kind of moving in toward a greater state of change and flux, right? I use the word chaos with Gemini. I don't necessarily mean like your life is a disaster or everyone's life is a disaster. That's not what I mean by chaos. It's just like, it's the randomness and the unpredictability of mercurial energy, specifically mutable air, okay? Because air is so light. Earth, you're Virgo, Earth is more dense, so it's more workable, but air is just so light, and it is so all over the place, and it spreads, and it takes the form of any container that it's in. So it's malleable. A lot of people kind of in that place of like not really understanding their form right now. So this Nine of Swords, I think, is your own kind of, can I use the word demons? Like your own demons surfacing. Like in your heart of hearts that you're at a Nine of Cups, that you're this incredibly talented, skilled, valuable, intelligent person. But here's the fear, that shows up, and it's irrational, and it's irrational. See, it's interesting how you can deliver such profound advice and be such a psychologist and be so compassionate for other people, but when it comes to doing it for yourself, it feels like pulling teeth, like to become your own cheerleader in a real way. And I mean, we can all like post like great stuff on Instagram and TikTok and post all this stuff, and we can write in our journal all the affirmations all day long. But when it comes to really feeling it and still having that fear creep up, it's a totally different thing. And so you're kind of in the battle here, quote unquote battle. I don't know if that's the best word for it, but you're in the duality of Nine of Cups versus Nine of Swords. Knowing intellectually that you have no reason to fear, and yet the fear still exists. And then we have this Three of Wands in the reversal. It's the fear of what? The fear of the money not coming in, Five of Coins, Page of Coins reversed. The fear that you won't succeed, the fear that you can't sustain something, the fear that you're not going to be good at that new job, the fear that you can't afford that new mortgage that you just signed for, that new 15-year, 30-year mortgage, the fear that you can't do all the things that you really want to do, the fear that maybe this path is going to lead you to broke instead of toward abundance. That's part of the chaos, right? Looking down the barrel of multiple paths, looking down the barrel of even the choices you've already made, and saying, I really, 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 really hope this works out, and just kind of, you're having to sort of surrender to the effects of previous choices. This is kind of getting in the way though. Now I'm going to tell you something. You have to be careful with this. This is okay to let surface. You can acknowledge it. You can heal it. You can work with it. I don't recommend suppressing or being in denial of it. Obviously, that's a bad idea. But you also do not want to feed your Nine of Swords either. Because when you feed it, it is going to send out new waves of momentum. And momentum has been my word of choice for the past couple of months now, because it's starting like there's this massive turnover where the old is closing out and the new hasn't officially started yet, right? Like the old momentum, you're still living in the effects of old choices. But the new choices that you've already made, you haven't seen the effects of yet. So it's kind of hard to believe that the effects, like the choices I'm talking about, are like what you chose to do through like March and April and May of this year, like a few months ago. Specifically Aries season, because we kind of go from fire to fire to fire. So, you know, Aries being the first sign. So the big markers of manifestation are like first house, or like Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, not house, sorry. So we are manifesting things right now. Things are coming into form right now and will continue throughout, especially Libra, Scorpio, and Sag season. But just because you can't see, right, Page of Coins, like I say, the universe may be specifically preventing this Page of Coins from coming down the line because we need the big whales to come in and we need the space. Too many of these, and it's going to clog up the line. So here you are being like, oh my gosh, is anything going to come? I'll take anything at this point. Maybe there's a desperation creeping out. And maybe even you question, we've got all these 9 cards here, right? 9 of Cups, 9 of Swords, 9 of Coins. It's kind of something that you're going through on your own. Now, you may have a spouse or a significant other or a business partner or children or whatever, but ultimately this journey is yours. And the 9 of Coins can be a little, when it's reversed, it can be a little destructive in that you can start to grasp for things. You don't see the ships coming in, 3 of Wands reverse. You don't see the ships coming in, and so you start grasping at anything that you can get. And that's not going to be a good solution for you because it's going to be distracting you. And when this comes in, you won't be prepared. I'm telling you now to prepare for your King of Coins. Now, this could be a big client. It could be a big chunk of money. It could be the perfect house that you're looking for. It could be the love of your life. It could be a lot of things. But it's important to prepare for that. And it may not come in August. It probably won't. And I feel like I've been saying that, like Taurus season, it's not going to happen this month. Gemini season, it's not going to happen this month. Cancer season, it's not going to happen this month. And now I'm saying the same thing right now. I think Libra, Scorpio, Sag season is when you're really going to start to see the things. Okay? Depends on how much action you put into it, though. If you sit paralyzed and don't do anything, and you're not really embracing your 9 of Cups, then it's likely you're not setting anything new in motion, so you're just going to continue to live in the effects of the old stuff. So don't come at me later on, just know that it's rooted in your choices and the risks that you're taking now, and especially the choices that you're making now. And you're going to see that with other people too. That's probably what you're going to be like advising people on. You're going to be advising them on their choices because it's so clear from the outside looking in. It's so, excuse me, it's so easy to be a neutral third party, isn't it? It's so easy. So when you're in that neutral third party position, take a step back and really go inside yourself and ask yourself, how does this apply to me? How does the advice that I'm giving to this other person apply to me? Because I don't want to be in the position of having a very clear and obvious best choice and not seeing it and not understanding it simply because I'm in my Nine of Swords, fear and limiting beliefs state of mind. Because that would be dumb, right? That's the Virgo voice. Don't do that. Don't self-sabotage. That would be dumb. Okay? And we get this Moon card. Again, very nurturing energy from this King of Swords as well. I really, really, really like his vibe. Now, again, it doesn't have to be a masculine individual. It could definitely be just a person of prominence, a person of safety in your life. Now, if you're watching this and you think that that is supposed to be, your boyfriend that you're having a bunch of problems with right now, it's not your boyfriend that you're having problems with. It's probably like your sister, okay? Or it's your mother or father or your best friend, okay? That's who that is. The safety, the emotional security with the Moon. Someone that can handle your darkest thoughts. Someone that can, because you may have have resistance with going to this person because you may feel like you're being whiny. And we know Virgo doesn't like to be whiny or be perceived as being that way. You don't want to be perceived as being complainy, because that's such a gross energy. It's such a disempowered energy. And we know you don't like to be there. But I'm telling you right now, that's not how this person is going to perceive you. And venting or talking about what you're afraid of is not whiny and it is not complaining. All right? You're having things surface in a way that, like I say, you're a healer. You, just by your very essence, your energy sort of reaches down inside of people and brings that up out of them. That's where healing begins. There's nothing for you to do, okay? But notice that within yourself. There is an as above, so below, a very clear as above, so below situation happening for you. And you also are going to have a lot of work to do. Regular things. I know you're building things. I know you have your projects, your goals, your ambitions, your businesses, your finances, you're building things. You're wanting that to really start taking shape. But I wonder if some of you have some risks in front of you, that you kind of have to take a risk or you kind of have to take a hit to some degree in order to feed this. It's kind of like taking away one source of income and dumping a bunch of cash in this thing in order to get this going. So I don't know that you necessarily are at a loss. It's just a redirection of funds and something is being defunded, moved, and growth in that way, okay? It doesn't have to be money. It can be energetic investment, emotional investment, time investment, all right, all that kind of stuff. Taking away resources from one area and dedicating it to another. The good news is, when you're busy here comes the King of Coins to supplement or to work with you or whatever it is. King of Coins is going to be very welcome. You'll be grateful for the King of Coins and you'll be grateful you didn't settle for pennies. Okay, because if you settled for pennies, you wouldn't have the time or the capacity to handle this. For some reason, I'm feeling like this is like taking a bunch of cheap work, like a whole bunch, and you have so much to do and you're so busy, rather than just working with one client and just being able to work like 6 hours a day. Huge difference, right? This one's more lucrative. And it's worth really waiting for. It's worth being prepared for. And you got to get this out of the way. Okay, you got to deal with that. That's huge. Because if this person or this opportunity shows up and you're sitting here and not here, it's possible you may reject or self-sabotage or not recognize, and that would be silly. All right, let's pull out some oracle cards to finish off this particular portion of the reading. So we have a moon card, which is a new start is coming. Well, we kind of already know that, given the entirety of the reading. Yes, a new start is coming. You've made the choices. It's happening. Okay. Breach. So there are some boundaries being broken, some rules being broken maybe. You are getting out of your comfort zone for sure, but what's, whales, right? They breathe above the water, right? This is like taking a huge breath. Yes, you're breaking that barrier, but you're also taking a huge breath, which is essential for your survival. Because if you hold your breath underwater too long, without taking a breath, you're gonna die, right? So I think you've been underwater for too long. You're being forced to breathe right now. You're being forced to break through that portion of discomfort. And I think this, in the very 1st of August, the very first day, Mars, North Node, Uranus conjunction, that's like the beginning of the discomfort. And as Mars progresses through Taurus and goes into Gemini and enters into his shadow phase in Gemini, Mars enters into Gemini on the 20th, by the way, you're going to start to feel that mutable air energy, that redirection happening. Okay, now let's pull out the clarifiers. Now, I have a new website. I'm hoping there aren't going to be any significant technical difficulties with it. The readings are the same. It's just the platform is different. But you can subscribe now, so you don't have to go through the purchase process every single month. So if you want to, you can subscribe, and I'll send out an email just saying, hey, the new readings are posted as soon as they're posted, and you'll be able to log in and view it. Also, what was I going to say? Or you can still purchase one-offs too if you want. That's still viable. And if you join the Soul Seeker group, you'll have access to all 12 comprehensive videos every single month. Okay, so there are options for you if you want. For those of you who don't have any idea what I'm talking about, the comprehensive readings the cards I'm about to pull out are for the comprehensive readings. We talk for usually another 25 to 30 minutes about all these cards. So it's like kind of getting like a second reading or a more in-depth reading. So if you want to join, all that information will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. So we're clarifying first the King of Cups, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you. So we start off with the Magician. And then we get another 3 of coins. Beautiful. The universe needs you to be focused on the thing that you're building, the thing that you're designing. Ace of Swords. Beautiful. Now we're going to clarify the environment, which is the Lover's card. I do feel like there's like a contract or an agreement of some kind that you're coming into through August, like a commitment that's going to be pretty long-standing. 2 of Wands. Long-standing, having longevity because of the King of Coins. 2 of Wands, 3 of Swords. Beautiful Ace of Coins. Amazing. Now we're going to clarify these 10 cards, starting with the 9 of Cups. So we have another 3 of coins. Beautiful. The Emperor reversed. And a 7 of Wands. I wonder if you really are struggling a little bit with like self-value issues right now. Maybe that has a lot to do with Venus coming into Leo on the 11th. Another King of Cups. Because as Venus comes to the 12th house, there just may be some questions there. Also, before that, Venus comes into an opposition with Pluto. So that kind of question of worth is at stake. Ace of Wands and Five of Cups. For the Nine of Swords. Ace of Coins, reverse. Fear that the Ace of Coins won't show up. Fear that it will be delayed too long. But see, Ten of Cups. All is well. Hold on, I dropped a card. 1 second. It did not come up upright, so I'm not going to take it. I almost kind of feel like this King of Swords has to like grab you by the shoulders and shake you and be like, snap out of it. Or like slap you across the face, like snap out of it. Why are you in this Nine of Swords place? Why? Like there's no reason really for you to be there. We have the Devil, we have the Page of Cups. There's the Two of Cups. I'd love to see that with the Lovers. Oh, we got two cards. Another King of Swords. Oh, and then there is the Nine of Cups reverse. See, there's something weird about that Nine of Cups. Like if this Nine of Swords did not show up, I would not even be concerned at all. But the Nine of Swords kind of throws a wrench in the spokes with that Nine of Cups. Kind of slows down the train a little bit. It doesn't have to do it, you know, forever. It's just a blip on the radar, but it's still something that you'll need to contend with. The Hanged Man reversed. Wheel of Fortune, Two of Coins. We have Seven of Swords. King of Wands, Four of Cups, Fool, High Priestess, Ten of Wands, Ten of Coins reversed. Some of you are going to be taking a little bit of a financial hit, but it's so short term, I'm not even worried about it. Don't be stressed if you have to incur any kind of an expense. Ace of Swords reversed, Four of Swords reversed. Knight of Wands. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive reading. So again, if you want to join, all the information will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. All right. Thank you guys so much. You know how much I love you. I wish you nothing but the best. Have a great week. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Libra. Welcome to your August 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So I'm doing just a little bit of a different spread, just simply because I'm using my giant Rider-Waite deck. So these cards are huge and they don't fit in the normal like 9-card block. So I'll pull out a couple oracle cards at the end. But we're going to start the same, which is with the card that signifies what the universe needs from you, and that's the King of Swords, okay? So the King of Swords, we love this for Libra because this represents the element of air. This really is kind of a stoic energy, you know, and I feel like Libra is going through some pretty substantial changes in their life right now. And this is kind of a reminder to like take that step back and just kind of allow life to kind of show you what it needs from you. I do feel like Libras are feeling very stuck with this whole, you know, Uranus, North Node, Mars through Taurus in the 8th house. I've actually had a lot of Libran clients for private readings with that same issue. And they're like, look, I kind of have an idea of what I want. I kind of have this concept of what I want my life to look like, but the path that I started taking, it's just really not working, you know, or it's not really fulfilling, or it's not bringing me any kind of sense of satisfaction. I just don't know that it's for me anymore, but I don't really see another route. And so Libra, this isn't really about being able to see another route. This is about just, I don't know, it's kind of like taking a kind of a hiatus and just kind of doing what you do. And I don't know that August is a month to completely like change your whole life. I don't think this is a month to kind of tear up the rule book. I think this is a month where you, again, very stoic. You just kind of watch what's happening for yourself. You watch your life. You watch the way money comes in and out. You watch the way your partner is. You watch the way your business is going. And you just kind of take all that data, take all that information, and kind of store it for later analysis. Okay, because I think there will come a time when you are going to have to analyze things, but right now it seems a little premature. Okay, now I'm doing something just a little different, just because I have different setup this month. So in addition to a court card for what the universe needs from you, I pulled out an ace. For you, it came out the Ace of Coins, and what this represents is kind of the element to really lean on. So while you're coming out as your beautiful air self, it's important to lean on the element of earth. What does this mean? It means to rely upon your ability to get things done, your ability to kind of hunker down and do the tasks, even though they may seem a little bit mundane or a little too, like, it may feel like you're playing a small game. It may feel like you are, I say small game, or playing it small, or it may feel like you're having to confront a lot of your fears and insecurities and things. But it really is going to be the power of just continuing and perseverance and powering through, even if it's small incremental progressions. Okay, it doesn't have to be huge anything. It's just, even if it's small progressions every day, that's going to help you so much. And it's going to help you to kind of overcome, excuse me, I'm so sorry. Have a cough again. But it's going to help you overcome your fears and your imposter syndrome stuff and the not knowingness. Now over here in the environment, we have the Hermit, which of course is, you know, whenever the Hermit or the High Priestess come out in the environment position, it tells me like there's not a lot out there for you, right? He's kind of in this barren land, right? He's got this snow all over the place, and it's just kind of these cold, ice-capped mountains. There are no trees, no clouds. It's nighttime, you know. There's not a lot of guidance. And this is just one of those phases or one of those times when we just have to have faith in the wisdom that we hold, have faith in our knowledge, have faith in our talents and our skills, and have faith that, you know, the energy will shift and the doors will open. They will open. Definitely seeing that with the Star card, definitely seeing it with the Three of Wands. The doors will open. It's just a matter of being prepared. And the only thing you can do to really be prepared is to hold space or to create space. Honestly, because I do feel like things are not progressing in such a way. Now, I'm not saying this is like true for every area of your life. Like, for example, some of you may have, you know, a lot of progress in your career, but this may speak more to like your relationship. Or some of you may have a lot of progress like with your family or with your home environment, but you may be struggling with a friend. Okay, so there's going to be one area of your life, one or two areas maybe, where this applies to more than others. Okay. And I think the reason why what's being highlighted is the kind of the thick molasses quality. Why that's really being highlighted right now is because that's probably the area that you're going to experience the most growth in based on your past experience and your past knowledge. That's where you're going to have the most growth. But right now you're kind of in that preparation mode. So I do think if you go into August with the intention of preparing yourself for great levels of success, Okay, so clearing out your schedule, cleaning out that bedroom that you're going to need space for, cleaning out your office or your desk, cleaning out your computer. Just clean things out. Clean it out and get it more streamlined, more functional, because you'll be so glad that you won't have to think about it later on, and you can just sort of move in. And the more actions you take, the more you're actually communicating with the universe that, like, yes, I'm totally prepared, right? Ace of Coins. There are things to do. Now we have this Magician in the reversal. Now, sometimes this card speaks to me in a little bit of a negative way, but this month it's speaking to me as though the magic is already done. You did the magic already, probably back in March or April, as we entered into the new astrological years, we entered into Aries season. You did the magic, you did the meditations, you did the law of attraction-y type stuff, right? You already did it. And now you're just kind of, this is probably the point when I think a lot of people give up. This is that point. This is that moment or that energy where people throw up their hands and they say, well, I got to do something. So I'm, the universe isn't doing anything, or nothing's showing up, or I'm not finding the love of my life, or that money's not coming in. Fine. I'm going to throw up my hands and I'm going to throw a little temper tantrum, and I'm going to, go in a new direction, which is going to mess up all the energy. So Libra, my number one piece of advice, if you get nothing else from this reading, my number one piece of advice is just keep going, right? Because you haven't struck gold yet, but you're super close. And when I say super close, I don't mean like next week. Okay, it may come in the next couple of years, but the actions that you take now are so critical. And there may be slow growth. I'm getting this energy of the King of Coins, which is like a Taurus quality. We're also having this Queen of Coins, which is a very Capricorn energy. And in general, these two are not the fastest moving. We even have the Virgo card, the Hermit over here. Not the fastest moving energies. This is probably the fastest because it's Mercury ruled, right? But I think generally the King of Coins and the Queen of Coins, they like to move forward in a more leisurely type of pace. Now, the Magician, like I say, the magic has already been done. Four of Wands, you're solid. You're standing on solid ground. You're standing firm. But I think if you were to look at the environment, you may say all evidence to the contrary. You may be like, wait a second, if I'm on firm ground, then why am I still having this money issue? Or if I'm on firm ground, then why is my partner leaving? Or if I'm on firm ground, then why am I having a big fight with my friend right now? That doesn't make any sense. You, Libra, you are on firm ground. And that's all that you need to know. And I see Libra acting as this very, especially with the King of Swords, you're just this very sturdy force right now. I don't know that you're going to be necessarily nice to people right now. I don't know that you have the energy to be fake nice or to be that charming way that you normally are. I think Libra's kind of, and this may have something to do with Saturn in your 5th house, plus also Mars, which is a malefic planet in the 8th. I'm just trying to think where is that charming Libra? And Libra's kind of I'm over it. I'm done being charming. I'm done being nice. I mean, you're nice and you'll always be nice. But I think you're coming off with a little bit of an edge right now, which is actually going to be very productive for you. Okay, it's actually going to move things along. It's going to ensure that you get things done right. It's going to ensure that you're communicating your point and your desires and your needs effectively. There's strong boundaries with Libra, and I just don't know that you're just not who you used to be. You're not the normal, always accommodating, okay, I'll go with the flow. I'm, that kind of thing. You're just laying down the law a little bit with people. And we have this 9 of Swords, which is a stress. a stress or an anxiety, but I think that has to do with the King of Coins energy, which of course is also very slow moving. Now, you may be dealing with other people who are also very slow moving. Other people who are stubborn, other people who can't see it your way or don't want to see it your way, or other people who don't wish to grow. Or, I'm not saying they don't wish to grow, they want to grow in their own way, and they might not necessarily either want to incorporate you or take your advice or whatever. Clearly the King of Coins is stressing you out a little bit. I'm going to tell you right now that the King of Coins is not someone you can change. You're not going to be able to convince them to do it a different way, or to convince them to come down your path instead of their own. This person has kind of their own life journey and their own life path, and it requires them to be highly self-sufficient. And one of the things about being self-sufficient is they want to prove that they can do it themselves. It's very hard for them to ask for help, or it's hard for them to admit that they were wrong, or it's hard for them to give up on an idea that they were kind of passionate about, if they're still passionate about it. And clearly with the Three of Coins here, there was something about building something about building a life, building a business, building a brand, building a family, building a home, building something. That you're kind of building something. Or you were building something. Maybe some of you have changed course a little bit. Maybe some of you are experiencing your own fear about something that you're building. I do think that someone has, you have a bug in your ear. There's a voice in your ear telling you something. And maybe even the King of Coins is someone whose opinion you respect a lot. And for whatever reason, you're very concerned about what they may think regarding what you're building. If you're building a new business, you may be concerned about how they view the way you're promoting yourself or something. Or this could also be a client that, you want to do a really good job for, but they have very exacting standards and want it done a very specific way. I'm just wondering what kind of power this King of Coins has. Because I feel like they have power over how you see stuff, or power over how you make decisions or something. They are definitely a point of focus in your mind when you're going to do things. Some of you, this may actually end up being a muse to some degree, where they inspire you to push yourself. They inspire you to grow. I'm just trying to, because I don't know why I'm hesitating. The energy that I'm really getting is you want to prove yourself. You feel like you have something that you have to prove. And intellectually, you know that that's not true, right? King of Swords. You know you don't have to prove anything. But there's a part of you that wants to. You want to prove to that person that you can make it on your own, or prove that you can build it, prove you can make it beautiful, prove that you can, whatever it is you're doing, prove that you can. And it bothers you that you feel like you need to prove yourself, because you don't want to do that. You don't want to feel that way. And yet it's still also motivation at the same time. This is probably a soulmate, or quote unquote twin flame, which you guys who know me know I never use that phrase or that term. But I do think that the twin flame, quote unquote, relationship can actually really inspire us. And it doesn't mean that you have to be with that person, but man, oh man, can a growth spurt happen after a situation like that? And you may be staring down the barrel of an incredible growth spurt to the point where your whole life really could change, which is why I'm saying create that space.
because your life really could change a lot for the better. There's a lot of growth. Like I say, like you're stable, like you're good where you are. You're really, really good and you're doing a great job. And we have the Three of Wands here, which always is an indication of wealth and prosperity. For me, whether it's upright or reversed, it doesn't matter, but wealth and prosperity. We have the Page of Wands, which is kind of an adventurous little spirit in there. And I look at this Queen of Coins. It's interesting how I'm seeing these as actually people other than you. I mean, there's an aspect of them in you, but generally speaking, you're dealing with multiple people this month. Queen of Coins. Now, both of them are good, right? Good people. I don't think that anyone wishes you any harm, or there's no malicious or nefarious anything going on, okay? These are good people, people that you love and respect to a degree, and people that do inspire you to grow. I really do like the Queen of Coins. She's coming off a lot softer because she's not really giving, he's got the Nine of Swords connection here, which is not the best. Page of Wands is better. It's more fun. It's more exciting. It's more adventurous. And I think Libra as a cardinal sign, you definitely have this component in you. You love to initiate, you love to build, you love to get things going. And the Page of Wands is all about taking that next step. Now, when we have a Page of Wands with the Ace of Coins, now remember the Ace of Coins is just like a potential, and it's not like a specific offer, like a hard and fast offer quite yet. But it's still like a very earthy thing, meaning that there's a tangibility to it. So when we have the tangibility in terms of the things that we're doing or the actions that we're taking, the words that we're speaking, all that kind of stuff, and we combine that with the willingness and the excitement and the enthusiasm of the Page of Wands, we have this kind of like loving the journey, not the destination kind of attitude. And that's always going to make the time more productive. We're going to be more efficient during that time. We'll have new creative ideas come in for us at that time as well. And with the Queen of Coins, I feel like a safe haven is available for you. The Queen of Coins is someone, maybe a best friend, maybe a sibling, or a colleague, coworker, someone that you work with that you just really can rely on. And there's no competition with this Queen of Coins at all. There's no having to prove yourself in the same way that there is with the King of Coins. The Queen of Coins, she's a lot more understanding and a lot more compassionate, and she can also offer great advice. She can be very real. This is a Capricorn energy, so the person that you're probably dealing with is a little more Saturnian in nature, meaning they are like cut and dry. It's just very, here it is. And I do believe this Queen of Coins actually can offer you some peace of mind, as I see that with the Four of Swords. Being able to offer you peace of mind, being able to calm your nerves, or being able to help you see things more realistically, or from a new perspective that I think you'll really appreciate. Now remember, the King of Swords is your energy, so there is that stoic quality. It's probable that something may stir you up with this Nine of Swords. Now, when we have Mars coming through the 8th house, plus the North Node, plus Uranus, officially on August 1st, we have that conjunction with Uranus, North Node, and Mars. So 8th house has a lot to do with things that we're obligated to do, or, the people we're obligated to, even debts that we have. There is an intense energy that comes through with the 8th house. There could be an element of feeling a bit buried under, or being burdened by something or someone, and I think that this the Queen of Coins, she's just so practical, and she just says, you know what, Libra, if you're really worried about it, then just do this. If you really are concerned about that, then go this way and do these and say these words. And the advice will be very sound, and again, you'll appreciate it because it's not going to be sugar coated, but it will be very useful. really, really useful advice or a useful energy or a useful connection. It may not be advice per se. It may just be like you have to disconnect and you got to grab your, your friend and go spend the day out at the lake just to kind of regroup. And just being around that person kind of gets you out of your own head, out of your own Nine of Swords, and helps you to kind of put everything at ease with this Four of Swords. I feel like this is kind of more chaotic, and this is putting everything back in order. So there may be kind of this process of everything's fine and then there's chaos and then you have to reestablish order, but it will be like a new order. And when you put everything back together again, it will be in a new way. You're kind of making new types of connections, new types of actions you're taking. We have the star, which indicates infinite possibilities. Whatever it is you're trying to build, whatever it is you're trying to grow, these infinite possibilities are absolutely going to sort themselves out, and one will shine through. So for those of you who are feeling stuck, confused about what your next step is, the star is here to say that one option will begin to outshine the rest. So don't pressure yourself into just picking something just to pick it. Especially don't pick something because you have something to prove to someone, even though you don't even want to be feeling that way. Pick it because you're feeling truly inspired to move in that direction. And I see that with the star. There's kind of this like perfect order to the way that all this is happening. There's a perfect order. And it's like throwing the cards up in the air and then just waiting until they land. All right. So when they land, all the right cards will be face up and you'll be able to read the signs. You'll be able to read the path and you'll be able to make decisions. Three of Wands, again, I've repeated it twice or three times already, wealth and prosperity. There is success at the end of this for you. And I do mean actual money coming in, actual promotions, actual lovers coming in, actual repaired friendships, whatever the things, actual tangible things. So you are in a transition. It is 8th house activity with Mars, North Node, Uranus, plus Uranus is also going retrograde near the end of the month. So that's kind of a big deal. Okay, Uranus going retrograde in the 8th house with the North Node right there. It's and then of course Uranus and North Node will be closely connected during the entirety of the Uranus retrograde over the next several months. So your North Node, sort of your next step, is going to be randomized and revolutionized and changing with the Uranian influence starting now. So rest of the year, I don't know, you might not necessarily have a good idea, and that's okay. Just know that you're in the right spot. If you don't have a good idea, you're in the right spot. Okay? Now, we are going to pull out some clarifiers for Libra. Now, I'm doing something a little different with my website. Okay, I've officially set up like a subscription. So if you want to buy the comprehensive, you can still buy it, just a one-time single purchase. That's still an option. It's a different process though. And then we also have the subscription, so you can subscribe just to only your one zodiac sign, or you can subscribe to all the videos, just same as it's always been. It's just a subscription, so you don't have to go through and purchase every single month. It'll just be easier. You can log in. I also have like my Soul Seekers group, which I'll talk a little bit more about as August goes on, which will have more content. So let's go ahead and take a look. Oh, again, so for those of you who have no idea what the heck I'm even talking about, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. And the link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. And we normally talk for like 25 to 30 minutes additional about these cards. So you kind of get like a whole second layer to the reading. All right, so we're going to start off with clarifying the King of Swords with a beautiful Nine of Cups, the World, and a beautiful Ace of Wands. And then for the environment, what does Libra need to know about their environment? Okay, well, pull out one more extra card. That's fine. Okay, well, we have a Hermit, which is a repeated card, which is great. So we really got 3. Okay, so we have another Queen of Coins, we have a Chariot, and we have Strength. Loving the Queen of Coins for you guys. Okay, now for the Magician. We have the Sun reversed. Another Strength card. See, this is what I mean. Like, don't give up now, Libra. Don't give up and go home. You're so close to hitting gold. All right, Knight of Wands. Beautiful. Love that Jupiterian quality. 3 of Cups. Nine of Cups reversed, and 2 of Wands. Okay. Now for this 9 of Swords. 8 of Wands reversed. No movement, that's for sure. King of Coins reversed. Okay, so the 9 of Swords and the King of Coins are definitely connected. So it's certainly someone who's just really not about to budge. And then we have the High Priestess, which you know. King of Coins, Queen of Wands. 3 of Swords reversed, 4 of Coins. I'm going to do one more for the King of Coins. 6 of Wands, okay. 5 of Wands. 7 of Wands. 5 of Swords, okay. Now Page of Wands. Got another Page of Wands. Oh, 8 of Swords I saw, okay. Emperor reversed. Queen of Cups reversed. Ace of Coins reversed. Two of Swords. Five of Coins. Some of you definitely may have some money concerns, which would not be totally off brand considering we have the South Node coming through the second house. The Devil. Some of you maybe think, like, how do you be okay with everything when something doesn't feel okay? It's like, how do you just be okay with something that's not okay? You know, and then we have the Justice card. That's kind of what I'm feeling. How to be okay with something that's just not okay. And then we have the Eight of Cups. Yeah, you're definitely getting out of your comfort zone with this. Page of Coins. And 7 of Cups. I'm not doing bottom of the deck this month either, just because I think we have enough cards. So, okay. This is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So again, the links for that will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. And if not, then I wish you guys an amazing August. You guys know I love you, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Scorpio. Welcome to your August 2022 tarot card reading. Hope you guys are doing amazing. So let's go ahead here and get started with the card that signifies what the universe needs from you, which is the Page of Swords. So the Page of Swords is a really curious, enthusiastic, willing to learn type of place to be. And this is telling me that the universe needs you to be willing to learn. It needs you to be willing to have the ups and downs and to, you know, really give yourself that grace that you may need in terms of time that it may take to figure something out. So if you are embarking upon some kind of a new venture or new idea or new job or new relationship, this is more about just living life normally, but staying conscious and collecting information that is useful so that you can move forward more easily for a more profitable outcome or a more prosperous outcome. And the Page of Swords is so willing to adapt and change and bend and move, and he doesn't ever stay stuck. And with with being Leo season for the first part of August, it is a fixed energy. It is your 10th house. There is activation there in terms of, where did you want to go in life? Your career path, your ambitions, your dreams, and your goals. And I also pulled out an ace that signifies, to do this Page of Wands stuff, Page of Swords stuff that I just talked about, to do this with the power of what? Well, with the power of Wands or the power of fire, which is perfect for Leo season. Leo season is really a super fun, Leo is a fun zodiac sign, right? It has a lot of enjoyment and a lot of pleasure and a lot of passion and a lot of creativity and self-expression that comes through here. And this is going to be a time to really just follow that and to not really make a lot of apologies. I think one of the things that may be important for you to keep in mind is that while people may be watching, they're not really watching, right? Like they may be looking at you and they may be witnessing what you're doing, but their whole life doesn't revolve around it. Not that I think that you think that it does. It's just that reminder, because 10th house energy, 10th house activation, sometimes we do go through those periods of time where it matters what people think. It matters how people respond. It matters that we get the validation. It matters that we get that positive feedback. And, you'll probably get a lot of that, but there may also be some insecurities and some concern as to whether or not this is really going to go as far as you want it to go, or that this is going to get as big or as meaningful or as prosperous as you ultimately want it to be. Now over here in the environment, we have the Hanged Man position, which, for a Page of Swords can be a little annoying, because a Hanged Man kind of has you in this state of suspension, and it's possible that the environment or other people around you might not really give you what you want and need right away. I'm not saying they will never do it. I'm saying that it may take time for them to do it because it's Leo season. So a lot of people are really just focused on what they've got going on for themselves. And the Hanged Man is a delay and a suspended state sometimes, but there's also an opportunity to come into higher consciousness here, which is perfect for a Page of Swords, because that's one of the things that a Page of Swords loves, is to become more intelligent and more wise, not only of the mind, but in spirit and soul and with emotions as well. So there's a progression or a graduation in all of these things for you through the month of August. Although the results may be a little slow to come in, they still will come in nonetheless. Now, I'm kind of the belief, as I've sort of observed for the past few years that I've really been doing astrology here on YouTube and offering that to my clients, that we do have this kind of very specific cycle. Now, I'm not saying this is exactly the cycle for everybody, because obviously our house placements and everything are different, but generally speaking, the seeds that we plant through March and April tend to really manifest through September, October, November, sometimes even on through December. And we plant new seeds in November, and those things manifest in the spring. So there's kind of this spring-autumn connection that's really potent and really powerful. Well, we're still in the middle of summer right now, and as the sun moves through Virgo, then it's making its way toward fall in October with Libra season. Sorry, this is Northern Hemisphere stuff. But So we're kind of making our way towards that time, but we're still not quite there yet. So I honestly would like really hold out a few more months and just continue to hold that faith if you're not seeing results right away. I see strength and I see the Hanged Man and I say, okay, Scorpio really has to have something to hang on to. And sometimes maybe that can be hard, right? 7 of Cups reverse. It's like, it's really hard to grab onto something. It's hard to see the big picture. It's hard to see how this is all going to come together or how this is going to ultimately be prosperous for you. The vision is there. The vision for you is clear, but the results are still kind of TBD, right? To be determined. This is your chance to continue forward regardless of how uncomfortable it may feel, regardless of not getting that feedback, right? Because remember, as the sun comes through Leo, he's going to be coming into an opposition with Saturn over in Aquarius. And that Saturn-Sun opposition, right? Saturn is in rulership. The sun is in rulership. The sun is at the center of the solar system. And in traditional astrology, Saturn was the very edge, right? So we have the powerful, huge gravity sun in the center, and then the outskirts or the outcast Saturn at the very edge, kind of in this opposing battle, so to speak. So that energy may get a little bit tense, and I definitely see that being affected, you being affected with the 9 of Swords here. But it's interesting that these 9 of Swords are pointing directly to the Wheel of Fortune, where the Wheel of Fortune is a promise, right? Whenever I do these tarot readings, I kind of have to not only remind you guys, but I have to remind myself that these tarot cards are kind of like promises, that if the energy that you currently hold, you continue to hold, that these will be the inevitable effects. All right, now if you change your energy, the cards will change. If you change your attitude, change your mind, cards change. But if you maintain and if you hold, which I suspect you do and you are with the Hanged Man, because I think you're on a trajectory that you're really happy about. You're starting new ventures, beginning new relationships, you are developing new ideas, and, you're reaching yourself out there. You're putting yourself out there kind of on this, it's a kind of a vulnerable place. And the Wheel of Fortune is that promise that, like, don't worry, good things are absolutely happening for you. You've set that wheel in motion. The momentum is building and it will come in. And for some of you, 8 of Cups, it is going to require... now, take this advice with a grain of salt and make sure that you're not, sabotaging your life in any way. Not that you would, but I kind of am sensing that some of you may need to take a risk first before that Wheel of Fortune really starts to show itself. Because if you're in a position where you are safe, there's kind of a reliance upon that place. So you're safe, but that energy is so strong, and probably it's an old energy. You're safe there because it's familiar to you, so it's old, right? And this is kind of like you got to step out of that comfort zone. Now, it doesn't have to be huge. Like, I'm not saying like go quit your job, and not have any money next month. I don't want you to put yourself in any kind of dire straits. But there is probably a transition that you can make by saying, hey, universe, I trust you, and I trust you so much that I am willing to shake up my life in this kind of way and step away from this comfort zone, just so that you know, universe, that I'm truly serious about this and I'm putting myself in a position where I cannot go back. Now, a couple of weeks ago, in one of my weekly astrology readings, there was the full moon in Capricorn conjunct Pluto, and that was opposite the sun conjunct Mercury in Cancer and Capricorn. And I was pretty feeling a really strong feeling that full moon really was like a point of no return. And that in a lot of ways, the past decade or so has been this big point of no return. Like, we go through these relationships, we go through these financial decisions, we go through these events in our lives, and it was new to us then, and now we're never going back to it, right? It was like this really tough phase that we had to go through, this really tough decade where a lot of good things happened, but a lot of tough stuff happened too. And now we're over it, we're done, we're tired of the pain, we're tired of the suffering. And this is like totally like Pluto in Capricorn vibes. It's too heavy, it's too much. We want our lives to be better, we want our lives to be easier. And therefore we are willing to put that final nail in the coffin, if you will, using a death reference for Scorpio, of course, and saying, it's done, it's over, never again. And to prove to myself never again, I'm moving on. And I'm willing to be non-reliant on things and be in limbo and be in a weird place and be in a state of confusion and not being able to really grab on to, the evidence that this is truly going to work. I'm willing to do that because it just can't be the other way. And here you are, King of Cups. This is definitely a Scorpio energy. Strong as ever, upright, strong, focused, determined, ambitious with the devil. Now, this year, the devil has kind of taken on an interesting tone for me. Now, I'm not saying that it can't still represent, you hitting up against your ego and you hitting up against any kind of toxicity or difficult behavior that you've exhibited or any other people have exhibited. You can still be hitting up against all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, the devil, to me, Saturnian energy, represents kind of an earthly wisdom, a wisdom that you can only get here on Earth because of the physicality of this kind of dimension or this planet. And this is like, honestly, look at your Saturn placement in your sign, in your chart. Look at your Saturn placement and really ask yourself, have you gone through a lot of lessons with this? I know that sounds kind of obvious. Of course, we're all going to say yes, but really do a rundown of what were my lessons in this house with my Saturn placement here? What were my lessons that I had to kind of come up against? And you can do the lessons of the zodiac sign that it's in if you don't have your official birth time, and you don't know exactly what your rising sign is, you can still use the zodiac sign that it's in as well. And what were the lessons within that archetype on this planet that I had to learn? And chances are you've gone through so much that now it's maybe you're kind of becoming an expert in that thing. How weird is that, right? Maybe you have a 6th house Saturn and you have a really difficult health track record. But through your determination, you've learned how to heal yourself. And now you're in a position where you can actually really help others. And I mean really help others. I don't mean just prescribe some pills and call it a day. I mean truly heal them. Saturn through the 10th house. You've had a really difficult time developing a career or feeling like you're a part of something or feeling like you could be a leader of some kind. And yet you still had that desire to strive there. And there was a lot of energy and attention spent in that area. And because of that, now you're kind of in that position where it just kind of is the inevitable next thing. And I feel like a lot of people are sort of conquering or overcoming their worst aspect of life and integrating all that they have learned. Now, Ace of Swords reversed, maybe we're not sure exactly how we're going to apply that. Maybe we're not exactly sure how we're going to use that moving on. And we're not sure if it's ultimately going to manifest into something great, even though the Wheel of Fortune is here. Because clearly you're worried about the Wheel of Fortune. You're clearly worried that it's not turning over. You can't see it. Your eyes are covered here. There's fear for sure. Maybe some guilt and shame in there, lower chakra type stuff, And maybe you're worried about the money, 9 of Coins. Maybe you're worried about, being self-sustaining, or maybe you're worried about a business launch, or you're worried about a new relationship that's taking hold and you're worried about giving up your independence a little bit or whatever, whatever it is. We all have our own areas being activated right now. Okay. So You have to really go inside yourself and say, which area is that fear most prominent? Eight of Wands also tells me that you're not going to be here for that long. This Hanged Man, sometimes can be a long time, but it's not usually as long as, like, say, a Death card, or even actually more so even than the Devil, I say the World card. Sometimes I feel like the World card is like a really long transition or period of time. But the Hanged Man can just kind of sometimes be a few weeks or a couple of months where we're just really not in the best headspace to be able to wrap our head around how all of this is going to work. The reason the Hanged Man comes out is because it tells you you have to be faithful right now. That's why it comes out. You have to be faithful. You have to have trust. Not only trust in the universe or God or spirit or the creator, but trust in your own magic as well. Trust in the momentum that you've already perpetuated out there, the trust in your own spells, trust in your own activity, trust in your own mind and your own heart. And there will be some bumps along the way, don't get me wrong, that will definitely happen. But there's no doubt in my mind that you'll be really, really happy that you continued on down this track. This is a moment, I think, where a lot of people give up. I think we're hitting that place. I'm seeing that actually in a lot of the readings I've done so far. Like, we're definitely hitting that place where this is the time, this is the moment where people usually give up. And you don't want to be one of those people, that's for sure. Okay, let's pull out some oracle cards. I think I forgot to pull out the oracle cards for Libra. I feel bad, but it's okay. We'll start with a moon card. We're just going to pull out a couple here, a moon card and an earth magic card. So we have, you are good enough. Yes, most definitely, you are good enough. If that was a question, you know, if you were thinking maybe you weren't, you are. And then creation, dream time, creation. Yeah, you are, I mean, we are in Leo season. It is a creative time, and you are neck deep, right? Neck deep in the effects of your own creations and the pathway of your own creations. Like I say, there's no doubt that success is inevitable with that fortune card. You just have to have faith in that, have faith that the creation will lead you somewhere prosperous. Okay, let's go ahead and pull out some clarifiers. Now, I'm saying this in every sign. Sorry if you're watching multiple times, but I am launching a new website for these comprehensive readings. Hopefully it will make the buying process a lot easier. You can still purchase one-offs, like, you know, one month and that's it. That's totally fine. So that's not really changed, other than the platform that I'm using and the payment processing and everything is changing. But you can also subscribe if you want to make it so much easier. You can subscribe just to a single zodiac sign or to all 12. Prices on that have not changed. It's all exactly the same. It will just be super easy for you each month to log in and just immediately have access right away. I'll send out a little email just like, hey, they're uploaded, go check them out, you know, as soon as it's published. So just heads up on that. And I also have my Soul Seekers group, which is going to be a lot more exclusive content, a lot more in-depth astrology and tarot readings, which hopefully will be useful for you. So let's go ahead and take a look now at the clarifiers. For those people who have no idea what I'm talking about, the comprehensives are going to be the readings that we covered, the cards I'm about to pull out. It's like usually another 25 to 30 minute reading. So we're going to clarify the Page of Swords. Another Wheel of Fortune, of course. A Page of Coins, beautiful, we love that. Whoops, and a Strength. Okay, so we got two repeated cards, the Wheel of Fortune and Strength. Being Leo season, sometimes being a trailblazer can be burdensome. We have the Fool, And I say burdensome because it requires strength. Four of Swords. Then we have a lot of repeats, a lot of Seven of Cups. All right, so now we're going to start with this other Strength card, and we have the Chariot. It was upright when I first saw it. We have the Chariot. A Nine of Wands. High Priestess. A lot of major arcana for that Strength card. Another Wheel of Fortune. Okay, so we've officially got 3 Wheel of Fortunes. The Fool. Yes, wow. Okay, a lot of new energy. I mean, you guys really must be launching something new, doing something new. King of Wands reversed. Ace of Cups. Oh, didn't mean to pull 2, but we got 2. Okay, and yet another Seven of Cups. So another card that's come out 3 times. And then a Page of Coins, another Page of Coins. Hierophant. 9 of Coins upright this time. Queen of Swords. 4 of Swords reversed. Death reversed, Knight of Coins reversed. There's the World. I know I mentioned the timing concept of, or quality of that. Queen of Cups reversed. 8 of Coins. Justice. I feel like a card flipped over, but I guess not. Another 8 of Cups. The Moon. Eight of Swords, 4 of Cups, 5 of Swords. I actually kind of feel like your self-doubt actually is what's going to keep you humble, and your humility, it's what's going to keep you providing a lot of value to people, which is going to ultimately increase the ultimate Wheel of Fortune. Kind of feel that one caught my eye. Okay, oh, beautiful 6 of Wands, card of victory and success. Another Strength card, Queen of Coins reverse and Strength. So we got 3 Seven of Cups, 3 Strengths, and 3 Wheel of Fortunes. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive reading. So again, all that information will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. Thank you guys so much. You guys know how much I love you. I wish you nothing but the best. Have a great month, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Sagittarius. Welcome to your August 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So just a little bit of a different layout because I'm using my giant Rider-Waite deck. The cards are too big to do it how I normally do. So we're doing 10 cards instead of normal 9. We'll pull out some oracle cards at the end. But we still are going to start with this in the same way, which is with the card that signifies what the universe needs from you, which is the Knight of Swords. Now, we love a Knight of Swords. It's very active and determined and ambitious, and there's a lot of, you know, I don't know, it seems like you really know where you're going, and I think the universe needs you to be really sure about where you're going, and to kind of move forward in that direction with some conviction. Now, one of the feelings that I'm getting about this reading is this is a month for you to really exhibit faith. It is Leo season, which is 9th house for you. All right, your natural 9th house. So faith is important. especially right around here, which I suspect has a lot to do with Uranus going retrograde in the 6th house, but we'll talk about that in a minute. But, you know, regardless of the volatility, regardless of the weird stuff that may happen, it's going to be important for you to just kind of barrel through it. Now, I'm doing something just a little added this month, which is going to be, I'm pulling out an ace to go with this card here. So one of the 4 aces, for you, we got the Ace of Wands, which for Leo season is great. You're a fire sign. Leo season is a fire energy. This is all about the passion. It's about the will and the strong desire. It's even about the kind of compulsion, if you will. Like you really can't help it. You just kind of have to move in that direction. You have to do that thing. I don't think that most people are really, well, let me rephrase that. I don't think that most people that are on the spiritual track in their life right now or doing the deep healing, I don't think that people who have chosen that path are operating from a place of ego and scarcity and all that. Now, I'm not saying that stuff can't still creep up. It definitely can. But this will and this desire is not just to fulfill these like egoic, fearful needs or desires, right? It's more purposeful. It's more soul driven than that. Now, in the environment, we have the Strength card. And whenever the Strength card comes out, I mean, it's a good thing because it's like, okay, well, you're going to be strong. But on the other hand, it's like, well, you're going to be in a position where you're going to need strength, you know? And that may be dealing with another person. That may be, you know, a lot of relational type stuff that's going on. There may be some component of having to kind of temper yourself or hold yourself back when relating to other people and really channeling all of your energy into what you have going on rather than like, I'm not going to say you're not going to be helping people because of course you will, obviously your family and your loved ones and all that, but you know, anyone outside of like your really close circle, I just don't know that they're going to have a lot of access to you right now. And I don't think they need a lot of access to you. And I just don't know that you're going to be the one to have a lot of patience. I don't know that you're going to be the one to have a lot of, you know, like, it's like if someone wants your advice, great, you'll give advice, but it's probably not going to be the advice they want, you know, and you know that. And so it's kind of like, well, I'd rather them just not even ask me because I'd really rather just be doing my own thing over here. Like I've got my focus, you know, I've got my projects at home, I've got my projects at work, I've got, you know, my money making strategies, I've got all these things. And I would so much rather be dedicating my energy over here rather than like trying to like encourage someone else. And it's not that you can't be a cheerleader. Obviously, we all could be cheerleaders, especially for the people that we love and care about. But it's just, I think for you right now, it may feel a little bit tiring or a little bit exhausting. Okay, we've got Chiron and Jupiter now going retrograde in the 5th house. Saturn in the 5th house can still kind of bring that quality of like reinventing the way you're thinking about stuff, reinventing the way that you're connecting all these pieces of information and putting them together. Like you're still in this position of consolidating information and creating a big picture for yourself, right? And this big picture is more in line with what you have going on rather than this. So this is going to be a struggle for you, I think, is really focusing on like other people's needs. Again, of course, you're close-knit people. Let's remember that. I mean, beyond that. You know, I don't know how community-oriented you'll be. I don't know how quick you'll be to like just be available. I don't know how else to describe it. So as we get in our way into our 10 card block this month, now we have the King of Swords. Do I think this energy is yours? Yes, absolutely. Along with the Knight of Swords, we've got the King of Swords. You're just all, you know, I mean, you're just all in your cerebral place, you know, like you're kind of in this unstoppable place. Not only are you actively taking steps toward the greater vision, and you feel a lot of that passion and that will and that desire to do so, but you're also being really, really smart about it. And see, one of the things that may be annoying about this over here is that maybe people aren't being smart about stuff. And maybe that's really, really, really hard for you to like wrap your head around, because you come in as like a neutral third party, and it's like so easy for you to decipher the problems or the reasons why, you know, whatever. And you want to just be like, okay, you just go like this, and this. And it's like, boom, obviously, you know, but then, you know, when everyone is in their whole like messy world, they're like, yeah, but then this, and yeah, but then that. And so you're just going to be like, okay, well, then live in your excuses. Bye. You know, so long, see ya, wouldn't want to be ya. And that's what a King of Swords would do, just deliver the truth, and however people take it is how they take it. And for some reason, I feel like people just really aren't taking it super great. Because, man, you know what's been so weird, as we've been kind of living with this North Node through Taurus. We've been living with Uranus through Taurus for the past few years, you know, and then North Node comes into Taurus last year. And I feel like this whole time there's been all of this urgency for change, and yet the resistance to that change is even greater than the desire for change itself. And it's like that super stubborn Taurus. And when I say stubborn, I don't necessarily mean that all Taurian people are stubborn. Okay, we're not talking about Taurian people. We're talking about the fixed earth quality of Taurus. And it's just like head in the sand, Ace of Swords reversed. It's just like people just do not want to acknowledge what it's going to take. And this is the kind of the great separating factor between people who achieve their goals and people who do not achieve their goals, is what do you do in moments like this? Do you sit in your excuses, or do you traverse them or transcend them and do it anyway? And see, I think you're someone who's just kind of doing it anyway. You've got this sword, you've got a sword here. I mean, you're just kind of wielding your power and just trailblazing a little bit. And it's going to be really, really, really hard for you to deal with people who are in like the mopey, pessimistic kind of place. And we see with the Hanged Man that even though you're not there, like you're going to have your own stuff. Like, yes, you're all in this ambitious place, but Hanged Man suggests delays. It suggests, you know, things taking longer, or you kind of having your hands tied, not necessarily having a lot of control over stuff. But see, that never bothers a King of Swords. He's just like, okay, well, that's fine. Well, we can do things in the meantime, and we can do X, Y, and Z. And when that pathway kind of opens up, or when there's not as much resistance with that direction, then we'll go there. But there's a lot of other things that I can be doing. You know, just because you may hit up against resistance with something doesn't mean you're just going to completely shut down. And I think you're going to be dealing with or working with people who are just going to completely shut down. And Six of Swords, I see you really moving away from that, or moving completely like in an opposite direction. I don't know that your life is going to have a whole bunch of chaos or any upheaval or anything, but I do think you're going to witness that in other people. And I think you're going to witness the humbling, because I suspect you've had your own humbling moments over the past few years, you know, specifically with all the Capricorn stuff happening in your second house, you know, like all that self-worth stuff came up, and all of that feeling of deserving, and all of that, you know, issues with money and all that was there for you for through 2019 and 2020. And now with Saturn through the third, you know, you're kind of reinventing the way that you're thinking and reinventing your perspective and how you're seeing things. And so when people are so rigid and so stuck with their thinking, I think that's just something that just really, really gets under your skin right now. And you're just like not about it at all. And when I look at this Page of Cups reversed, it's like people who really just don't want to help themselves. It's weird how this reading is so much about other people, or I'm feeling that it's so much about other people. But I think that's important, right? Because there's this mirror effect. Now, Mars is going to be entering into Gemini on the 20th. So, I mean, still the majority of August, Mars will still be in Taurus. But as it moves into Gemini, activating the 7th house, I think that's going to be amplified even that much more. There's just a lot of focus on like the other, right? We also have Venus in the 8th house. She'll be moving into the 9th house too. But for now, in the beginning, she's in the 8th. And so it's like there's a lot of observation of other people. There's a lot of comparison and hopefully not judgment. I know that Mars through the 6th can be a judgy and critical energy, but it doesn't have to manifest that way. You're not normally being categorized as like one of those types of people. You're usually more open-minded and more accepting of things, but we all have that side of us, So you see Page of Cups reverse, and I do think that this is going to really test your patience a lot. Someone that you may perceive as a king or a queen or an emperor or an empress, and yet they're just happy being at that reversed page level, not living into their own expectations of themselves and kind of harnessing a lack of self-respect to a degree. And you're over here like, why would you do that? Like, that's why I'm not making you my problem, because I'm not going to do that. I am going to do the things I say I'm going to do because I want to respect myself. I want to have that sense of self-value. I want to wake up in the morning and feel proud of what I've done and of what I'm doing. And it may not be perfect every day, and it may not always go smoothly, hanged man. In fact, I know it won't. But regardless of whether it does or doesn't, I'm going to still, with my conviction, with all my whole heart, I'm going to do this. And we have the Lovers. Now, we love a Lovers card, okay? Especially when Mars comes into Gemini on the 20th. Now, that's going to be around the time. I kind of feel like there's just not a whole lot going on until the end of August. I kind of feel like the first couple weeks of August, okay, yes, we have Mercury moving into Virgo, Mercury moving quickly, but working its way into the first shadow phase, okay? Because it's going to be doing a retrograde between Libra and Virgo in September. And then we have Venus coming into Leo. Okay, fine. We have a full moon in Aquarius. Okay, fine. And then really nothing. That's on the 11th, and then really nothing until the 20th when Mars moves into Gemini. And then Sun moves into Virgo, and then Uranus goes retrograde, and then Mercury enters Libra, where it will be doing its retrograde, and then the new moon in Virgo. Okay, so the last week and a half is really where all this stuff goes down. Okay, especially with the Uranus retrograde. I think that's what this has a lot to do with. The Lovers is on its base level about choice. It's about, now what I'm feeling is that there are options for you, both of which you care deeply about. That's what may make this a difficult choice. All right? Now, I don't know that this has anything to do with these other people. I think this comes from you being so focused. And yet, still the decision that you make here will impact other people. And that's why I think it's such a hefty choice. It's such a weighted decision, and not everyone's going to be happy. 3 of Swords. In fact, you may have to make a decision that not only may make other people unhappy, but also may make you unhappy too. You just may have to disappoint some people. But again, it's all for the sake of the greatest good. Now, when you hit this point, it's very possible that you may be really, really unsure. Now, this is probably the first time in the month where you are feeling unsure, because probably in the beginning of the month, you're like, I know exactly what I'm doing. I know exactly where I'm going. And then boom, Mars hits Gemini, Sun comes into Virgo on the 20th and 22nd respectively. And then kind of that energy really changes. We have a lot of heavy Mercury stuff going on. So Mercury questions things, right? Mercury picks things apart. Mercury analyzes. Mercury wants to explore potential outcomes for all options. It's not the best at just like being like, okay, boom, here you go. That's more Mars energy, but Mars is going to be in Mercury ruled Gemini. So it's like, well, there's going to be a lot of questions, and you're going to be asking yourself a lot of questions, and it may kind of feel like a stone wall where you had so much movement and you were even kind of judging other people. Well, you weren't judging them, but you were experiencing other people. And now all of a sudden you're like, oh, shoot, well, now that's where I am. Wait a second, that's weird. That if I can quote Michael Scott, oh, how the turntables, right? Oh, how the turntables. That's how it is. And you're just going to have to really, really, really tune in to your gut. And I'm looking at this Ace of Wands pretty strongly here. It's like, this is going to come from the gut. And I'm going to tell you what, there's going to be something destabilizing that happens as a result of some kind of choice that is made. It will be destabilizing, and you may feel where here, King of Swords, you're like super totally firm and stable and totally ready and it's all good, and then here's a Tower just kind of comes in and completely obliterates any illusion of stability that you had or you thought you had. Now, I've been learning some stuff about these beautiful tarot cards of ours, specifically within the Rider-Waite deck. Now, this particular image, this lightning bolt is in the shape of the Kabbalistic blade, right? I think it's like the blade of fire is what it's called. Is that what it's called? The blade of fire? Oh my gosh, I just read it today. Now I can't even remember it. But it's essentially the blade that connects all of the Sephiroth, okay? So this is like a tree of life, bolt of lightning, illuminating intelligence, deeply connected with the divine feminine, coming in and blasting the top of the tower. Here we have a crown, which is like associated with our crown chakra. The tower itself representing the middle pillar of the tree of life, which is kind of that balanced, neutral, stable pillar. Okay, so there's a lot of like receptivity with the tower. Like we just kind of have to accept the effects of what happens, because what happens when we make choices, the universe has to like adjust around us. And sometimes we have tower moments and we're like, well, wait a second, that wasn't my intention. And the universe is like, well, it doesn't matter what your intention was. It was necessary to get you to where you say you want to go based on this choice that you made. Okay, so we have to understand that our choices, or at least one choice, will be destabilizing throughout the month of August. And it doesn't mean you're going to like lose your apartment or lose your job. It doesn't mean anything like that. It's just probably an internal complete readjustment and realignment within yourself. And it's going to humble you the way it always humbles you. But with the Six of Wands, it tells me that it will ultimately be a success. That the tower moment is like it is exactly expected. And what's happening truly is that you are ultimately finding balance, finding true stability, because where you thought you had stability before, where you were so sure in your stability, turns out you weren't even close. And with the Ace of Coins, I don't even mind the reversal. To me, it just kind of indicates the delay, which was to be expected with the Hanged Man. But this Ace of Coins representing a potential, materialistic opportunity, this is on the other side of the Tower. So if we don't allow the Tower to occur, now let me tell you what some kind of Sagittarians will do. Probably not you guys, but or some other Sagittarians who are operating from, a more reactive place. They will experience the Tower, and then they will do everything in their power to rebuild it or try to make it what it was, because they're so afraid of losing it, because they think that this is the means with which the Ace of Coins enters. But it's with the falling. If you can actually see, like, here's this guy moving forward, here's the Ace of Coins coming in like this. This is actually acting as a barrier. Boom. They cannot connect. Your victory and success cannot connect with the Ace of Coins when the Tower is intact. This facilitates the transaction. This facilitates the universe in giving you this Ace of Coins, which could come in a myriad of ways, right? It could come through a job offer, could come through a phone call for a potential client. It could come through as a potential new lover. It could come through as, a new travel opportunity or something just fun that you could do that ultimately elevates your frequency, that attracts something else. So like this, we can't necessarily define, but it is something more tangible, okay? It is something that you can actually hold or physically experience that brings joy and brings goodness and brings opportunity. But remember, aces are just potentials. They're not like fully formed anything. It's just like, here's an opportunity, and either you take it or you don't. The reason why I think this is such a big deal is because I think this is connected here with the with the Knight of Swords. This is like a pretty major stepping stone that the Knight of Swords needs in order to complete the path. Okay? It all comes down to this choice, though. Okay, it all comes down to a choice. You either do it or you don't. You either go or you don't. You either allow it or you don't. You either say yes or you don't. Right? Okay. Now we're going to pull out the clarifiers for the comprehensive. So for those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about, the comprehensive reading is where we pretty much do like a full second reading for about 25 to 30 minutes additional, where we talk about all these clarifiers, which I'm about to pull out. I do have a new system. Please bear with me if there are technical issues. I'm really worried about that. There might be some technical issues, but essentially you can still buy everything like as a one-off if you want. That's no problem. Or you can actually subscribe and just get it automatically monthly. All the information will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. So if you want to check that out, you are more than welcome. And you can still do like either just one zodiac sign, or you can purchase all 12 videos. It's totally up to you. Okay, so let's go ahead here and clarify this Knight of Swords. Okay. King of Coins. Well, there's that Taurus energy. There's that Taurus energy. Then we have the World. Oh, another Strength. Strength applies for you as well. Well, I mean, I know it did, but it was also in the environment. Oh, wow, we're getting all these kings. King of Swords, King of Coins, King of Wands. I haven't seen a King of Wands in a long time from this deck specifically. Queen of Coins. Oh, this is your environment. So these are other people. Okay, King of Wands, Queen of Coins. And a Magician. Okay. All right. Now we are going to make sure I got reversals in. Okay, we do. We're going to clarify the 10 cards, starting with the King of Swords. 2 of Cups, beautiful. Yeah, I really think, oh no, we have the Queen of Cups. I really think you only want to connect with the people that you truly align with, you know? I think anything other than that is just going to feel really exhausting. We've got another 6 of Wands, which mirrors this over here. You're definitely determined to succeed, you know, and that's great because it means it's inevitable for you. And it's showing me here, 6 of Wands. Success is inevitable for you, Sagittarius, okay? So you don't need to question that. It's like one of those things where they say, what would you do if you knew that whatever you did, it would work out or it would be well received? What would you do? If you knew it would be well received, what would you do if you could choose anything? It's kind of like what we're at. That like hypothetical has just become like the reality of your situation. And then a Lover's reverse. A lot of reversals there with that Ace of Swords reversed. Yeah, I don't know that Lover's is like the best just because it's followed by the 3 of Swords and now it's reversed. Just kind of gives me a little bit of caution. Makes me feel a little cautious. Okay, then we have another World card and 5 of Cups. We have a Knight of Wands. That's the Sagittarius card, so we love that. We have the 6 of Swords, Hanged Man reversed. Okay. And we'll just take the top 2 since I saw those 2. We have the Hierophant and the 4 of Wands. Yeah, just that Page of Cups, just like they're just not going anywhere, are they? Got another Magician. Six of Swords. We have an Ace of Cups. The Star. Wow. Okay, hold on. Can work with these. Okay, now 3 of Swords, 2 of Swords, 7 of Swords, and 9 of Wands. Wow, another Strength card. So we officially got 3 Strength cards. So that's pretty intense. 8 of Swords. And the Wheel of Fortune. See, and I always say the Tower is like the Wheel of Fortune in disguise. Queen of Coins reversed. Queen of Coins is over here in your environment. So she's probably going to be the one that gets disappointed. Devil. Definitely, maybe dealing with a Capricorn or another very earthy energy. Ooh, King Taurus, a lot of earth energy coming through there. You might not get along super great with some of the earth, not all the earth people, but some of the earth people in your life. Okay, then we have the Emperor. Two of Coins. Oh, well, I wasn't going to be doing bottom of the deck, but I just happened to turn it over. We got the Fool. I'll keep it just because I did it on accident. I showed it to the camera, so we all saw it. So, all right, we got the Fool at the bottom of the deck. All right, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive reading. Again, all the information on how to get the videos is down in the description box down below. And if I don't see you guys there, then I hope you have an amazing August. You guys know how much I love you, and I wish you nothing but the best. Talk to you soon. Hello, Capricorn. Welcome to your August 2022 tarot card reading. I hope you guys are doing well. So just a little bit different than what we normally do because I'm using my giant cards and they're a little too big, so I can't do all the oracle cards this month, but we're doing 10 instead of 9. But I want to start in the same way that we normally start off, which is with this card here, which is the King of Cups, which signifies what the universe needs from you this month. Now, a King of Cups energy is pretty solid, ambitious, determined, and yet it's still driven by emotion. And I also let me just get a little ahead of myself here and then I'll bring it back. We also pulled out an ace. Okay, so I figured since I'm not doing all the oracles, let me pull out an ace to kind of go with this card here. And the ace is really representing like to do what the King of Cups needs to do with the power of which element. So for you, it's the power of fire because fire represents wands. So we have the fire and the water component with the King of Cups. This is all emotion, will, drive, passion, caring. I don't know how logical and practical you're going to be able to be through Leo season. All right, now Leo season is 8th house activation for you. And with the Tower and Death card, I'm saying like Capricorn, there's something pretty big changing for you guys this month. And it may not be external yet, but it's definitely internal. And the King of Cups over here is absolutely capable of kind of bearing that storm. It's kind of, when I say the word storm, I mean like there's probably a lot of feeling and emotion, and it may feel a little bit chaotic on the inside because it's probably going to require you to make some kind of a big risk or to take some kind of a leap of faith or to walk away from something that's very comfortable but also not necessarily fulfilling anymore. And on the inside, when you're kind of processing this, like you can think about it all you want, but at the end of the day, the decision is going to be made based on how you feel. And that feeling is really rooted in like the Holy Spirit or your higher self or God or the universe, or however you want to refer to it as, because with the power of wands, this is not just some like ego thing, right? This is not like, oh, I want to go have, this trophy wife because it makes me look better. Like, obviously, that's not how we're really operating at this point. We're operating from something more pure, more real, and more authentic than that. I think having the nodes in fixed signs, Scorpio and Taurus, plus Saturn and Aquarius, and the sun in Leo, right? All of these are squaring one another. When we have these particular aspects going on, there's really not enough room for anything fake. There's not any room for anything inauthentic. Like you're just not capable of it. And in the environment, we have the moon, which does signify that there's kind of an unknown path in front of you or a very mysterious path. And you can't see it really. Like you can't see how it's going to unfold. You can't see how it's going to work. You can't see how this is going to transpire. Like you don't have that vision. It's not possible for you to have that vision right now. The moon also brings up a lot from our unconscious realms. It brings up a lot from unhidden, traumas or unhidden desire. Or when I say unhidden, I mean hidden. I don't know why I said unhidden, but hidden traumas or hidden desires or hidden drives, and sometimes we want to do something but might not really understand why we want to do something. Now, I do feel like there's a catalyst for you, and it's definitely this Knight of Swords. I'm kind of getting that you're coming out as this coin energy here, and there's either one or two people, I'm not sure, one or two people that are really pushing this along. If it's one person, I feel like they kind of have two faces going on. On one hand, they're like this Queen of Cups energy, and they are, loving and nurturing and caring and good and really special in a lot of ways. but their own personal ambitions might be getting projected onto you, Capricorn, okay? So they may come off like this super sweet person, and they are to a degree, but they are a sweet person with an agenda to a degree, okay? And they're going to be pushing through the Knight of Swords pretty hard. And it's like the minute they start pushing, you just disconnect, boom. Because this is kind of like no one can tell me what to do type of vibe. And you're an earth sign. And I think it's really hard for people to tell an earth sign what to do. Because once an earth sign makes up their mind or sets something in motion, it's like, it's going, like with the exception of maybe Virgo because they're mutable, but I mean, even still, they're still earth, right? So, I mean, there's a pretty substantial momentum getting built that you're already doing. So you don't really have time or space for this sort of pushing. Now, if this is two different people, you're going to have one person that is more caring and loving and nurturing, and then another person who's trying to like really, really force you into something, or who's kind of placing high demands on you, or who is trying to get you to hurry up to do something. And you're like, again, you just shut it off. You just disconnect. Because it's this pressure. I don't think you're operating well under this pressure. Now, you can operate well under pressure, Capricorn, right? You can do that. But this type of pressure is just not setting well with you at all. It's making you feel probably a little bit resentful, probably a little bit annoyed. See, that's a thing about this North Node in Taurus. Now, we do have Uranus going retrograde, right, this month as well. So what's happening is we have this Uranus-Mars North Node conjunction at 18 degrees, all in Taurus, right, on August 1st. Mars will continue on, move into Gemini, and get prepared for his retrograde. But Uranus and the nodes, we know that the nodes always kind of move in a retrograde movement. So when Uranus goes retrograde, it's going to stay with that North Node for months. It's going to stay very, very close to that North Node. And I've been saying that what's been really interesting about this Uranus North Node in Taurus has been, we've all had this incredible desire for change, and yet huge levels of resistance to that change. Well, I feel like the next 6 months, the resistance is going to start breaking down, and we're going to have to actually like really make the changes. And I think you're kind of in prep mode for this. It's kind of like you're preparing to go on stage. Let's say you're like a singer and you have to warm up your voice before you go on stage. You're like in the warm-up stage here. And so this pressure is just completely displaced. That's what I'm really trying to get at, is this pressure from other people is very displaced. They don't understand where you are in the process. They don't understand how your process works in general. They don't understand how it's going to benefit them. And they don't understand how their agenda is going to be carried out through you. Like they don't understand. And therefore, there's kind of this stress or anxiety, agitation, irritability, and it's getting projected onto you, which you're not really having any part of, which may create a little bit more animosity. Now, again, I don't see that anyone is like, quote unquote, bad here, okay? There's none of that. It's no good or bad. It's just you're in a little bit more of an unavailable state right now. And you know, right, with Pluto now finishing out, right? I mean, Pluto's in retrograde now. But next year, it's kind of like leaving Capricorn, moving into Aquarius. It will retrograde back, but it's kind of like you're kind of at this last overhaul of stuff, finishing things out, closing things out, also beginning new things. And it's something that not everyone can truly relate to. And I feel like there is a little bit of difficulty relating with this person or these people. I see it with the Five of Coins, that there's just kind of this like weird disconnect going on. Because someone just doesn't, they just don't really get it. And they don't get what it is that you're really trying to do, or they don't really get the upside. Now, you may have to take a little bit of a hit right now. Five of Coins is not always the best place to be. Sometimes that requires, a monetary investment or an emotional investment, a lot of emotion and passion. Like I said here, a lot of decisions being made by some, it's not rational, it's not logical, but I feel that it's right. I can't explain it. I just feel that it's right. And you're going to probably say, well, here's my initial investment, or let me dedicate some time to it. Let me start building it. Let me, whatever. And so there's probably resources being reallocated from one area into another area. And when this money is all tied up, or these resources are all tied up, it leaves a little bit more restriction over here, which was kind of like your usable resources. So this person may be feeling the restriction going on there, especially with the Four of Coins right underneath her, and feeling the stress and the anxiety of those restricted resources. This could be a family member, it could be someone that you're working with, or a boss, it could be a spouse, it could be a friend, whatever. And then we have the Tower, which is like, well, we're all going to have some kind of a Tower moment next month. That's pretty much a guarantee, okay? On a global scale, there's a lot of really interesting astrological predictions going on about President Biden and Kamala Harris. But on an individual level, we are also going to be, experiencing some kind of randomized or unexpected event, either an internal awakening or an external readjustment. And when resources are reallocated, like from one thing into another, it does shake up the energy a little bit. And because the reallocation of resources is your purview, right? You're the Knight of Coins, you're the King of Coins. This is your purview. This is your realm. And so what you're doing may shake up the energy of another person, and they're going to experience their own Tower moment, but they're going to feel a lot more out of control because there may be a little bit more reliance upon you, whereas you'll feel a little bit more in control because you're the one making the decision, if that makes sense. And I look at this Tower and I think this is the beginning for Capricorn, the beginning of something. And when we have the Moon card, it does indicate one step in front of the other on a given path. And sometimes in order to faithfully move forward into that mysterious place or into that kind of dark place, we have to have a catalyst. Now, the catalyst for you is partly this, because maybe this is something that you are really frustrated with or really tired with, or you need to get that Knight of Swords off your back, right? You're either really sick of it, or it's this, where you reallocate the resources and all of a sudden, boom, the Tower happens and you're like, okay, now I have to really do it. I have to fully commit. I have to really go all in. I have to give it my all. I have to push. Like, you can't half-ass any of this now. Because once that decision is made, your life is different. And there are likely other people that are somewhat reliant upon you at that point, or other people that are reliant upon the effects of your changes. And I think there's a little bit of insecurity coming out. Now, you're doing this because you feel that it's right. And it is right for you. But this is one of those instances where you do something that you think is right, and you make that transition in search of this lover's Garden of Eden abundance, but you might not really get that right away. And so you go into that period of like, well, did I do the right thing? And was this really the right choice? And is this really the best way for me to really go about doing this? And And so there can be a lot of doubt that creeps in after the fact. After the fact, when you can't really do anything about it. And so knowing that that may be the case for you, okay, because what's going to happen now, Mars doesn't move into Gemini until the 20th, okay? And it's not necessarily moving into shadow right away, but it's getting there, okay? But for you, it's in the 6th house. It's a Mercury-ruled house. So when Mars comes into a Mercury-ruled sign, there's a lot of mental activity. And there's going to be, because Mercury will also be in Virgo. When does Mercury move into Virgo? On the 4th, so just in the next few days. And it's moving really fast, but it's moving into its shadow phase, where it's going to retrograde between Libra and Virgo. Goes officially retrograde on September 9th. Okay? So Mercury is in rulership, plus we have Mars in a Mercury-ruled sign. So there's just this lot of thinking and analyzing and trying to break things down and trying to understand and trying to perfect, especially as the sun moves into Virgo later on in the month. A lot of desire to perfect and to do it perfectly, but then there's also that doubt. And I don't think that doubt is really going to go away. You're just going to have to do it in spite of the doubt. Now, for many of you, this could have a lot to do with your career or your career path. Now, you don't necessarily have anything going on in your 10th house until Mercury moves in there and does the retrograde in there. But with Jupiter in the 4th house, it's aspecting the 10th by opposition. So there's a lot of desire for expansion in that 10th house area, so your career area. Could also have a lot to do with a sense of self or a sense of identity. Could have a lot to do with a relationship. You know, you could be really wanting to expand into a relationship, and maybe someone that you have to take energy away from in order to dedicate to a new person is really gonna, it's gonna make a difference. It's gonna be noticeable for everybody. But you're being driven here by something like, this is definitely the fishtail component of Capricorn, right? You guys, I always talk about it. The symbol for Capricorn is like the sea goat. So you're a goat on the top and then you're a fishtail at the bottom. So you have this sort of chameleon effect. You can survive in many different ways. And there is this mystical and magical component and reality shattering part of Capricorn that we don't talk about enough. That's more like a traditional astrology perspective. But being the last planet from a traditional standpoint, Saturn, the last planet of the solar system, not only do you represent the boundary that keeps everything contained within, but you also represent the boundary that keeps, that kind of faces outward too. So you not only contain, but you also shatter reality. And so right now, I kind of think you're shattering realities, your own reality, other people's reality, and you're kind of responsible for that by delivering some pretty harsh truths. Clearly, you're giving someone a cold shoulder. Clearly, you're needing to keep some resources for yourself, or you're asking something pretty substantial of someone else in order for a bigger dream to be realized. You are going to be abundant and successful and prosperous for sure, as we see with the Lovers. Now, as a bare minimum, I always say minimum, the Lovers is just like a choice. Now, the Lovers can be a lot of different things. It can represent communications and logistics, can also represent love, of course, love and passion, and really those like quote unquote twin flame. I don't really like to use that term, but I think everyone kind of has a general understanding of what that means. Kind of a twin flame quality, deep passion, deep sexuality, deep connection. But really for you, I do think it is a choice. That there's a choice involved for you this month, and you have to make it, because it is kind of a now or never kind of deal. And you are going to have to do that reallocation of resources. And again, this Queen of Cups or this Knight of Swords, if it's one or two people, I'm not sure, but they definitely are going to feel the effects of that, and they're not going to be super happy about it. Now, the Eight of Cups is a suggestion that you are moving away from something comfortable and moving towards something that is uncomfortable. When we have the Eight of Cups, that's usually a choice in and of itself, because it is a choice that very few people will understand. It does require you to walk a path of a little bit of, I'll use the word scarcity, but I don't mean that you don't have abundance in your life, but I mean like there's not a lot that you can really bring with you, right? The only thing that you can really bring with you is your internal wisdom. Now, this may be someone, again, I don't think this is a bad person by any means. I just think you see the world in a completely different way. There's a big disconnect in how you're seeing the world, how you're seeing the outcome, how you're seeing this path. If this is a spouse and you are needing a supportive partner, they may be supportive, but there's still going to be like a lot of like, well, you need to tell me where's the money going, and well, how are we going to do this? And there's going to be a lot of inquiry. Now, if you're in a healthy relationship, that's not a problem, because you're obviously going to be really concerned about their needs as well. If you're in an unhealthy relationship, this can probably become problematic, because this is going to get really annoying, because their insecurities are likely to come out, and what you need is not insecurity. What you need is support. So it's going to vary for each of you how this relationship really goes down. And if it's an unhealthy relationship, it's really possible that this could be a pretty substantial turning point for the relationship, meaning maybe it may be coming to either a close or an end, or a pretty substantial transformation is required in order for the relationship to survive. These are hefty cards, you know, when you're all going to handle it in your own way. And when someone is not in control or doesn't purposefully create a tower, and they are merely like having in a position where they have to react to a tower that someone else caused, that can put them in a resentful place if they're not self-aware, okay? And that resentment can then be projected. Whether fair or unfair, it doesn't really matter. They're uncomfortable, they are out of sorts, and they are going to have to direct the energy somewhere if they don't know how to deal with it internally. Now, as the sun traverses the 8th house for you guys for the better part of August, you know, there are going to be a lot of, definitely any obligations, anything that's making you feel burdened or buried under, you know, things that are kind of burying you under, like 8th house is a house of death, right? Here's the 8th house, the house of death, and death, you get buried in the ground, right? So anything that's making you feel buried or suffocated, or, you know, there's like these legal bonds or these legal obligations that you may have to fulfill even though you don't necessarily want to, you know, a lot of those things are going to be amplified. If there are financial decisions, right, there's a lot regarding shared resources and resources of the spouse, marital funds, all that kind of stuff. So especially if you are in an established bond, this is definitely your relationship. But if you're totally single, this may speak more toward a work relationship or a friendship or a parent-child relationship or something, okay? So just kind of, you can have an open mind in terms of how that is. But it is going to require significant conscious transformation on the part of both parties in order for everything to kind of work out well, okay? Now, I want to pull out the clarifiers because I have a feeling that a lot of information is going to come out once we pull these cards. Now, really quick, for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we'll cover in the comprehensive reading. The link will be found for that in both the description box and the comment thread down below. We normally talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about these cards. Now, I'm switching up my website platform, so you can still just purchase just one video. That's no problem. It'll just be a different sort of checkout process. But if you want to subscribe, you can as well. You can subscribe to just a single zodiac sign, which is the same price and everything. It just, all it is that you just get it automatically, so you don't have to go through the purchase process every single month. You can do that for a single zodiac sign, or you can buy all 12 signs. Again, that's the same as how it's always been, just with a subscription to make it easier. And then I also have my Soul Seekers group, which will automatically get all 12 every month, plus tons of other exclusive content. So you can check out what that is in the description box in the comment thread down below. So now these cards, again, covered in the comprehensive. So we're going to start with the King of Cups. So we start off with the Page of Swords to clarify the King of Cups. We have a Hanged Man. And a Queen of Swords. Beautiful. See, you seem to have the vision. Another tower in the environment. 2 towers. And I don't know that this Queen of Cups, Knight of Swords person has the vision. When I see that Knight of Swords, I always see someone who's pretty short-sighted. You know, like they just can't see. 3 of Wands. They have a very, oops, well, that card went flying. Hold on. And we have the 6 of Swords. Okay. Now let's clarify the 10 cards. So we've got the Knight of Coins. Beautiful Ace of Swords. I really do like the swords for you. Like I say, it's not a cerebral month, because I don't know that it needs to be. I think that your vision is pretty well defined. And now it's just a matter of following your gut. And a 5 of Swords. There's the doubts that I was talking about. Okay. We have the Knight of Swords. Hanged Man reversed. Yeah, the only reason this person is acting that way is because they just don't have control. They're a good person, you know, and they mean well, and they do have good intentions, but they just... 7 of Swords reversed. They just don't see it the way you see it, full reversed. And they want that, like, surety. They want to be sure before they take steps. And you're kind of like, look, you can't be sure. That's not how it works. That's not how life works. A lot of reversals coming out for that Queen of Cups. See what? I had a weird feeling about her. Temperance. Knight of Coins, upright. An Emperor. Three of Coins. Justice, beautiful. I think when the Tower happens, that's a true indication for you, Capricorn, that like things are about to really start happening for you. And it's clearing a path. 10 of Coins. It's clearing a path to the 10 of Coins. That your venture, okay, your path is going to be lucrative. That was the word of the month last month, lucrative. Seeing a lot more of that again this month. 2 of Cups. Another 4 of Coins reversed, which is interesting. High Priestess. 10 of Cups. 9 of Swords. 10 of Wands. 4 of Swords. Hierophant reversed. 5 of Cups, Queen of Coins. 3 of Cups. King of Wands. King of Swords. And the Lovers. Eight of Wands. Well, oh shoot. You know, I was trying not to do the bottom of the deck, but I did it for Sagittarius. I'll do it for you. I just out of habit pulled the bottom of the deck. But this is where we'll pick up in the comprehensive reading, okay? So if you want to join me, you are more than welcome. Again, all the information can be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. All right, thank you so much. Have a great August, Capricorn. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, Aquarius. Welcome to your August 2022 tarot card reading. I hope you guys are doing amazing. So doing something just a little bit different since I'm using my giant deck. These cards are a little bit too big, so I'm not pulling out all the oracles that I normally do, which is fine. But we pulled out 10 instead of 9. But we're still going to start off in the same way that we normally start off, which is over here with the Queen of Cups, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you this month of August. So Queen of Cups is really led by her heart space. She doesn't necessarily think like with her, I'm not saying she doesn't use her brain or anything, but she doesn't really make decisions rooted in like the logic. She goes based on what really feels right. And sometimes that's hard because there's not a lot of evidence to really back up as to why that feels right. In fact, probably and most likely, the thing that feels the most right is probably the scariest and probably the thing that affects the most people. And I think the universe is really calling you up here to be really quiet within yourself, at least at some point during the month, to be really quiet within yourself and to sort of convene or commune with spirit, I guess we could say. And to kind of have this heart to heart and say, hey, look, universe, like, I understand that there are things that I, as kind of a self, a human being, wants, but I also kind of feel like there's a higher purpose for me that may transcend those things. And if that's the case, then that's really the path that I want to go. And if you want to be so kind as to reveal it to me, universe, then please do it now. And I think the universe will reveal it to you in the form of desire. And that's the Ace of Wands. Now, the Ace of Wands has been coming out like full force this month because I'm pulling out an ace. In addition to the card that signifies what the universe needs from you, I'm pulling out an ace to help support it. So like with the power of which element? So with the power of fire. So Queen of Cups with the power of fire. And when we have a water and fire element coming out, I mean, this is really rooted in passion and pure will. Okay, we don't have the swords, which are about thoughts. We don't have the coins, which is practical. This is just like a little bit chaotic. This is extraordinary passion. And right now we also have the Judgment in the environment position, which tells me that there's going to be some kind of a revelation of some kind, and that you're going to be aligning with your karma to some degree. Now, for you guys, okay, starting on August 1st, we have this Mars-Uranus North Node conjunction at 18 degrees of Taurus in the 4th house. 4th house is a really important house. It's one of the, what we call the moksha houses. It's deeply connected with healing, and healing as a mode or modality for freedom, okay? So the point of all of this is to attain higher levels of freedom within your life. And yes, that can be financial freedom. It can be freedom from a relationship. It can be freedom from a career that doesn't make you happy. Freedom from a group of friends that's pretty toxic, or, whatever. Freedom from any or all of those things. And Judgment is the epiphany. And it's usually going to be in the 4th house. It's going to be more in that heart space. It's going to be more in the that like compulsion realm, like you can't help it, but you have to do this, you have to go here, you have to choose these things, and you don't, like I say, you don't have a lot of evidence to really back that up, and you don't even really have a quality reason as to why that you can offer to other people It's just you're operating in pure faith, which really may make other people feel really insecure or really shaky. But you yourself, Queen of Cups, King of Cups, are not shaky in any way, shape, or form. In fact, I think you feel firmly rooted in these seemingly strange and random choices and decisions. And this insight, this sort of epiphany moment that's going to occur, probably will occur rooted in some kind of relationship that you have, or some kind of situation or circumstance that's going on in your life, where all of a sudden someone says something or does something, and bam, that bolt of lightning comes in and kind of shatters your perspective or your view of what you think is possible for yourself, and ultimately really opens the floodgates, and you can just freaking go for the rest of the year. All right, now we have to remember that Uranus is going retrograde this month. So Mars is conjunct at the very, very beginning of August, but it's going to continue on and enter into Gemini on the 20th, okay? And then it's going to prepare for its retrograde and whatever. But Uranus in North Node is really where the focus is at, because that conjunction, it doesn't just stop there, okay? The nodes, as we know, continually kind of wobble like this, but ultimately they're always going in the retrograde direction. Okay, so the nodes are kind of going like this, and then Uranus is going to be going retrograde as well. So it's going to be with the North Node in Taurus for the rest of the year. So this is not just like, oh, there's this couple of days where all these three planets are coming together. It's like, no, there's like a good 4 or 5 months where Uranus and North Node are together. And that's going to be still in a square with Saturn over in Aquarius, okay? So that change, it may not be like one day moment, boom, but it's probably going to be a rapid series of events, or a rapid series of synchronicities or signs or epiphanies that officially make you go, holy cow, I really am starting to see the big picture now. I'm starting to understand, and I'm really ready to move in that new direction. And like I say, you're firmly rooted in that. I don't know that you're going to have a lot of questioning in that. I kind of am getting the image of Noah building the ark in the middle of the forest, and everyone is kind of looking at him like, what the heck are you doing? Like, shouldn't you be building that out like on the water? He's like, no, I don't need to. But remember, like, it didn't make sense until it did. And that's kind of where you're at. Like, it's not going to make sense until it does. We have the Ace of Coins, which is the suggestion that things are going to be coming in. We have another Ace of Wands to kind of back up the Ace of Wands over here. So there are going to be a lot of openings for you. And some of them will be more interesting than others. Some of them will sort of trigger your passion a little bit more than others. Some of them will be more financially practical than others. It really just depends on where your priorities are right now. You're not going to be able to take everything that comes your way, and you wouldn't want to anyway, otherwise you'd be way overwhelmed. This is about selecting, and my favorite word lately is to curate, right? You're very specifically selecting certain events and people and opportunities, bringing them into your life and truly cultivating them. See, a King of Coins is not going to waste his time with anything that isn't lucrative. And he's not going to waste his time with anything that isn't going to grow or that isn't going to be ultimately prosperous for him. So he knows, right? Because he just kind of has that mind, that investor mindset. When I say investor, I don't necessarily only mean an investor like in the markets. I mean an investor of any and all kind of resources, which is emotional resources, energetic resources, time as a resource, okay? And he just kind of knows how to allocate his resources in a high quality kind of way. Probably there are going to be two things that are going to be very exciting for you, be really good potentials. Now, it doesn't mean that you're going to have your whole life change this month. I think these are just the potentials that are kind of piggybacking on things that you set in motion, like back in Pisces and Aries season of this year. Okay, so back in like March and April. So these are like piggyback energies. They're piggybacking on previous manifestations And they are going to help those previous things to really take hold and to grow. Now we have this Knight of Wands reversed. I don't think this is you. You have 7th house activity. And to be honest, with Leo season, I am seeing a lot in the realm of relationships this month. Not just for you guys, but especially for you because you have the 7th house activation. And when I look at this Knight of Wands as someone who wants you to believe that they are some like amazing free spirit, but they're actually really closed off. And the whole free spirit shtick is actually like a severe trauma response. You know, their lack of commitment, their lack of being able to be vulnerable, or their lack of intimacy or whatever. And I kind of see this as being someone who really commands a lot of attention. But again, it's like not attention really toward their true self, but attention toward this facade. And because you're in such an authentic place, that facade is going to be really transparent and it's going to kind of bother you. Like the inauthenticity that they are exhibiting is going to be pretty annoying. And I don't know that this is someone that you're going to be able to really be around for that long. Now, if this is like a romantic partner, this may be a struggle because they may be demanding a lot of attention. Now, we have to remember that the sun is in rulership over in Leo and Saturn is in rulership over in Aquarius. So to have these two incredibly potent planets being in rulership and being in opposition with one another, it's kind of like who's going to win, the sun or Saturn, right? And because the sun is so huge, it's probably that the sun is going to win, and that means that the 7th house energy is going to win, meaning this Knight of Wands person, like you're not going to be able to change them, you're not going to be able to bend them, you're just going to have to kind of let them learn their lessons or whatever. But see, you are the one that's manifested in a more mature way, which is why there's really nothing for you to do, and you definitely shouldn't be doing anything. You shouldn't be trying to fix or anything. It's just let them be what they need to be right now, because maybe they just really need to be that. And I do see them being very stuck with that six of swords. It's like they're trying to convince people that they're really going somewhere, but you look at them in 1 second, you're like, they're not going anywhere. You know, and I'm not sitting here trying to like bad talk or be extraordinarily judgmental toward like the other person. It's just that you need to know the difference in the vibration. All right. Because I don't want to get you to get caught up, and I don't think you will. It's too visible for you. It's too visible in the same way it's too obvious for me. And you have your own stuff to worry about. I got Saturn, 9 of Swords, the Tower. You've got your own stuff to really worry about. And playing someone else's game is just really not a part of that. I really am hoping that this is not a spouse, because if this is a spouse for some of you, this could be like just a really, like I say, it's an irritable situation. It doesn't mean you're going to be breaking up or whatever, unless the relationship is super rocky already and has been struggling already. And again, that won't apply for all of you. Some of you are in really healthy relationships. But if it is a marriage, or if it is an established bond, and that resonates with you in terms of that's how your partner is acting, it's probably best for you to just be, you know, as emotionally supportive as you can, but also keep your head down and really focus on your own aces here, and not necessarily play into it. It's probable that there is a part of this person that is really just needing love, but I also don't know how capable they are of truly receiving it either. And I think that's the hard part, is it's clear to see that they may be struggling with some kind of childhood trauma or some kind of childhood wound. They're needing the validation, they're needing the ego stroke. But even if you did give it to them, it wouldn't really have the intended effect, because they wouldn't really know how to receive it, because they haven't learned how to receive it yet. You see? That's why you have to kind of just let it be. And there's instability with the Four of Wands, especially with that energy in your fourth house. I mean, some of you may be really thinking of uprooting. You know, you're uprooting your actual home environment. You're uprooting and moving away from your families. You're uprooting yourself from your established career. You're uprooting, you know, maybe some of you are retiring. You know, like there's definitely a change, an internal change at a minimum. And usually internal changes, eventually the outside world will catch up with those, and there will be external changes as well. But I think the role of this person in this weird situation, the role of this is to really keep you focused over here and to keep you focused on the authenticity of your heart. You know, because if you're over here making decisions that can't really be explained, this person isn't really going to handle that very well, because they are already kind of exhibiting some chaotic tendencies. And if they don't have something solid to really chew on, it may kind of amplify the situation in not necessarily the best kind of way. So I am seeing an element of secrecy, and the water signs are usually really good at that, especially we've got Cancer and Scorpio, so especially those two. Pisces sometimes, yeah, but Pisces also can have issues with boundaries. But Cancer and Scorpio, they've got those kind of exoskeletons, right? We've got the crab, we've got the scorpion. They have those exoskeletons, so they have these incredibly tough shells, which makes it easier for them to keep things quiet and private, and to allow things to happen behind closed doors, and to not let the whole world in. And because you're working on certain manifestations, and these aces are intended to piggyback on past things that you've already set into motion, you know, it's really going to demand your attention. And you're not going to have the energy to give this kind of situation attention, because this is just a sinkhole. And there's already potential for instability anyway. And it's like, you don't want to fuel the fire, right? This is a fire sign. You don't want to fuel the fire here by contributing to it in a false kind of way. And you definitely don't want to be building up any kind of resentment or anything. So yeah, you may go a little bit cold, the devil. And I have a feeling that Aquarius has felt very on the outskirts of society the past couple of years, you know, since the end of 2020, when Saturn entered into Aquarius and did that conjunction with Jupiter. What was that? The 21st of December of 2020. It was on the solstice, I think. And I think that was the date, if I remember correctly. But regardless, it was a day, or give or take a couple days. But Saturn in Aquarius, I mean, Saturn really does, you know, in traditional astrology, it was the last planet before we had Pluto, Neptune, and Uranus. So it was considered the edge of the universe, the edge of the solar system. And not only was it a boundary for everything contained inside of it, but it also was facing the outside and the chaotic universe on the other side. So it was also about dissolving reality and dissolving those bounds as well. Boundaries and lack of boundaries, all those dualities all wrapped up in Saturn. And I feel like that Saturnian energy, feeling really contemplative and really on the outskirts of society, and feeling really detached from your communities, and you know, maybe even some levels of your own beliefs you felt very disconnected from over the past couple of years. And that aloofness, you know, sometimes it gets quite daunting, but it also gives you an incredible perspective, and it opens the doors for a lot of things, because again, you're on the outside of society, on the outside of humanity, but you're also kind of opening the door for the rest of everything else. So there's a mystical and a magical component. So maybe some of your energies have been more focused toward the mystical and the magical over the past couple of years. You've been focused on manifestation. You've been focused on the metaphysical and doing deep meditation and growing and expanding your own consciousness. And that's something this Knight of Wands, again, like they want you to think they're all this incredible free spirit, but they're really not. they're really running away and living a life of some kind of pain to some degree, you know, and they're trying to cover it up by this specific lifestyle or this specific facade that they're projecting, but they can't do that with you. And I think that's one of the reasons why they may act a little kind of out there or a little bit fresh with you, because they know that you know that they're projecting. They know that you know that what they are projecting isn't a true representation of their most authentic self. Now, there's no judgment going on. Now, we have a judgment card, but I don't often see true judgment coming through this. This is more about you looking within yourself, engaging yourself, and aiming to live a life that is better karmically aligned. Not necessarily you projecting judgment on others, but you exhibiting good judgment for yourself in your life. And this is probably a good opportunity for you to really do that, because as I said, you may not be really participating in this because you're just like, you know what, you got to do what you got to do. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And that mirror effect probably isn't going to set very well with this Knight of Wands. In fact, you may actually be this cold, harsh mirror, this cold, harsh reality for them. You see, you're kind of the one, as being the host of Saturn right now, kind of divvying out harsh realities, not intentionally, but just simply by you being who you are. Other people, it's like when they look in their sunglasses and in your sunglasses and they see their reflection, they might not like what they see, but that has nothing to do with you. But we know that you're still working on your own stuff. And I know I went on a whole rant about this. I did that with Capricorn too. There's definitely a lot of like you and them kind of vibes going on there. And probably is the same is going to be true for Aries rising as well. But you're fixing to make big change. And that change is totally aside from them. Changes that you are making can be a little bit scary. Because like I say, there's no real logic or rationalization that you can truly offer. And for a highly cerebral sign, and usually a quite intelligent sign, sometimes operating in that way from pure heart and spirit can be a little uncomfortable. I mean, you're still a human being. We all have that kind of spiritual component. But when we leave our mind out of it, that's usually when we start kind of getting into completely unknown territory and unknown terrain, because that's just not really how our world works. We weren't cultivated. We weren't trained, for the most part, most of us. We weren't trained to say, screw what your head says. What does your heart say? You know, because we're always taught to think it through, and you make a pros and a cons list, and you do all these things, should I or shouldn't I, or what is the potential outcome? What's my break even? What's the potential income that could happen? All these reports and projections, we're always trying to figure it out. And so it's like the lack of doing that is sending your mind into a spiral, because your mind is being left out. But actually, this is what's going to create the greatest level of change in your life in the fastest possible way. Usually it is the mind that slows everything down. But when you take the mind out and you take that chatterbox that's going on in your head all the time, and you take the ego out, and you just operate from purity and from a soul level desire, which is what this Ace of Wands truly represents, things move fast. Other people will feel the effect, by the way. When an Aquarius moves quickly, other people they really feel it. This person is especially going to feel it because you are actually the one that's probably a lot more free-spirited. You have this beautiful stability going on. And it's interesting, we don't normally equate free-spiritedness with stability, but actually that's what free-spiritedness is truly rooted in. When you are stable within yourself, that is when you are truly the most free. In the same way that discipline adds to a great deal of freedom as well. And so even that, this is someone that looks at you and says, wow, they're a lot more free-spirited than me, but I'm the one who identifies as a free spirit. I'm the one that's supposed to be like that. I'm the one that's supposed to be doing that kind of stuff. I'm the one. But here's Aquarius, the one that's actually doing it. And your actions right now, Aquarius, are going to be, there's going to be like this resonance. And then the image that I get a lot with this particular energy is those old medieval wooden or iron doors, like those huge gates. And like when they close, boom, right? And you hear that resonance all throughout like the castle. And I feel like there's that heftiness to this movement for you because it's happening in your 4th house. So this is deeply connected with your root system. When you uproot and you make these changes, you know, there's like a ripple effect for sure. And yet the 8 of Wands is always carrying you somewhere wonderful. It's carrying you toward a beautiful life of prosperity and abundance. And you usually go on this journey with a great sense of joy and passion and excitement and enthusiasm. And normally, this is like one of those places where you're like, I really don't care what someone thinks about me. You know, they can judge me all they want. It does not affect me at all. And again, that's why I'm saying I'm hoping this isn't any of your spouses, because I don't want to see that being a situation that kind of tears a marriage apart. But I mean, for some of you, it might. Others of you, this could be a friend, you know, or a coworker or a boss, or it could just be a family member even. And I think they're going to feel really sad that you've sort of moved on without them. But they're not sad because they feel like they've lost you. They're sad because they don't have the courage to do it themselves. There's going to be a lot more information, I bet, that comes out in the comprehensive reading. So let's get these clarifiers out. So for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, one second. These cards are called the clarifiers, and we're going to do like a full separate reading called the comprehensive reading, where we usually talk for 25 to 30 minutes approximately about all these cards. Now, I do have a new website platform. You can still purchase just like a one-off reading, or you can subscribe, which is super easy for those of you who kind of purchase multiple times a year or every month. Just to kind of simplify the whole purchase process, you can purchase a subscription for just a single zodiac sign or all 12, same as it's always been. And then I also have my Soul Seekers group, which will have access to all 12 every single month, plus a whole bunch of other exclusive content. So just you know, you have options to watch this, and they have options. Now, the purchase process is a little bit different than what it has been, so just kind of keep that in mind. But you'll always have a record of past purchases from this point moving forward. Okay, so let's go ahead and clarify this Queen of Cups. So what else does Aquarius need to know regarding what the universe needs from them? Okay, Magician. Beautiful. Ace of Cups and the Fool. We love to see that now in the environment, which is really what's going on around you. See, I think you just have a very clear idea of what's really happening in your life. 8 of Cups. We have a 3 of Cups and an 8 of Cups. And an Ace of Swords. Beautiful. So now let's start with the 10 cards, starting with the King of Cups, which of course is the Aquarius energy. What else does Aquarius need to know? The Hermit. Yeah, there's definitely an energy of you doing something on your own, you know, that you really might not be able to bring someone else with you on this journey. Ten of Cups reversed. So we have the Moon, Seven of Cups, and a Five of Cups. Okay. Now for this Knight of Wands. See, there's their restriction. Remember what I said? Like, they're not free-spirited at all. They may project that, but they are not free-spirited in the least. The Magician reversed, yeah. Hangman River, wow. Okay, like they're really struggling, and the only thing you can really do is have compassion, okay? Ace of Cups reversed, the Empress. They would never want you to think that they're struggling, though. They would never admit it themselves. And then we have the Death card, okay. Four of Wands reversed. Five of Swords. Five of Wands. Knight of Wands. Ace of Wands reversed. Knight of Swords. Judgment. Okay, I'm getting a sense that other people are trying to like hitch their cart to your horse. And I just don't think that you're just like, no, you can't do that. You got to do this for yourself. You can't just come along for the ride. Page of Coins and Four of Swords reversed. Page of Cups. Seven of Coins. Hierophant. Two of Wands reversed. Another Eight of Cups. King of Swords reversed. Beautiful. We have the World, Chariot, and a Queen of Swords. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So we're going to go through all of these. Again, we'll usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about all these cards. So if you want to join, all the information will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. All right? Thank you guys so much. You know how much I love you. Have an amazing month, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello Pisces, welcome to your August 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go ahead and delve right in with the King of Coins, which is right here, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you right now. Now, of course, a King of Coins is a really strong energy, and it demands your conviction and your purest sense of value. And it needs you to see your own value, to see your own worth, to have that self-respect. And I think that really means, doing the things that you say you're going to do and living the type of life that you say you want to live and making the changes that you say you want to make. It's really like living up to your own word. And King of Coins can be a really stubborn person, but sometimes that can be a good thing. Not always, but sometimes it can be, because that stubbornness is what it's kind of like the determination that's required to actually make those changes. Now, this is a card of Taurus. Now, when I look at Taurus in your chart, right, we've got Taurus in the third house. We have this North Node Uranus conjunction with Mars on August 1st, but it's not only just that. Mars is going to move on into Gemini on the 20th. And a few days after that, on the 24th, Uranus is going to be going retrograde. And because the North Node always kind of moves in that, it kind of wobbles, but it kind of always moves in that retrograde motion. So Uranus goes retrograde and it's going to go right along with that North Node for the rest of the year. So for you, this is huge revolution happening in the way that you think, in the way that your mind processes things. And, you know, you're going to have to kind of come to grips with, we've got the Nine of Swords over here, but we've got, you know, you're going to have to come to grips with areas where you have been unbendable. And as a Pisces, that's kind of something you're like, but wait a second, but I'm a Pisces, you know, I'm mutable water, I'm so fluid, I'm so flowy. Yeah, but we all have Taurus in our chart somewhere, just like we all have Capricorn in our chart somewhere, and we all have Scorpio in our chart somewhere, right? And there's always these areas where we, you know, have more rigidity than in others. And now I'm doing something a little different than what I normally do. So to kind of complement the card that signifies what the universe needs from you, I'm pulling out an ace. And it's like with the power of the element. So for this is, you know, to do the things that I just talked about with the King of Coins, with the power of water, which of course is beautiful for you as a water sign. It's the fluidity, but it's also the love and the compassion, and that compassion really needs to be dedicated toward yourself. Having compassion for your past mistakes, having compassion for, you know, the things that you think you wish you would have done differently and whatnot, and the list goes on and on. But to have that compassion for yourself. Really, the goal here is for you to see your value, to see your worth, to do the things that you say you're going to do. And that's what's really going to be changing your life. You know, by doing the things you say you want to do, that will change your life. Habits will change, actions will change. Now, in Leo's season, we have the sun activating your 6th house. 6th house is all about habits. And as the sun comes into the latter degrees of Leo, it's going to oppose Saturn over in the 12th. And so there is kind of like this breaking of the habit, breaking of the structure, first by illuminating it and then by revising it with Saturn retrograde. Okay, so, you know, over here we have the Chariot, which indicates to me that this is an opportunity, if taken, for Pisces to really get a move on things and to really make a ton of progress really fast. Because you're kind of just right in that sweet spot where perhaps you've gotten a little fed up with the way that things have gone or stretched out, or you're tired of certain patterns, right? And you've reached that breaking point where you're just like, enough. Like, I'm fed up enough. I'm annoyed enough. I'm frustrated enough that I actually am going to make this change. And we're all doing it in some area of our lives because Uranus is conjunct the North Node for all of us. And that North Node is really pulling us into these new realms and into these new chapters of our lives. And the old stuff simply cannot come with us. And the Chariot, you know, the Chariot is a beautiful card of motion and movement and ambition and upward mobility, you know, but we got to travel light. We can't pack up all of our old baggage here, you know, the poor little 2 horses, they can't handle, actually there aren't horses on this one. They're actually, the artwork on this one's a little bit different, but normally on the Chariot card, there's like horses or Sphinx kind of pulling the Chariot. But anyway, and you'll also notice a lot of other people making big moves in their lives too, which might be incredibly motivating to you, right? You see other people. And generally, I often see Pisces as being one of the cheerleaders of the Zodiac, right? So like when you see other people succeeding, you tend to say like, oh my gosh, like that's so cool. Like I kind of had a similar idea and, you know, I'm going to do it too. You know, like there's not a lot of hostility or a lot of jealousy, usually, hopefully not. And so you'll see others succeeding in the ways that you hope to succeed, right? You'll see them succeeding financially. You'll see them succeeding with making the career changes. You'll see them succeeding in their relationships and with their family, situations. And that's going to really instill further determination within yourself to make sure that does happen for you. Now, we start the 10 cards, a little bit of a different setup this month, just because I'm using my giant deck. I figured it was easier for you to see the bigger cards. So we're using 10 cards instead of 9. But we have the 9 of Swords, which is, a lot of mental activity, a lot going on in your head, a lot to think about, a lot to process. Maybe some of you are losing sleep a little bit. Maybe there's this spinning. I'm hearing the word spinning. A lot of questions like, well, what should I do? But I look at these swords and they're pointing straight at the High Priestess. And whenever the High Priestess comes out, it's not only the High Priestess, also the Hierophant. When they both come out, we've got the High Priest and the High Priestess. So we've got these kind of spiritual, divine feminine, divine masculines. And I'm like, this is kind of silly, because when I look at these cards, I'm like, well, you already know. You know exactly what to do. You know exactly what you want. You know exactly where to go. So the question is are you admitting that to yourself? Like if you're trying to start a career path just because it makes more money, but it doesn't really give you the feelings, it doesn't really give you that fulfilling quality. How long is that going to last? And that it doesn't. And I think a lot of this is, rooted in wanting that security. Now, when it comes to security, this upcoming Mars retrograde, which we're going to start feeling specifically through September, but more so through October, okay? Because Mars is going to be entering into Gemini on the 20th of August, and it's going to move a little bit further, and then it's going to hit the first shadow phase through September. And that first shadow phase, the real retrograde doesn't happen officially until very late in October. But I always feel that the first shadow phase is so much more intense than the actual retrograde itself. And even more so than the second shadow phase as well. But that's happening in your 4th house. And so you are going to have some uprooted energy because of that. There's going to be some kind of feelings of insecurity, and, there are going to be a lot of unknowns, and there are going to be a lot of things to really think about, but only if you're not truly aligned. And I would recommend taking time now through August to become as truly aligned as you possibly can, because both the High Priestess and the High Priest are absolutely guiding you toward this kind of center point. This center point of equilibrium that is not operating in the extremes and doesn't project significant expectations out into the universe. Now, it's okay to have expectations for your magic and have expectations for yourself, but when it comes to expectations for anything else, I don't know that that's going to be a really good idea. All the attention really does need to be spent on you, right? Sun coming through the 6th house is a house of self-mastery, is what I always say. 6th house is a difficult house. Okay, it may be Leo season, and that's all very well and good and beautiful and yada, 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 but it's 6th house for you. So there are going to be things that are illuminated that you may not really like about yourself. And it's not for you to be down on yourself. It's to modify the behavior, to modify the habits, to make improvements, to ultimately excel. 6th house pushes us to be our absolute best, to be the most kind, to be the most intelligent, to be the most skilled, to be the most valuable in any way and in any area that we possibly can. Okay? And these two here are really guiding you towards something. Now, we have the Five of Coins and the Five of Swords both reversed. To me, this is it's telling me that this is what's coming crashing down for you. That the thoughts, right? It's third house, North Node, Mars, Uranus, and Taurus. That the way you think about things, the way you think about money, the way you think about... I'm really being drawn toward these people, this person on crutches, you know, there's like illness or there's some kind of, I don't know that this is definitely not the best word to use, but there's like a brokenness to them. I don't know how else to describe it. There's like I don't know whether it's brokenness or like a victimhood, or if these people are just really, really, really struggling, but also at the same time, are they really helping themselves? And some people are in these situations and they're desperately trying to help themselves as much as possible. But for the most part, people who are in this situation really don't. And the question is do you want to be the one that rushes in to try to save the day? My guess is right now, no. Pisces is really drawing that line, really drawing that firm boundary, because anything that gets sucked into this is kind of the antithesis of what your high priest and high priestess are trying to guide you toward. This is pulling away. And so you're pulling away from these situations. Now, this is a situation with maybe a savior complex situation going on, or a damsel in distress situation, or there's, someone who is, maybe they are trying to heal, and that's fine, but I don't really know that there's a lot that you can really do other than to just be supportive, but you also don't want that to become a codependent situation. So again, you have to gauge where you're at and with whom you're dealing, and not every situation is going to be the same. So, but again, be honest with yourself about that situation, okay? Because if you find yourself making excuses and you're like, well, they haven't been through it before, it was their first time, and and you list all the reasons, that's justification and rationalization, which is just going to add to this Nine of Swords, which is more confusion, which is going to really work against where your soul is really trying to get you to go. Five of Swords reversed tells me that you're going to be kind of putting down your weapons, Like, I think Pisces is really tired of fighting for things that, fighting for things that other people just don't want to fight for. And they're tired of the games that others play, or tired of the stories that other people tell. Like the thing with the sixth house, and even as Mercury comes in through Virgo, like we know that Virgo is not one of like the best archetypes. It's a karmic archetype, and it kind of has this coolness, or they call them I'm a Virgo, so I can talk about it, right? They call us like the ice queens. They call us the ice queens because we're responsible, if you know the mythology, for like winter or the freeze, the frost. And that usually happens when someone crosses that boundary one too many times, or they take advantage one too many times, or they lie one too many times. And the minute that the Virgo in archetype, now I can talk about it a little bit because the sun is coming into your seventh house, which is ruled by Virgo. Plus it's also showing up here with the Hermit. So, but once that Virgo energy feels like it's one too many times, boom, that huge, medieval giant wood or metal iron door comes slamming shut, and there's like a resonance, right? Like that accessibility is no longer there. And it can be very cold and very abrupt and very, very effective. And it's not what you want to do. That's the thing. I'm seeing this Seven of Wands, and I see like resistance to that, but there's also protection as well. Like you're not just doing it because you're scared or you're afraid. You're doing it because you have to protect yourself from something that truly doesn't align. doesn't align with the kind of life that you see. And that's what the King of Coins is so important to understand what it is you truly value. What do you value in this world? What do you value in this life? What do you value in your story? And I see this, Seven of Wands as being really on the defensive. And that can be a good thing, and it can be a not so good thing. Of course, you don't want to be on the defensive. No one wants to be on the defensive. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of energy. But given the fact that this is happening, chances are there's going to be a situation or a conversation where you are going to have to be a little bit protective. Protective of your energy, protective of your home, protective of your family, protective of your time. I don't know that the person or people that you're dealing with here, I don't know that they're really going to win, meaning I don't know that they're going to get what they want. And I don't know that they have like an agenda. I'm not trying to say they're all like nefarious or anything. They don't have like this conscious agenda that they're going to try to come in and manipulate you. It's not like that. It's just that they, they're reaching out, but they're not reaching out because they genuinely want help. I'm struggling with the fact that that's what they want. And as you're breaking through your own mental kind of habits here with the Five of Swords, you're going to start to see things. I'm sorry. You're going to start to see things a lot more clearly, and things become a lot more transparent. And anything, if anything, that you have been projecting onto something or someone, suddenly that begins to fade. And the veil, as we know that the High Priestess here has this veil with pomegranates, which represents the access to the underworld, right, where Hades abducted Persephone and brought her down to the underworld. There's a lot going on down in that deep, dark psyche down there. And but when the High Priestess shows up, she's kind of releasing information. She's lifting the veil. And when the veil gets lifted, we have insights, and things do become more transparent. They do become more obvious to us. So when dealing with people who seem to be they seem to be playing a game all by themselves, for that you can have compassion. You can offer compassion and still maintain your boundaries. And I do see strong boundaries with Pisces right now, because I just don't know that you have the patience. And with everyone kind of re-identifying themselves with this Jupiter through Aries transit, I know Jupiter went retrograde last month, Chiron went retrograde last month. I think a lot of people are really feeling that, because it's like now, it's kind of like that feeling of like, now's the time to do that reinvention. Now's the time to redefine your sense of self. But some people are so far gone and so lost, they can't even begin that process, because to reinvent something that was never discovered to begin with would just create chaos. And so, there's that urge to reinvent, but there's that lost little child in there somewhere, but they haven't found it yet. And that's not something that you can really help with. And I think that's been a theme for the past few signs: Capricorn, Aquarius, now Pisces. I don't remember the Sag reading, but I am getting this feeling that like there are people in your life that are going through a growth process, going through a healing process. And like, because you've already gone through it, that there's really not a lot that anyone can do. Like, you have to just let people go through it and make their own connections. And you can be supportive, then that's fine, and you can offer that emotional support, but they're also kind of on their own, because no one knows their story except for them. Now, this Magician reversed indicates to me either a fear or a hesitation to kind of wield your power a little bit. And I think you know that you have power, you know you have magic, you know you have the essence of creation built within, but the question is what do you want to build? What do you want to create? And here's the hermit with his lantern kind of shining on toward this magician. I think you're really leaning more into these three. These are the upright ones. And to me, these are not necessarily creators. They are more just embodiments of wisdom, all three of them. These are not the most active in general. They have a lot to do with your beingness and your attunement, your understanding of your wisdom, your understanding. When I say understanding of your wisdom, it's like some people know things, and then there are other people who truly understand them. Huge difference. You're someone that understands the spiritual realm very well. You're someone that understands yourself very well. You understand the healing process. You understand the growth process, right? So here you are as kind of like this full-on encapsulation of understanding, which sometimes when you're here, you realize you don't really have to create. You don't really have to make a lot happen because you know that just by being, you are still creating. This is more of like okay, I'm going to go create now, kind of deal. I'm going to go make something happen. This is more proactive. This is a lot more passive. However, this can be just as powerful, if not more powerful. This creates things in the physical realm very well. Very, very well. Also does the Hierophant too. And we have the Two of Wands, which is the vision, which, with the King of Coins, do you value yourself enough to truly dream the dream that you really wish to dream? There was a lot of that talk last year near, like during Libra and Scorpio season, especially of last year. There was a lot of that talk because of the eclipse in Taurus. And it was about dreaming big. And some people really, really, really struggled with asking for what they really want, because inherently they don't feel like they can get it. And now that may be derived from a feeling of non-deserving, and it may come from a feeling of, well, it's not available, scarcity, whatever. But if you didn't dream big last year, you're kind of getting a second chance. So when you're thinking about the vision and the overall outcome of your life, so yes, your financial life, and yes, your romantic life, yes, your children, yes, your family, yes, your home and your friends and your physical health and your sex life and your spiritual development and all the things, like now is a time to not hold back and to really say to yourself, am I making decisions that are truly in line with what I say that I want? Because I think between last year and now, last November and now, there have been a few, not just for Pisces, but for a lot of people, a few little hiccups along the way. But it's okay. Hiccups are good because they get us into that state of consciousness, so the next time it happens, we can make the better choice. Right? Like you say you want this incredible love life, but then you're going to settle for someone who doesn't maybe necessarily treat you the best just simply because they're kind of hot and maybe you have like a sexual connection and they're there. Right? It's like, but that's not what you really want. So why are you just taking what you can get? See, the thing with the King of Coins is he will wait and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. Patience up the wazoo. because he knows that nothing is worth settling for. And he never would. See, Four of Cups. Would never just take just anything. See, that's the thing about Leo season, right? If any of you have any Leo in your chart, I'm sure a lot of you do. I've got my Venus in there. And the one thing about Leo that I know for sure is that it really likes the one-of-a-kind type of stuff. Really special stuff, really unique. It loves things to be something that you can't just go to like Target and buy. Like you can't just go to Home Goods and buy it. You can't just go to the, this online boutique and buy it. Like you have to, you can have that stuff too, but there's always like these pieces, whether it's an accessory or like a picture frame or something. There's always something that has that unique quality. And when you kind of really curate your life in that way of saying like, I want the really special stuff, that standard increases and people start to fall away. Naturally, organically, painlessly. Okay, let's pull out some clarifiers. So for those of you who are new to my channel, I'm going to pull out a whole bunch of cards here to clarify this reading, and we are going to cover that in the comprehensive reading, and the link and information for that will be found in the description box down below. We normally talk for like another 25 to 30 minutes about these cards, so it's kind of like a whole second reading. Now, I do have a new website. There may be some technical issues, so I'm so sorry about that. From my end, it seems like it's working okay, but it's a brand new launch, so I'm kind of like in beta testing, so bear with me. But you should be able to just continue to buy the comprehensive like you always could, like just a one-off, or you can subscribe. The reason why I set that up is just some people buy every month, and it's probably is a lot easier to just have that option to be able to just have automatic access to it every month as soon as it's published. And you can also join my Soul Seekers group, which I'm super, super excited about, which of course you'll have access to all 12 comprehensive videos every single month, and a lot of also like more exclusive content, webinars, and kind of educational content as well for reading your own astrology chart and whatnot. So there's going to be a lot of stuff in there. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. So we're going to pull out for the King of Coins now. See, 10 of Coins. gotta allow yourself to have the best, and allow yourself to feel like you actually can have the best. And the Four of Wands, beautiful. The Fool. And then we have the Four of Coins. And 10 of Swords. Okay. Now let's see. Okay, we got reversals in here too. So let's start with the 9 of Swords. 8 of Wands. Okay, we have Temperance and the 6 of Swords. Temperance is reversed. Ace of Wands. Page of Wands. Oh, another High Priestess. Let's pull out one more card for her. 4 of Swords reversed. Okay. Queen of Wands. Knight of Coins reversed. 9 of Coins reversed. Okay. There are definitely issues of self-worth with someone that you're dealing with. So that's a huge... See, you've got a lot of self-worth focus for you. They do too, but the difference is... you're maybe working with that in a more positive and a less destructive way. Not to say that you're like better than anybody else, it's just a choice. Just different choices are being made. 8 of Coins. Three of Cups. Another 5 of Coins. Hold on. I'm not going to take that whole pile. Nine of Cups. Hanged Man reversed. Ace of Swords reversed. Another 3 of Swords. Something's really weird about that energy there. That Magician is giving me weird vibes. Another 10 of Coins, beautiful. We love to see that. 2 of Cups, also beautiful. Tower reversed. Another 4 of Cups. Fool reversed. 10 of Wands reversed. 7 of Coins, Page of Cups, and 2 of Coins. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. Again, all that information will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. All right, thank you so much, you guys. Talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello Aries, welcome to your August 2022 tarot card reading. I hope you are doing amazing. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the Knight of Coins, which is this card right here. Now, this card signifies what the universe needs from you this month. So a Knight of Coins is a really practical energy, all right? It's just really all about doing the things, right? You have a plan, and you just kind of schedule your day and you tick those tasks off your to-do list one at a time. It's not the most exciting energy, but it's one of the most productive. It's one of those cards that, you know, if you're not like naturally built like that, it's kind of like, oh man, like I got to do all this normal stuff, all this mundane stuff. But yet ultimately, those are the kinds of things that propel you and act as some kind of a foundation for you to climb really high. Now, in addition to this, I also decided, since I'm using my giant cards, so nothing's like fitting the way it normally does. So I'm not pulling out all the oracles. So in addition to this card, I figured I'd pull out an ace. So an Ace of Cups, or in this case, it's the Wands, right? Cups, Coins, Swords, whatever. The Ace of Wands has been relentless this month. I think it's because it's Leo season. It's like really wants that fire. Now, the way that you kind of go about doing the things of the Knight of Coins is through this passion for what it is you truly desire. Now, I think there's a lot coming out regarding your habits, regarding the way you kind of live your everyday and your ordinary life. And if there are things within that spectrum that are either unhealthy or unnecessary or a waste of time or that are not helping you in some way, it's very probable that those things are going to like get cut. Okay, because right now your passion is really driving you forward, and it's your passion for a multitude of things. Your passion for, you know, more money, your passion for an enhanced lifestyle, your passion for a better relationship, your passion to also like sometimes get out of one thing and move into another thing. Now with death over here in the environment position, there's a suggestion that Aries really is approaching this point in time where like you really can't go back to the way it used to be anymore. Like there's some kind of core fundamental change from within occurring for Aries. And new endeavors built upon this person that you are becoming, they will be lucrative, but right now it's more about the transition itself. This is highly transitory, this death card. This is not final by any stretch of the imagination. Now you've got the South Node going through your 8th house, right? South Node going through Scorpio. And so when it comes to fears and feeling burdened or feeling overwhelmed or feeling like you're getting buried under by something. I think there's a lot of money themes for Aries right now because of the nodes and because of Mars coming through your second house. Plus you also have Jupiter in your first house as well. So there's that desire for an expansion of self, and often money and resources and better lifestyle go along with that. But I do suspect that if you are feeling buried underneath something or overwhelmed by something, or if there are, dreams that seem a little unattainable and they feel heavy because of the seeming unattainability, that's probably going to come to an end, right? And that's rooted in your daily habits. It's rooted in how you treat yourself based on what you do, right? So like simple things, household things, doing your laundry, doing your dishes, having a clean refrigerator, having a clean bathroom and bedroom, and having a clean car, and going and working out and eating and choosing food that is healthy and good for you, and choosing to do an exercise regimen if you don't already do that, right? Like doing those kinds of things and choosing those kinds of things is what is going to facilitate this transition from truly to facilitate its occurrence. Okay. So as we get into the 10 cards now, we have this, 8 of Swords, which is, you feel tied up, right? She's all tied up. She's got her blindfold on. She's got all these swords surrounding her. She can't really see a way out, but she's also not really looking either. But it's like she wants to look, but she can't because of the blindfold. But she could also just walk straight forward and get out. If you're in some kind of a situation that feels uncomfortable, or it feels like something that you don't want, you have to really take a step back and say, okay, well, am I creating this in my mind first and foremost? Am I making something out of it that isn't necessarily the reality? Am I projecting meaning onto something? Am I saying, well, I can't do X because of Y and Z reasons? And is that even really true? So this is you kind of having a, if I could call it a come to Jesus moment with yourself, about being really honest with how your mind is maybe even playing tricks on itself, and kind of clearing up anything that might be going on. If there are any excuses, if there are any rationalizations, if there are any, reasons, I guess we could say, that you're using. Now, I'm not saying there aren't reasons for things, but if you're using the reasons as a reason to not do something, that's when it becomes an 8 of Swords situation. And that's when you feel stuck and it feels like you can't get out. But all evidence to the contrary, the universe wants you to get out and it's facilitating that for you right now. So this is a month of turnaround in some way, right? You kind of take that power back and you say, okay, I am absolutely 100% ready for this change in my life. And it's going to start with how I treat myself on a daily basis, how I treat myself with respect, self-respect, right? And challenging myself for growth and challenging myself to become a little bit of a so this is a Virgo energy, okay? So the Virgo energy is in a lot of ways, sixth house, a lot of ways about self-mastery. And that's why there's all that like criticism and judgment associated with that Virgo archetype, because there is that desire to be the best that you can possibly be. All right. So that can either be very destructive or very constructive. In this case, I feel that it is constructive because it's being driven by this passion and this true desire for evolution on your part. And because that true desire for evolution is pure, the universe is kind of parting your path, like parting the Red Seas a little bit. We have the 4 of Coins in the reversal, which is a suggestion of letting something go, of kind of unclenching, if you will. Sometimes we don't realize just how clenched and determined we are to hang on to our Eight of Swords. And then something happens in our life, or a light bulb turns on in our head, or we just all of a sudden one day just have a different perspective of something. We have some kind of an awakening moment. And then we start to realize that it is within our power to loosen our grip on something that's actually hurting us. Now we have this Nine of Wands, which does represent some kind of a boundary or establishing some kind of boundary. Now, you may be in a vulnerable state right now because of this change that you're going through. I mean, we're all going through change. I mean, that's kind of a silly word to even use at this point. But I mean, really, Mars conjunct North Node, conjunct Uranus in Taurus, the most stubborn zodiac sign that ever was, right? And when I say I don't mean all Taurian people, okay? I mean that archetype as fixed earth. It's very dense, it's very heavy and immovable. And yet Uranus is going through there and Mars is going through there, really activating that revolutionary change quality of Uranus. And we have the capability now to overcome our own resistance. And when we do that, though, we are opening ourselves up to a new self, with Jupiter in Aries as well, a new self, a new identity. And that can be an excruciatingly vulnerable process because you're still trying to figure out like who you really are to a degree. Because you're shedding all these notions that you held, but these notions were not helpful. They were keeping you in one spot. Now, for some of you, this is financial, right? Like you may have great income and be super blessed, but it's also maybe difficult because you don't have the independence that you would like. So now you want a change in lifestyle. Maybe this is relationship stuff and you kind of found yourself caught in some kind of a spiral with relationships and you officially want to get out of that particular patterning, right? So this could speak to you in so many different ways. But remember, these small actions, these mundane, everyday, seemingly totally regular and unimportant actions, they are indicative of how you treat yourself. And when you treat yourself really, really well, it is more likely that other people will come in that treat you really well as well. And when you treat yourself well, you absolutely do not have patience for people who do not treat you well. That's for sure the case. Your patience for rudeness, your patience for someone who doesn't have an understanding of boundaries, your patience for disrespect, it's like zero, right? Absolutely not. And so that Nine of Wands is both, protecting your vulnerable transitory process, and it's also keeping out the people who have their own issues that they haven't worked out yet, and so this is all for the sake of your own, here you are, card of Aries, this is all for the sake of what you are going after. Queen of Wands is highly ambitious. She most certainly, she's like a bulldog, or, she grabs that bull by the horn and she's like, all right, come on, let's go. So with the Ace of Wands, with the Knight of Coins, with the Queen of Wands, she has the drive. This one may kind of plunk along a little bit, just kind of slow. It's an earth sign, so it's just kind of like da 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 da. She's more like heavy metal kind of energy. It's just like, rah, like let's go. And she's beautiful and graceful and elegant in what she does, but she's also incredibly determined, and she's not necessarily the most outcome-oriented person. Okay, I think she is someone that really, really loves the process of getting there. She loves the process of learning. She loves the process of growth. She loves the process of development, because it all has to do with who she is and how she changes over time. And I think she really loves changing. She loves discovering new aspects of herself. She loves playing different roles in her life and trying on all these different hats and working with all different types of people. And, you know, she enjoys that. And she loves helping, and she loves providing something of value in the world. And she, again, it's not about like the money, but yet the money still comes. 9 of Coins. Queen of Wands is always taken care of. She is always comfortable. She is always, you know, in tune with the influx and the outflux of resources. And when you are capable of letting money flow out of your life without that fear, now I say money, could be any kind of resource, but when you're capable of letting those resources out of your life without that fear or desperation or that grasping, right? You're letting go of the grasping here. That is when actually more can come in. So this is about letting things out and letting things in. Death. It's about death and rebirth. It's both. It's a process that contains both, in the way that a coin has 2 sides. You cannot have a coin with only one side. Okay, so there's a lot of inflow for you, and I think that, you know, affluence is kind of something that is intriguing for you right now, and it's the process of becoming affluent, the process of becoming wealthy, the process of becoming prosperous. And, you know, this is not a prosperous place. Now, I'm not saying you don't have things that you are super grateful for, right? Like, I'm sure you have a beautiful home. I'm sure you have a beautiful family, or you have a beautiful job or whatever. Like, I know that there are things that you're so grateful for. But this really is a process of becoming something that you've always dreamt of truly becoming. Now, this Queen of Cups, I feel like there's an outside influence, and I'm getting a lot of like watery energy. So you may be dealing with a watery type of person. Might be a Scorpio, might be a Pisces or a Cancer as well. But I feel like there is someone who, you know, I say she because it's a Queen of Cups, but it could be really anybody in your life. I may just say she because of that, but you know what I mean. The Queen of Cups is a person that, I love that she has the Holy Grail, right? Because this is someone that truly understands her inherent worth and her inherent value, and she knows that she herself is the Holy Grail, or that the Holy Grail is truly contained within. Like, she knows who she is. And she's also a deeply kind and caring person. You know, she's not this vindictive, spiteful, manipulative person. No, she's someone that is kind and good and compassionate and charitable, but she also, you know, has grown in the world, so the worldly success kind of matches her charitable nature. And there's something about this individual that really strikes you. The reason why I'm feeling that, because this is an equal person. We've got 2 queens. They're lining up. This is an equal person on every playing field. But for whatever reason, this Queen of Cups is an inspiration for you. Maybe this is someone where you see that it's possible for you, right? Your 9 of Coins is possible for you. Maybe this is someone that shows, I can't quite put my finger on it exactly, but there's just something that just really, you really like. Let's just leave it at that. There's just something that you really like. And I think this person is coming into your life specifically right now to get you out of your 8 of Swords place. That their role, their presence in your life. So there should not be any jealousy or anything, which I don't normally see that with my Aries. But if there is, you know, there shouldn't be any jealousy or any envy or any, you know, wanting. I mean, you can want what someone else has, but you can do that without the gross emotion of jealousy and envy. This person is a muse. right? They are a muse for you to leverage. Because this queen, this high priestess, she's like the protector of this veil, right? And we have the veil with the pomegranates inside, or kind of on the fabric, and she, you know, represents the guardian or the gatekeeper of like the underworld. And when she lifts that veil, information surfaces. It's not always like trauma. I don't think it's trauma for you this month. I think it's desire. Ace of Wands. Leo season, right? Strong Leo season. It's desire. And like, I think on some level, like, you know that you want something, and you've known that you've wanted something. But it's not about wanting the thing, wanting that end result. It's about wanting to do the process that is required to get you to the thing. That's why he's coming out, because he's process oriented. The Knight is always going to keep you on track. And yet maybe it's been the process that you haven't wanted to go through. So the desire is shifting from an outcome-based desire to a process-based desire. Saying, yes, universe, I want to go through this process. Because it's the process that actually offers the most wisdom. If you just got everything, you wouldn't learn anything. And that's the whole point of being on Earth, is to learn stuff, right? We learn so much about not only ourselves, but just this kind of physical world, this physical universe. That we learn so much about manipulating energy and playing with thoughts and our emotions and understanding how all those things really come together. And now this is more operating in the more material world, learning how to manipulate and work with the material for a specific goal. Now we have the Lovers in the reversal. This is a Gemini card, all right? And on the most basic level, I always say this is about choice. You know, you open up any tarot reading book out there in the world, and the Lovers is always number one. It's just a choice. Okay, so we have choices. We have communication with the Lovers. We have logistics and our intellectual mind. We have our dualities. And then we can also have like actual lovers, two people. But in your instance, with this reverse, I'm really I always pay attention to like this mountain here that kind of wedges in between these two people. Sometimes I feel like that wedge kind of keeps two people apart. And you may feel very disconnected from something or someone in your life right now. And you may even feel a little bit disconnected from your mind as well. I don't know. Like, yes, Mercury is going into Virgo, so Mercury will be in rulership. But I just think that having the Sun in Leo takes precedence. Now, it will move into Virgo later on the 22nd, but excuse me, I'm sorry for the coughing. It's not healing. It's not going away. I've tried like a million remedies and all sorts of stuff. It's just not fixing. But anyway, so the Sun will be in Virgo eventually, but in the first part of August, this is really more about your heart space. It's really more about like, this is what I want, and I don't even really have a good reason or a good explanation as to why. I just want it. I just am changing. I'm just evolving, and my mind can't really keep up. It's like the spirit is taking the lead right now. And when spirit is in the lead or taking the lead, things can happen in really, really, really fast ways. It's interesting how quickly our mind can go, and yet truly our mind slows everything down. Because it's always trying to like reconstruct everything into some kind of digestible, understandable kind of way. But if you can operate more in the abstract, which is what Leo really is associated with in a lot of ways, is more abstract. If you can operate in the abstract, you will progress so much faster. And then we have the 7 of coins. Now, in contrast with the 9 of coins, it's very clear to me that something is somewhat, it's not growing fast enough. You know, you're not earning fast enough. You're not meeting the right person fast enough. And I think there is an element of time that's coming out. Now, when you're in a death phase or a death process, time is a very tricky notion. And I urge you to work or think of time with extreme caution. Because if you start putting time frames on things, you're kind of putting yourself right back here. You're not operating from the purity place. You're more operating from the logical mind place. Now, our minds are excellent tools, but I would recommend using the mercurial energy more for your everyday lower mind kind of stuff, and let your heart guide you for the bigger stuff. 9 of coins and 9 of cups. There's a lot of success for you. There's a lot of lucrative actions, right? Actions that have prosperous results. Now, prosperous is not necessarily going to happen right away, but it will happen in time if you can continue with that momentum. Now, I've been talking a lot about momentum this summer. Well, June, July. A lot about momentum. Here we are in August, okay? I'll probably keep talking about it in September, but the momentum is crucial. This is what takes something that's kind of barely moving and starts to really push it down the hill, right? This is what it is. It's in the small, mundane things. There's a lot of foundational energy coming through with that Knight of Coins. It's going to support this transition. It's going to support this rebirth. And there's nothing to be afraid of, because when I see a 9 of cups and a 9 of coins, I'm like, well, not only are you covered on the material front, but you're covered on the emotional front as well. This is about happiness and really having all of your wishes coming true and having that abundance. Again, abundance can mean whatever you need it to mean, and just really having all of that available. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers, because I have a feeling this story is going to go in an interesting direction. Now, for those of you who are new, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. We normally talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about all these cards. Now, I have a new website, okay? Link and all the information is down in the description box down below. Now, you can always just purchase a one-off reading. The checkout process is a little different than what it's been for the past couple of years, but still it's going to be the whole same thing. You can just buy one video and that's it. Or you can subscribe and just automatically get access every single month to either one video or to all 12. I also have a Soul Seekers group that will automatically get access to all 12 comprehensives as well. And there's a lot of other content that we'll be developing for the Soul Seekers members. So just as an FYI on that. So let's go ahead and start pulling these out, starting with the Knight of Coins. We've got the 5 of Cups. Beautiful. We have the Star. We gotta love that. Definitely this card here. 6 of Wands. See what I mean? Like victory and success all around. I don't see you failing. I don't see things not working out. It's quite the opposite, actually. We have the Hanged Man. We have the Hermit. A lot of Virgo energy coming out for you guys right now. Got some Pisces energy with the Hanged Man, some Aquarius with the Star. And the 8 of Cups. Okay. Now let's take a look here with the 8 of Swords. Oh, did I put reversals in here? Yes, I did. Okay. Okay, we have the Devil and the Tower. Okay, well, I mean, clearly that 8 of Swords cannot sustain itself. It's becoming a problem. It's becoming a problem. 7 of Wands. It's like one of those habits that just Sun reverse, is not good for you, and yet maybe you haven't had a good enough reason to stop yet. We have the Sun. We have another Death card. Happy the Death card appeared on the Four of Coins. It's a really good place for it. And a Five of Swords. Excellent. It's really like you against your mind, I think, through August. You against your own mind. And kind of having, I'm not going to call it like a battle because it's still a part of you, but it's just like overcoming the hesitancy and the resistance. Queen of Coins, beautiful. Three of Wands. King of Swords reversed. Ace of Wands reversed. And we have the Seven of Cups. Chariot. Knight of Cups. Another Nine of Wands, matches that card there. Queen of Swords. Okay, so we officially got all the queens out. Wands, Swords, Cups, and Coins. Another Hanged Man card, matching the environment over here. Yeah, I did feel like the Queen was environmental, so I'm glad the Hanged Man came over to verify that. It's good. Justice, beautiful. King of Cups. Moon reversed. Ten of Coins. So even more so than the Nine of Coins, we also got the 10 of Coins. The 8 of Coins. And the King of Wands. Kings are coming out really interesting for me right now. There's something about people that are slightly, I don't want to say like higher than you, that sounds terrible, but like maybe they're a little bit more successful or a little bit more further along in their life or in their career or whatever. There's something about them that is kind of maybe a little bit triggering. High Priestess reversed. Hermit. Seven of Coins, Three of Coins. Ace of Swords reversed. Okay. This is where we are going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, again, all that information will be found in the description box and comment thread down below. You guys know I love and appreciate you so, so much. I hope you have an amazing August. I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello Taurus, welcome to your August 2022 tarot card reading. I hope you guys are doing amazing. Let's go ahead and get started with the Knight of Wands, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you. Okay, now this is a Jupiterian energy, all right? It's about expansion, learning new things, growing, developing, you know, kind of just expanding your breadth of life experience. Now, let's talk about the astrology before we get in any more into this, all right? Because August 1st, July 31st, August 1st, we have arguably one of the most important transits of 2022, which is this North Node conjunct Uranus conjunct Mars. So where you have been experiencing strong desire for change, I know that there's also been a lot of resistance as well. This is not just because you're a Taurus. This is all across the board. Everybody has been experiencing that to some degree. You want to grow, you want to change, you want that new thing, you want to enhance your life in this way. And yet when it comes to actually taking the steps to really do it, there's been like kind of, not that you couldn't do it, not that you don't really want to, it's just that maybe there has been some kind of stagnation there, or a lack of knowing how to approach something. So as Mars moves on, because Mars is going to continue on through Taurus, we'll enter into Gemini on the 20th. But on the 24th, Uranus goes retrograde. So now the nodes, they kind of wobble, right? They kind of go direct and retrograde all the time, but generally they make a retrograde motion. So when Uranus goes retrograde on the 24th, it is going to actually move with that north node, and it's going to stay very, very close to the north node until the end of the year, until next year when Uranus goes direct again. So this is like a window in time, end of 2022. It's a window in time where we get to truly level up, to make those changes that we know we need to make in order to bring ourselves closer to the kind of life that we know we want to have, and to actually like break through that part of us that wants to keep us in a specific routine or in a specific system or in a specific way of life. It's kind of like a battle of the selves here, but yet this Jupiterian aspect of yourself is ultimately going to win, and it's going to push the boundaries. And yes, there's going to be some discomfort, and yes, there's going to be moving into unknown terrain, and no, it might not produce results immediately and right away. But the thing I love about the Knight of Wands is he's coming out coupled with the Ace of Wands. Now, because I'm not pulling out as many oracle cards this month because these cards are just simply too big, they take up too much space, I decided to pull out an ace of the 4 aces to go with this card. So Knight of Wands with the power of fire. Now this Ace of Wands has been coming out with a vengeance this month. Like I shuffle them and I'm like hoping to get a different ace this month. I've gotten it a couple of times, but this Ace of Wands is like, no, this is an Ace of Wands month. Like it's Leo season, it's fire season. And we have to use this passion. We have to use this gut instinct, this solar plexus, this raw and powerful aspect of ourselves that just drives us, and not really using our mind too much. Even though Mercury will be moving into Virgo in the next few days on the 4th of August, it will be a little bit more active, but it's not active for the sake of stopping us from doing things. It's actually active to help assist us creating systems and remaining disciplined in order to make these changes. Okay, so it's going to be really helpful and quite advantageous, that Mercury transit through Virgo, because there's so much fire, there's so much heat, there's so much passion and desire to bring something about, to manifest something. You're totally open. And you know what? The universe knows it. We have the Wheel of Fortune over here in the environment position, which says, look, Taurus, there are going to be lots of things. Now, this is not a fast energy. It is what I call a breadcrumb energy. It sort of pulls us from one stepping stone to the next stepping stone to the next stepping stone. We don't always necessarily see how all these stepping stones are connected until later on when we look backwards. So sometimes it can be a little confusing as to how we are going to achieve our goals on this weird path that doesn't necessarily seem fully aligned or doesn't match the way you thought it would look. Wheel of Fortune is always kind of quirky like that. It kind of puts us on a path that is obscure and kind of unexplored by us. We've never done it before. And that's why a lot of people question it. Now, one of the main messages that's been coming out for August too, for some of the other signs, is that this is kind of a time when people prematurely give up because the results are not necessarily truly showing up. But with this Knight of Wands, this Jupiterian quality, this is also Jupiterian. So you got lots and lots of Jupiter coming through. And we know that Jupiter is one of the greater benefics, okay? Or is the greater benefic. And we need to understand that, like, as we continue forward and keep taking action and we change the way we go about doing things on a daily basis, the results will kind of trickle in. But we need to remain, like, a few steps ahead, or like 5 or 10 or 20 steps ahead of the results. Okay, so, and that's what I see with this Knight of Wands, because he's not outcome oriented. He's not worrying about like, oh, where's the money and where's the person and where's this and where's this and where's this. He's like, no, I'm creating something and I'm enjoying this process of creating. It's an adventure, right? This is a Sagittarius card, right? It's an adventure. So if you treat it like an adventure, it'll be easier for the results to come in. Sometimes people, they'll like go a couple steps and then they'll stop and they'll sit and wait and be like, okay, universe, prove it to me with results that this works. But it's like by doing that, they kind of cut themselves short, and the results may come in, but then there's like kind of that greedy component, like, okay, well, now that you've proven to me that, like them talking to the universe, right? Okay, well, now universe, now that you've proven to me that you are going to produce results, then maybe I'll move a few steps forward. It's kind of like entitled and arrogant to do it that way. So this is why we have to just like keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. And when we are 10 and 20 steps down the line, and then we start seeing those results kind of trickle in behind us, we can graciously accept them, but we don't go backwards and say, okay, well, now I'm done. We just keep going, keep going, keep going. And that's going to create more and more space for more and more results. Results can be whatever, right? It can be money. It can be recognition or potential boyfriend, girlfriend situation, whatever. And there can get more and more and more and more opportunities as you continue down the road. So as we have this Judgment card coming out first, there's definitely an illumination, like you're coming out of some kind of a box, right? And this box has gotten dark and dank, okay? And sometimes the box is a mindset, sometimes the box is a set of behavioral patterns, sometimes it's a place, sometimes it's a relationship, and whatever the box is for you, because you're each gonna have your own. This is a time for you to like hear the trumpets. This is a very Uranian energy, Uranus North Node. You're going to hear those trumpets, and you're going to be able to rise to the occasion. We have this Knight of Coins, which is a very consistent and disciplined, really operating on the mundane level. This is definitely a Mercury coming into Virgo energy, plus the sun will move into Virgo later on. I don't want to focus too much on the Virgo energy because we are still technically in Leo season for the bulk of August up until the 22nd. So that, the Leo energy is still more prominent. That's why there's still a lot of fire. But this kind of is supporting the Leo energy, because the Leo energy can be very abstract. Right? We can tend to act without a lot of thinking behind it. We act and then we worry about what we need to do after that, right? But this Knight of Coins comes through and says, look, okay, you know that certain behaviors need to change. Like, I don't know what it is. Maybe you need to get up a little bit earlier. Maybe you need to eat a little bit better. Maybe you need to stay at the office just a couple hours longer this week. And maybe you need to, change something about the way you dress, or maybe you need to go exercise a little bit more, or whatever the thing is. The Knight of Coins is the vehicle by which that is possible for you. It's that desire to be structured, that desire to have the discipline. And you're going to start seeing synchronicities, Page of Cups. You're going to see little messages coming through. Now, the Wheel of Fortune, I think, is going to use this Page of Cups to deliver synchronicities or little signs, okay, to help confirm to you that you're on the right track. You're going to start seeing things populating, right? So if you've been thinking a lot about living a lifestyle that is location independent, okay, so let's say you want to become a freelancer and travel around the world. Well, you may start seeing job opportunities for you to be able to do that. Or you may have someone say, hey, if you ever start accepting clients, let me know. Or you may start seeing like little things on your social media account of people explaining how they were able to do it, you know, whatever it is. So there's going to be, now obviously there's algorithms and stuff on social media, so don't take the social media stuff too seriously, but I think there are going to be other kinds of synchronicities. Like you walk into some kind of a store and you see a magazine. On the cover of that magazine is a picture of the very place that you wanted to move to, right? You wanted to move to Costa Rica. Okay, so there's Costa Rica right there, and you're like, oh my gosh, like how crazy is that? That's the Wheel of Fortune showing you that you are on that path and that you are successfully attuning your frequency to this new life. And I think the more and more synchronicities you receive, the happier and happier you can be and the more expansive you can be. I genuinely believe that if Taurus wants a substantial change in their life, this window is opening like for real right now. Now, we've been talking about change forever with Uranus in Taurus. Now, change is such a generic term, you know, but I think when Uranus comes into Gemini, everything's going to change so rapidly. And we may not have so much of this personal choice in the matter. It's more like, oh my gosh, everything around us is changing, and therefore we must change in order to adapt. Whereas with Taurus, it's more like, no, I am evolving and I am choosing this particular path of evolution. That's more how Taurus is and is going to be. So it's a window. And in 2025, when Uranus enters into Gemini, this dialogue will change. But for now, it's joining up with the node, which is, you know, in modern Western astrology, a lot of modern Western astrologers speak of the nodes as like destiny points. So there is this sort of alignment with your own destiny that is occurring. So with the Hierophant, which is the card of Taurus, by the way, coming out, it tells me that you're stripping away a whole bunch of inauthentic aspects of yourself and you're really coming home. That all of this fire and passion, it's coming from such a pure place. This coming out of the box was an inevitability for this transit, all right? We are all having some kind of an awakening moment or a path changing moment. And the reason for that is because we've been honest with ourselves. I'm not saying this is everybody, it's definitely not everybody, but for the people who are on the path of self-discovery, I guess you could say, or they're returning home, I feel like the manifestations that are coming to fruition now are coming from a soul-driven place, from a consciousness or a higher consciousness than just like your own conscious mind or your own ego. It's coming from the higher intelligence, which is why so many people are actually improving their lives right now. There's a lot of improvement or a lot of enhancement. I always say this is like our inner Buddha and our inner guru, the Hierophant. This is the one, the voice, it's not even a voice. It's like it's the beingness. It's the witness and the observer that is observing you having your human experience. There's a purity that comes through with the Hierophant, and he kind of is what connects us with the creator, source, energy. He's kind of like our conduit or our channel, and he's speaking through like just brilliantly for you right now. And he's telling you like, look, you've got wishes and they're going to come true. This is the card of wish, like the wish card, wishes coming true. There's a lot for you to be proud of. There's a lot for you to feel that abundance, to feel that appreciation, but just know that more is coming. Ace of Coins, more is coming. Now, with the Two of Coins, I do feel like there's a reprioritization process happening as well. That only a few things are going to get prioritized for Taurus this month. Like, for real. There's only a few things that matter, right? There's like probably the regular stuff, like with your families. Okay, obviously I know you love your families. whatever new ventures you have. And like, that's really all that can even really come to mind. Like, I don't even know. It's really all that can come to mind. You're back burnering a lot of stuff. Now, one thing about Leo's season, I'm actually going to come back to the Hierophant here for a second. One thing about Leo's season is it's fourth house activating for you, right? Leo in the fourth. So the sun comes through, the luminary, the only luminary. I know we call the moon a luminary, but the moon doesn't generate any light. Really, the sun is the only one. And when the sun is in rulership here, it's incredibly powerful. And the fourth house is kind of a difficult house because it truly here is going to illuminate kind of like why you are the way you are. Because it illuminates where you came from. And I don't just mean like, where you grew up, although that can be a huge part of it, but like where you came from or where you are coming from. And maybe those are even connected. Where you came from begets where you're coming from. With with choices and decisions, where you're coming from. And when you illuminate where you came from and what's going on in the inner workings of your psyche and inner workings of your heart and the kind of the dark, shadowy places of those areas, your heart and your mind, even your spiritual dark corners, you kind of come in and you shine not just a light, but an incredibly bright light. There's not a lot that can really hide. So when everything is illuminated powerfully, sun in rulership, you have to drop any and all facades. And that's what I love about the Hierophant, is he really does represent just this pure authenticity. And when authenticity is such a tricky word, because sometimes we convolute that with like just knowing what you like, right? Like, oh, I have all these preferences and I have this personality type and I enjoy doing these things. And we convolute that sometimes with like who we are, but it's not really who we are. It's kind of like those are the preferences of your avatar, but the real you exists behind that. And so there is this stopping of identifying yourself with like preferences. Now you can still have those preferences. Like I prefer to eat, Chinese food over Mexican food, and I prefer to watch comedy movies over horror movies, and I prefer the beach versus snow-capped mountains, whatever. Those can still be your preferences. But again, it's not like you're kind of leading with those types of things. You're leading with a more pure aspect of self, which is incredibly potent. And when you walk into a room, you more speak with your essence than you do with anything else. People will understand you just by your energy rather than anything that you say or do or present. And this can be a powerful shift in how you approach things, how you work with people, how you go about earning money, and all of that. That's why I was saying like you can be 10 and 20 steps ahead, because when you're leading with this soul level, this real authentic version of you, of course you're going to be a million miles ahead of the results. Here are the results down here. Now the results are showing up in your reading, which tell me they're not far off. That's what the Page of Cups is going to tell you. It's like, hey, like I know you're aligned. I know you've got that frequency. Here's the Wheel of Fortune, breadcrumbing you where you need to go. And then here's like the real kind of offerings, the real potentials that can genuinely make things happen. But you're already 20 steps down the line. And you're like, okay, great. I will take this Ace of Coins. Lovely. But I'm not going to sit around here and like just feel like it's done just because I got one ace. Like, I want a lot more than that, so I'm going to keep trekking. And this Queen of Coins, now, I love her because she's able to take this ace, and she kind of is like my reinvestment energy. I feel like she's taking this seed and replanting it in something. So as you get the results, whether it's actual money or feedback or interest from people or signed contracts or myriad of other things that it could be, you get those results, and you start to like work with those results and leverage them for greater growth via the trajectory that you're already on. So let's say this is money from a client. So you take the money and you plant it into your marketing budget so that you can then expand your marketing message to hopefully get more and more and more aces. So there's kind of like this cyclical, almost like a Taurus, right? We know, well, how fitting is that, right? We know that like the toroidal shape is kind of like a donut, and that's kind of how we all have these energy fields that are more toroidal. And I like that kind of matches with the Taurus, different spelling, different meaning, but still like the same word. So we have that Taurus spiral going on like this. You reach out, you get more, you plant it, you reach out, you get more, you plant it, and it just goes over and over and over and over again. And she knows how to do that. She knows how to invest. She knows how to make things grow. Huge part of growth is environment. Mental state, emotional state, spiritual state, and physical state. And the Knight of Coins is here to help you with each and every one of those areas. The Knight of Coins is what is going to help you with ensuring, right, that your exercise regimen is set forth, that you're eating a proper diet for your own individualized needs, that you are meditating as much as you need to meditate, that you are taking care of your emotions, you're forgiving people, you're offering compassion, you're letting things go, right? This Knight of Coins is extremely productive in this way. Now, when I look at this Knight of Wands and this King of Swords, I do not see that these are the same. Like, this is not you, okay? These are either one person or two other people. Kind of feel like there's two people, and I feel like they're here specifically to change the way you see manifestation. Let me explain. So this Knight of Wands reversed is kind of like a tornado energy. This is someone that is Jupiter energy, but maybe a little too much, right? Jupiter can be too much sometimes. When I say too much, maybe they're very hedonistic, maybe they kind of haphazardly leave an aftermath, like they walk into a room like a tornado, and then they leave, and then there's like chaos that's everyone else has to pick up, And then there's this guy who's like kind of domineering and a little bit cold, emotionally unavailable, maybe even a twinge of narcissistic tendencies. Now, I'm not calling them a narcissist. I think that's a little extreme, but they may have some of those like little tendencies to behave that way. They're very self-centric, both of them. Now, the reason why I'm kind of pointing out some of these character traits is that the one thing I definitely feel from them is that they are actually quite successful in what they do. They are probably successful financially or in terms of their status within their community or within their industry or like wherever they work. They probably have, clout. More so the King of Swords than the Knight of Wands, but definitely at least one of them. But I'm telling you this because they're maybe not like what you would consider like the best people. And I think this is important because sometimes, now I'm not telling you to be a bad person, but I also think it's important for you to really realize that you don't have to be a good person to manifest things. Like, we know that there are people out there who go out and build these huge businesses and they are successful by all normal, like westernized definitions, right? They're successful in all those things, but maybe they have like a massive drug problem and they're like stealing from the company and, doing that kind of thing. But they might be doing bad things, but it's not preventing them from succeeding. It's not to say they won't have karma later on. It's not to say that they won't have issues later on or that it won't come back to bite them. But I think it's important for you to realize that you don't have to be like the best person, the most spiritual person, the most high vibe person. Now you can hold high vibrations, but we're still like in this world. And sometimes I think, even myself, guilty, right? Losing sight of the fact that we are human beings. And like, it's like we're here to have these human experiences, but then what's the point of coming and having a human experience and then just wanting to like retreat back into the spiritual realm all the time? It's like, well, but we're here, you know? And I think these are examples of that in both the best and worst ways. Now, these are people that probably may or may not, you may not interact with them a whole lot, but I think they're showing up for you as an example of like, look, you can still accomplish so much and still be a little bit of a mess of a person. Like sometimes I look at my mom and I'm like, I honestly, like, how do you survive? And then I realize like she's a Leo and she can honestly manifest anything like that. And it really, she does. She just like manifests stuff like that. She's not even working and yet she can afford these like big purchases. I'm like, how is this possible? She just believes that she can. She believes and she knows in her heart that this money will show up and she can do it, you know? And it has nothing to do with her state of mind. It has nothing to do with her spiritual practice. It has nothing to do with anything. It's just a belief of deserving, a belief that you can, and a belief that it's available to you. And it's really a lot more simple than sometimes we make it seem. And that's one of the reasons why I actually like the Knight of Wands for you a lot, is because there's a carefreeness. It's not so bogged down by what other people think, or it's just like, no, like I'm going to just do it because it's fun. And, you know, it's like people feeling like they want to post like a cute bikini picture on their Instagram, but then they don't post it because they're so concerned about other people thinking that they are conceited and, you know, all like, look how pretty I am, right? And so they don't want to deal with that, so they just don't post it. But then by not posting it, they're also not like fully expressing themselves, and then there's even greater levels of suppression. So this is just like, well, I'm just going to do it anyway. I don't care, whatever. I'm just going to do it. I'm not going to overthink it. I'm not going to oversell it to anyone. I'm just going to just do it. And that's kind of one of the things that these people do. They just do it. And they don't have to worry. They don't sit around and worry about whether or not they deserve anything. You know, they're not like feeling lack and scarcity and lack of self-worth or anything. They're just like, no, like I'm a human being. I deserve it. You know? So there's a lot for you to learn from them, you know, in terms of frequency and manifestation and whatnot, and what's truly relevant and what's not relevant, what we've been told is relevant and what's not relevant. Okay? All right, so let's go ahead and pull out some clarifiers. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. We usually speak for another 25 to 30 minutes about all these cards, so it's kind of like a whole second reading. The link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. Now, I do have a whole new website, so you have options. You can purchase just one video, one off, 1 month, no problem. Or if you're someone that purchases more regularly, you can also sign up for a subscription. The prices are exactly the same as they've always been, so there's no changes there. It's just easier because you'll have immediate access to it and you won't have to go through that purchase process like every single month. So you have options, 1 sign or all 12 signs. And if you join my Soul Seekers group, you'll be able to get not only the 12 comprehensive readings every month, but a lot more exclusive content as well, which will start in August. Okay? So let's go ahead and get started here with the Knight of Wands. So what else does Taurus need to know about the Knight of Wands here? Strength, beautiful. We love that. Kind of feel like that card wanted to come out. Beautiful. Page of Coins. We also love that. And we have a 2 of Swords. Okay. So now for your environment, what is going on around you? Whoops. Beautiful Ace of Cups. The Lovers, amazing. Page of Swords. Okay. So now we're going to start with the Judgment card. What else does Taurus need to know about this Judgment energy? We have the Hanged Man. We have the Eight of Cups. Love the Eight of Cups. Oh, and then we have, ooh, the Fool. I love that even more. Okay. We have the Knight of Coins. Ten of Coins reversed. Nine of Swords. Five of Cups reversed. Four of Swords. The Empress reversed, which is also a Taurus card. And we have Three of Coins. We have a Tower reversed, a Knight of Coins reversed, and an Eight of Wands reversed. Interesting. Okay. Knight of Cups. Another Page of Cups. Queen of Swords. Love that Queen of Swords. She's been kind of creeping in as like this, like really supportive person this month. So we have an Eight of Swords reversed. We have a Queen of Wands. And Death. King of Coins. Four of Coins. Okay, there's really no doubt in my mind at all that financially you're going to be fine. In case that was a worry or a concern for you, I hope that this can alleviate those fears. Six of Coins and Three of Swords reversed. King of Wands upright. Now for this Knight of Wands reversed. We have the Fortune reversed. The Hermit. And the Lovers. I feel like there's a strong attraction. Now, it doesn't have to be a romantic attraction, but there's like a chemical thing with that Knight of Wands. There's something you're very drawn to about them. Now, a King of Swords upright. Page of Wands. The Sun and, oh, you know, I'm actually not doing bottom of the deck. I know I just flashed that to you, but I was meaning not to. Now I feel like I have to because I showed you the card. Okay. Fine, we'll do a bottom of the deck. The reason why I didn't want to do it was just because I pulled out 10 of these already, but it's fine. Eight of Coins reversed. Okay, so this is where we are going to pick up in the comprehensive reading. So if you want to join, again, all that information will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. All right, thank you so much. See you guys soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Gemini. Welcome to your August 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. So we are going to go ahead and get started with the Knight of Swords, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you. Now, obviously, this is a perfect card for you because this is the Gemini card. And not only that, but Leo season activates your third house, which is kind of, you're the ruler of the natural third house. So, you know, this is kind of your realm. I think you do really, really well in Leo season. You connect well with this energy. Hopefully you do. And when I look at this Knight of Swords, I see a lot of possibility, but I also see your focus. I don't see you going all different kinds of directions. What I see you is utilizing your talent and your skill and your intellect, especially the power of the mind, okay? Especially. And Leo is a really high-minded energy. So, you know, there's this quality of Mercury with you, right? Of like, you know, focusing on the day-to-day and focusing on making the general connections with things. But then Leo is over here of like, okay, well, it's great to do that. And we can also add on this whole other component of like the big picture and the ultimate desire and expanding our world and attracting more and more things into our life. And Now, one thing I'm doing a little bit differently, just because I'm not pulling out all the oracles that I normally pull out, is I'm adding on an ace. So one of the 4 aces coming out to support this card, which is what the universe needs from you. So with the power of air, you can accomplish the directives of the Knight of Swords. Now, this is great because you are an air element. This is air. This is air. So this is all about how your mind is working right now. And while Leo season does promote like really working from the heart, right? Working, or rather even more working from the gut, like from that solar plexus chakra, working from this kind of sense of knowing and an expectation that things are going to go your way. It's still nice to have, your mind on board, because if your heart and your mind are going in the same direction, you can be even that much more powerful in what it is you're hoping to achieve and attain. Now over here, we have the death card in the environment, which also came out in the 10 cards as well. So the death energy, as we know, is about transformation and change and evolution. There's a death rebirth component, and it tells me that you're reaching a point of finality with the word that I was hearing when that card came out specifically was do or die, right? Like you're kind of on this edge right now. Like you're either going to do the thing or you're going to kind of sink into a state of complacency, which is definitely not the vibe, right? I don't think that's really where you want to be. I don't think that's where anybody wants to be, especially not during Leo season. There are some seasons like a Taurus or maybe even a Pisces a little bit, or, a couple of other seasons where like maybe we could be a little bit more sunken in, but not when you come out as a Knight of Swords. I don't know. This Knight of Swords, like he's got to go do something. He's got to go achieve. He's got to go make something happen. He's got to be focused and directed, and he's got to have that mission. And I think you do. I think you do have a mission, or at least an idea of something, right? Like even if it's something simple, like I want a new apartment. Okay, that's your thing. That's your gig. Others of you, maybe you have much bigger dreams. I want to be a billionaire. Okay, great. That's your dream, So wherever you are on the spectrum, it doesn't really matter. But this is a do or die kind of month, do or die kind of moment. And I think you're going to really, really realize. Now, I've been mentioning or referring back to the July 13th full moon in Capricorn, because when I did my weekly astrology video, I talked ad nauseum about how that full moon was conjunct Pluto, and how this is a time of like the point of no return. And here we have Plutonic energies with the death card, right? We have these Plutonic energies coming out and really amplifying that message, being like, yeah, it was a point of no return. And look, you really can never go back. Like you have to move forward now. And Jupiter over in Aries in the 11th house, going retrograde as of the 28th of July, that particular transit is really allowing you to go inside yourself to find that internal expansion that is required in order to inspire you to go after the external expansion, which Leo is supporting. So as we get into the 10 cards, we start off with the 6 of coins. To me, this is an in and out energy. It's reciprocity. If money goes out, money comes in. If energy goes out, energy comes in. And there's always kind of this evening or this leveling out effect. So you don't have to be afraid or worried if you have to expend resources. Okay, one of the themes of the month is like reallocation. You reallocate resources from this area of your life. You redirect them over here. Right? So maybe things do get a little out of balance. There is a little bit of a shift or a little bit of a sacrifice of some kind. But this is here like saying, no, don't worry, it'll all even out. So even if you have to have a decrease over here in order to do this, don't worry, this will eventually increase as well. Okay, so it will even out. So hopefully there's no fear of that. Because I do see you being really focused right now. I see you having a target, your eye is on the target, and you're actually running in that direction. All right. Your mind, I think, is like, go. It's kind of giving you that green light. It's pulling that, the starter's pistol, pow, like, go. the race has started. Now, it's not a competition, but it's like kind of a race against yourself, because you'd rather be on that journey, on that path, than just sitting still. I think 2022 has had too much sitting still, right? We had so much Pisces at the beginning of the year. We had that Venus retrograde at the beginning of the year, which for a lot of people, me especially, I'm going to harp on that Venus retrograde probably for years because it was brutal. But I know that like some people, you know, that was hard. Pisces stuff was hard. Then we had lots of Taurus stuff, which was also hard. And then it kind of eased up through Gemini season a little bit. But still, this is like go time. This is go season, especially as Mercury comes into Virgo, right? You kind of have your ruling planet in its other rulership. And I'm looking at this Page of Swords. I'm not just talking. I know sometimes it sounds like I'm babbling, but I'm not just talking. I'm looking at this Page of Swords and I'm saying, wow, that's like really strong mercurial energy in that fourth house there, which kind of creates this, you know, true inner desire to go and learn and run around and expand your mind in any and every way possible, and to really free your mind in a lot of ways too. I always look at the clouds up here and it's so fresh and it's so windy and billowy and beautiful, and it's just like, you know, there's this quality of awe in terms of your life experience and what is still yet to learn and to be experienced. And I think there's a lot of desire to experience something new right now. You know, maybe you're super grateful for your life and really appreciative for everything that you have, but it's not that you're throwing anything away. I think you're actually just adding things. You're adding better things, new whatevers. And we have this Seven of Swords here, which does indicate, now this can go one of two ways, okay? Sometimes I see it as someone else betraying you, and then other times I see it as you betraying yourself. So hopefully it's not anyone else. I don't see anyone in this reading, like a King of Coins is great, Queen of Cups is great. I don't feel that those would be the people that would be betraying you, but you may have had a betrayal. You know, you may have had someone do something or behave in a certain way in your life that kind of made you rethink things, you know, but I think more so this applies to you. Like, this is not a time to shoot yourself in the foot. I just, you know, and I think a lot of people will because they're scared. You know, they're scared of the work that it's going to take. They're scared of putting themselves out there. They're afraid of what people are going to think. And they're afraid of that judgment, and they're afraid because they haven't really found that inner voice. They haven't found that authentic self. This is what Leo season calls us to really do, is to be our pure, raw, soul-driven self, completely unadulterated by fears of judgment, you know? And I think the fear of judgment is probably our greatest enemy right now. Right? Like, and it's only if we let it win. And that's the thing. It's within our control 100%. If that fear of judgment wins, it's only because we allow it. Right? Because it's all in our head. Remember, you're in all the power of the mind, 100% power of the mind. So if you have thoughts that come in, that creep up, that kind of are kind of that little devil on your shoulder being like, you shouldn't do it. People are going to think you're stupid. People don't care. No one's going to buy that. Oh my gosh, this looks so ugly. Like, if you have that little devil on your shoulder saying that kind of stuff, this is that monumental moment where you decide to either listen to it or not. Many of you are going to choose to not listen to it and do it anyway, Knight of Swords, because your soul, I think your soul has been bound. With the Death card coming out twice, there's kind of like this essence of being bound, right? When we have scorpionic energy, now we do have the South Node in Scorpio, obviously, but we don't have any other like planets in there. Yes, we have Pluto in the 8th house, but we don't really have like tons of activity going on over there. But still the Plutonic archetype being present here, saying that there are like, there are ties. You're connected to things, and there's a future and a destiny that you're connected to. right? I'm a firm believer that there's both destiny and free will. Okay, that they both coexist, and it's like it's not just one or the other, right? That we are existing in a paradoxical world, and therefore the paradox of free will and destiny must coexist as well, right? So there's a destiny that's calling you, Gemini, and you're not going to be able to help it. I think that this is like a compulsion. You're feeling compelled. You must go to that place. You must do that thing. You must move to this new job. You must express your feelings. You must communicate. And, you know, it might not be super well received, but that's not the point. The point is not how other people take it. The point is whether you do it or not. We have the Three of Wands in the reversal. Now, upright or reversed, in my book, I look at this card and I say, well, the ships are coming in. Either way, upright or reversed, doesn't matter. Those ships are coming in. But when it's reversed, it just takes a little bit more time. And with the King of Coins, yes, there's definitely an element of patience. And that may not be your strong suit this month with the Knight of Swords. You may not be feeling like you want to be patient. But I will tell you, King of Coins, great things come to those who wait. Now, when I say wait, it doesn't mean you're not doing anything. It just means that you are that much further ahead of the results coming in, right? If you can keep going, even though there's no results, when you're, I think I said this to Taurus as well, if I remember correctly, which makes sense because many of you are actually Vedic Tauruses, and you've got Taurus in the 12th house from a Western perspective. So there's a lot of, you know, Turian qualities that come through in your reading, just like how it always is with all the successive signs. But, you know, if you're like 10, 20 steps down the line, these results are going to start coming in, and then you just keep going, well, then that makes space for more and more and more and more results. Because if you keep going, it continues to create that vacuum, and that vacuum must fill in with something. Results. Whatever results mean. Sometimes it's money. Okay, maybe it's a relationship. I don't know, but results. And the King of Coins knows that. He's, contrary to popular belief, he's not as results oriented as we always say he is. Now, you want the results, but that's never the goal. That's actually why he's so successful. That's why he has so many results. Because he's like 100 steps down the line already. And he doesn't hold up like you're 20 steps down the road and then a few little results come in. He doesn't stop and wait or go back to go get the results. He just keeps going, you know? And he's operating in like the future. Like his mind is already like a decade from here. He's doing what he believes he would do a decade from now. He's already living that, who he is to be. He's the embodiment of that. And that's kind of like there's this weird timeline thing coming out in your reading for some reason. This hasn't happened for any of the other zodiac signs that I've done readings for anyway, but it's kind of what I'm sensing. You're kind of playing with timelines a little bit by being that person that you see yourself as a decade from now. What would 10 years from now me be doing in this instance? It's almost as though your future self and your current self are kind of collaborating. They're coming together in like this kind of communal environment, and your future self is kind of like sharing secrets. You know, I know this sounds super weird. I don't even know if this is going to make sense to you, but I would recommend thinking further on down the line. Because as Mars comes into your sign, now it doesn't happen until later in the month on the 20th, but when Mars comes into your sign, there's going to be a whole heck of a lot of energy for you. There's a lot of doing, and that's going to continue through September as well. Now, your ruling planet in September is going to be going retrograde in Libra and retrograding back into Virgo. So you're going to feel that one too as kind of a let's go back to the drawing board and really make sure that we're doing this the best possible way to get the best possible results, to propel me more quickly. And I do think that speed is like a thing, but again, it's not speed for the result. It's just speed because you're enthusiastic about the path. Page of Swords, there's enthusiasm, there's energy, there's curiosity, there's passion that comes through. Now, the Queen of Cups, I feel, is someone else. I kind of feel like this King of Coins and the Knight of Swords, like this is kind of two aspects of you, where the Queen of Cups feels like just a supportive energy. She's definitely giving off fourth house vibes, your ruling planet coming through the fourth house. Could be your mother, could be an important woman or divine feminine person in your life. I love the Queen of Cups because she's very unique in this tarot deck, in that the cup that she holds, it's like a holy grail. Whereas, like, you see how this coin and that coin are the same. I mean, there's nothing special about his coin. He just has a coin. But I don't have any other cups cards coming out. But in all the other cup cards, the cup looks a little bit looks different, but it's all the same for everyone else. Hers is the only cup that's different. She literally has the Holy Grail. So I feel that the Queen of Cups is someone that you perceive has some kind of incredible wisdom, right? Because maybe they are someone who's successful in the way that you want to be successful. They have the things that you think that you want to have. They're going down a route that you also see yourself going down as well. So this is someone who's kind of already lived it. And therefore they have that wisdom. That's why she's holding the Holy Grail, because she has the knowingness, and that knowingness is something that she can impart upon you. So this is someone that I think you highly respect. There's a softness there. There's a nurturing. There's a love and a compassion and a caring. This is someone that feels that way about you. They love you and they really, really want the best for you. And there's no problem with sharing, because she understands, right? It's that analogy of you have a candle, one that is lit and another candle that is not lit. Well, if you take one candle and light the other candle, the original candle doesn't lose its flame, and now this one has a flame as well. I think that's like a Rumi quote or something like that. I can't remember. I don't know what it is, but it's kind of like that analogy. And she's already lit. Her candle is lit, and she has no problem reaching over and lighting your wick, because because she knows that she can lift everybody else up. And we're not living in like this zero-sum world, right? We're living in an incredibly abundant and infinite resource world. And so she doesn't feel threatened by you. So this is a great person to lean on and to get advice from and to confide in and to talk to. And I don't know that she has an important part in this story other than she's just here. And maybe that's all you need, is just to know that someone is here. Because I do feel that she provides safety and security for you. Now, as the sun moves into Virgo, right, your fourth house will, not only will Mercury activate it first, but then there's also the sun moving in. And then on the 27th, there's actually a new moon in Virgo. So there's going to be a lot of fourth house energy for you. So your emotional security is actually really important. Your emotional security and that feeling of being safe and being protected is critical for how you kind of go out in the world. That's why, like, fourth house versus 10th house. Fourth house is home and family. 10th house is like career, right? Because it's the private world versus the outer world. Well, your private world is taken care of. Like, you're good. You have at least one person that is going to be able to really be there so that you can go out in the world and expand. So there's no threat to you. There's no reason to be afraid, and there's no thing really like holding you back in any way. Now we have this Magician, which is highly creative. I think Gemini relates very, very well to the Magician card. It is a Mercury ruled card after all. And you're familiar with the mercurial rulership energy. And, you know, the Magician is about that initial, like, it's like reaching up into the swirling universe I don't know. Is this a word? The primordial soup? Is that like a word, like a phrase? I feel like that's like a common thing, and I'm like not clicking or connecting what that is. It's like this primordial soup, right? Or you reach out into the quantum or the quantum field, which is essentially infinite possibilities, and you select one, and your mind kind of collapses into a specific reality, and that is where you're headed. Okay, so you're in massive creation mode right now, and that's going to be made more prominent when Mars comes into your sign later on in August. And actually, not even only that, but when Venus comes into Leo, your third house, on the 11th as well. Okay, we also have a full moon in Aquarius in the 9th house too on that same day. Venus comes into Leo on the 11th, full moon in Aquarius on the 11th. And that's happening at the 19th degree of Aquarius. And I kind of feel like that 9th house expansive, high consciousness connection with the divine is so powerful and potent for you right now. And it has to be, because clearly something is shedding. It has to be strong because there's a massive transformation happening. Like, you're not the same person anymore. Like, point of no return. You're officially a different person that you were like 6 months ago. And the desires are different, and the self-belief is different, and the work ethic is different. And I'm really sensing that through August, it's really about rising to the occasion. It's about showing up for yourself and doing what you say you're going to do. And by doing that, that's showing yourself how much you respect yourself. And death is like, all right, well, we're on a whole new playing field now. Now, even though the Six of Swords is reversed, I'm kind of liking the fact that you're kind of in the choppy waters here. I like that sometimes because, that unpredictability, or that, I don't want to say a lack of stability, because I actually think you're quite stable, but maybe it's the uncertainty is the word. I feel like you are kind of moving into a realm of uncertainty, but yet this Knight of Swords like really thrives in that, because he just goes to battle. So he doesn't really care that much about his environment. He just has the target and he goes after it, and that's end of story. So yes, things are going to be a little uncertain, and the water may be a little bit rocky, but that's okay. I do feel like you're still moving to some degree. Whenever death shows up, death can be a longer, more drawn out process. It's not fast in the way that Pluto is essentially our slowest moving planet. But yet still there is movement nonetheless. All right. And I feel strongly that you are in this moment of embracing the here and now. And like I was saying about like your future self, it's like thinking of yourself as you would like to be and behaving exactly like that. I said this a million times. I'll probably say it a million times more. I have no idea where I got this quote from. I tried to find it. I don't know where I found it, but it was like, before you can be what you want to be, you have to be what you want to be. I think there's even audio very similar to that on TikTok, right? Before you can be her, you have to show up as her, right? That audio TikTok, if you've ever heard that before. But it's like, before you can be what you want to be, you have to be what you want to be. And that seems like a big theme for Gemini this month, for sure. Okay, let's pull out the clarifier. So for those of you who are new, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards I will cover in the comprehensive reading. So the link for all this will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes. Now, I'm introducing my new site, which is, you can still just purchase like one off if you want, no commitment, whatever, that's totally fine. Single sign or the full playlist, either way, just like how it's always been. Or you can subscribe, which is a super easy way to just get access to the videos every single month, so you don't have to continually like go through that purchase process every single time. You'll just automatically have access to it as soon as it publishes. Now, I also have like my Soul Seekers group. which will also have access to all 12. And there's a whole bunch of exclusive content which is listed there, so you can kind of read through and see what else you get with that too. So just FYI on that. So, okay, clarifiers. We have the Four of Wands. We have Queen of Wands. Love that. And we have another Queen of Cups. So the Queen of Cups, really beautiful energy for you. Loving it. Really loving it. Okay, for the environment, we have the Hanged Man. Ten of Swords. Okay, you really cannot sit around and wait for other people. That is like, wow, the moon. The most apparent thing of this entire reading. You cannot sit around and wait for other people. You just simply cannot. This is 100% within your control, but you're the one that's going to have to like really do the things. All right, so Six of Coins. Okay, we have Nine of Cups, and we have the Page of Swords reversed. And we have the Emperor reversed. I feel like that actually goes really hand in hand with the Six of Swords reversed down here, which we'll talk about. So then we have the Page of Swords, beautiful, another Ace of Swords. See, you're not confused. This is not a month of confusion at all for anybody. If anyone, oh, another Queen of Cups. If anyone feigns confused, now I'm not saying you have all the answers of what you must do in terms of your overall desire, okay? And in order to get what you ultimately desire, you know that it requires certain things, right? So if anyone is like feigning confusion right now, they're just afraid. Okay, that's all it is. They're just afraid because it's probably going to require a lot. Death doesn't come out twice if it's not going to require a lot from you. The Fool. And the Three of Wands upright this time. We have Queen of Swords. Chariot. Kind of, we'll take these two. We have the Three of Cups reversed, and we have the Three of Coins. Another Magician, Temperance. Seven of Cups. Knight of Cups, beautiful. Ten of Cups. Hierophant. Another Six of Coins. Love to see that. That's the evening out. Sense of security. We have Seven of Wands reversed. Tower reversed. High Priestess. Eight of Coins reversed. Nine of Wands. Six of Cups reversed. Justice reversed, and the Hermit. Oops, Two of Swords, Page of Cups. Two of Coins reversed. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So again, if you want to join me, all the information for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. Thank you guys so much. You know, I love you, Gemini. I hope you have an amazing August, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Cancer. Welcome to your August 2022 tarot card reading. So let's go ahead and delve into this with the King of Cups, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you this month. So the King of Cups is beautiful for a Cancer sign because it does operate more in that realm of emotion. The King of Cups is pretty ambitious though. And with the Queen of Wands coming out first, I'm kind of getting like, this is midheaven energy for you. So really focusing on your kind of your path and where it is you're headed, and focusing on your future, and focusing on really maximizing your contribution to the world. And the King of Cups is really, he has this quality of determination, this determination to achieve and to truly materialize and actualize the things that he sets out to do. He's a little bit more results oriented. Okay, sometimes I look at these, tarot cards or these court cards, and I'm like, even the Queen of Wands, I'm like, I don't know that they're necessarily results oriented. Like, they're happy with the results, but that's not really their main goal. But with the King of Cups, it is, right? And I think, you moving forward and making certain choices and making certain decisions in your life is pretty critical. But it's also about like, well, what is going to beget the greatest results? Because as much as I would love to say, okay, I love the process, and usually that's my recommendation, like as a tarot reader and someone who's really all into like the spiritual stuff, like the journey is really a great place to be, but also results are a great place to be too. They're great to enjoy. And I think the King of Cups is really about that right now, because there's going to be security in that. There's going to be something solid and something firm or reaffirming in that. Now, I've also pulled out an ace to go with this card. It's kind of like achieving and attaining all of the things for the King of Cups with the power of which element. So this is the power of water. You guys are really in your realm here with all this water. Okay, Ace of Cups, King of Cups, you're a water sign. This is the power of your emotion and the power of your intuition and the power of your knowingness, right? Cancer is ruled by the moon, and I hate to just go direct line there, but there's a strong maternal intuition. Now, this maternal doesn't necessarily mean you have to be a mother or whatever. It's just like that divine feminine intuition that's really just built into the quality of the divine feminine. And your intuition is going to be super strong. And that's the thing about Leo season 2 is this is not a time where you have to really think a lot about stuff for the most part. You don't really have to use your head. This is about using your knowingness and using your gut. And I don't know, like I think if you think about stuff, you're actually going to hinder the process. You're going to prevent yourself from actually attaining things. This is just like, get it done, go after it, make the decisions, make the choices. And sometimes there's risks involved with that. But the good thing is the King of Cups likes to walk on the edge a lot. He's not necessarily someone that likes to always stay in his comfy realm. He's always kind of pushing that boundary. He's Mars ruled, by the way, guys, right? This is a Scorpio card. So he's ruled by Mars. So he has that quality of like, of worldly ambitions and always pushing that boundary further and further and further out. And in order to do that, he needs to get more and more and more uncomfortable. It's like this constant state of discomfort, but I don't mean discomfort in a bad way. It's like the growth kind of discomfort, constant growth. So your intuition is not going to be misleading you, not that it ever does, but it's going to be really loud. It's going to be really loud and really obvious and really potent. And, you're not going to be able to ignore what it is that you need to do. Over here in the environment, we have the Hermit card. Now, the Hermit is, whenever he comes out in the environment position, I always get this feeling of barrenness. That like if you were to look out into the environment, you're not going to see a very clear path, or you're not going to receive evidence of things. You're not going to receive the validation that maybe you need in order to make choices. And I kind of feel like the universe is specifically withholding that stuff from you in order to get you to truly trust, right? In order to get you to say, well, this is just what I'm feeling, and maybe I don't have a real reason for it, but it's what I'm feeling, so I'm just going to go for it. I'm going to make it happen. Usually the Hermit is indicative of wisdom. It's an opportunity for you to exercise and to utilize your wisdom to the best of your abilities. The Hermit has a lot of faith, actually, it's beyond faith. I don't know. It's beyond faith. Faith, I think there's still a little bit of this acceptance of unknown. But with wisdom, you're just constantly in the unknown and realize that that's truly all that there is. So you don't need to accept or come into acceptance of anything. It's just what is, plainly and firmly and obviously. All right. And I feel like maybe too, you are kind of pulling it in, being kind of on your own, really focusing on yourself. You may be disassociating from friend groups with all this Taurus, North Node Uranus, Mars conjunction in Taurus, which is happening on the 31st and the 1st. You may be finding yourself a little bit detached from your normal network, with Saturn through the 8th house. Like, I know you guys are going through a pretty potent change, evolution, metamorphosis, transformation, whatever you want to call it. Your ego is sort of dying out. You're realizing that any kind of an ego in a negative way that's not productive, right? An ego that keeps you stuck absolutely needs to go. And so you're kind of, I think, reaffirming your relationship with your ego a little bit, kind of gaining your own authentic power back and using the ego as a tool for you to kind of go out and to make stuff happen. But that process is still very much underway. Now, the Queen of Wands is also highly ambitious. We got a lot of Mars energy. We got Mars ruled Scorpio card here, and then we have a Mars ruled Aries card. Now, again, these are they're warriors. Like, they want to be on the battlefield. They want to be going out and doing things. They want to be creative. And with Mars coming into Gemini on the 20th, now I know that's later on in August, but still Mars comes into Gemini, and that will activate your 12th house. So this is going to be I think August and September, late August and September are going to be really creative times for Cancer. And this is going to be an opportunity for you to really detach and to really disconnect. I think this Hermit energy is going to carry over into September as well, because I feel like you're a little bit inaccessible right now because you're brewing, or you're, what's the word? Percolating. That's the word I'm looking for. You're percolating. And new ideas are coming to you, and you're kind of reformulating your processes, and you're reconsidering how to go about doing things. And this is a very personalized experience. This is not really something that you can invite other people in. Because what I'm sensing with this Emperor reversed directly underneath is there is an ambition to get on this Emperor's throne. Now, keep in mind that this Emperor's throne can represent anything that you need it to represent. Okay? This position of power, this position of authority, it doesn't necessarily mean you want to be like the owner of Google, or you want to be, that might be something, but it doesn't have to be this gigantic worldly ambition. It just means that you want to get on top of something. You want to have control over something, or you want to dominate over some aspect of your life, meaning you don't want to be dominated by it, right? A little bit of a power struggle going on here. And maybe there has been an issue of finding a way to actually be that emperor. How do I get into that emperor's throne? How do I get to that position of empowerment, of confidence, that position of self-worth and self-value? Those are going to be big themes for you through Leo season, because it's second house activation. Plus, in the beginning of August, we've got Venus in your sign. So there is a lot of consideration about who you are as a human being and what it is you truly offer, and is that thing that you offer truly valuable? And that to some degree it is, but I think there's a desire to enhance that. There's a desire to make it better, a desire for you to be one of the best, right? The best at what you do, or one of the best resources available. The Emperor reversed, I don't think that it's like a negative thing with his reversal. I think it's kind of like this underlying reason why you're choosing to do what you do. Now, we have the Four of Coins, which can be a little bit of an obstacle here. I think we've got a few things going on. Four of Coins, Five of Swords, Seven of Coins that are a little, I think they're a little deceiving. You know, sometimes when we look at things that are immediately in front of us, we miss out. It's kind of like when we look out at the world and we see all these beautiful colors. But we have to remember that there are colors and there are aspects of the light spectrum that are beyond our perception. So if you get so caught up that what you see out in the world, that those are the only colors that exist, you're going to miss out on the infrared and the ultraviolet, right? You're going to miss out on that other stuff. But sometimes it's so real and so convincing because it's all you can perceive. So there is a limit with your perspective. So utilizing I'll say it, your third eye, okay, utilizing your third eye is going to be highly effective for you right now because it's going to enable you to be less stressed out about things that you may get stressed out about. There may be some money things, right? Sun in the second house. There definitely could be some money concerns and money issues that, you know, let me think about this for a second, because Saturn in the 8th house, Sun in the 2nd, there's a lot of money and financial themes. This is a Scorpio card, right? There's an 8th house quality there. Plus we also have the South Node in Scorpio in your 5th house. I'm kind of getting a sense that there's restriction financially with that Four of Coins and the Seven of Coins. That maybe you've had to reallocate. Reallocation has been a theme for a lot of the zodiac signs coming out this month. So that may be an issue where you've had to kind of dedicate money from over here and reallocate it over here, or you've had to sacrifice some aspect of your income flow in order to do something else. I'm not sure, but there does seem to be some kind of fear or restriction in that area. But again, it's a small sliver of information in a much bigger spectrum. Just like the human perception of light is this big, but the actual spectrum of light is like huge. So you're going to have to be able to overcome that illusion. And that's going to require overcoming fear, Five of Swords reversed. And when things aren't going quickly, Seven of Coins, sometimes this feels very slow, or it feels like disappointing, or it can instill some qualities of discontent because you're like, oh man, I worked so hard. And like, yeah, okay, I got 7 coins and that's great. And I feel grateful for that. But also, is that it? Like, it almost doesn't feel right for the amount of work that you've put into it. So maybe the payback right away through August may not be huge. And we do have Jupiter going, officially, right? July 28th, Jupiter went retrograde, same day as that new moon. So Jupiter goes retrograde, and that's in your 10th house. So maybe when it comes to like this path, right? Now remember, you're more results oriented, so you are looking at the numbers. You're looking at the bank account. You're actually looking at the stuff. So I'm sorry, I know I'm hesitating. I'm being annoying. I feel like that's a little problematic. It's good because it's going to keep you consistent, and with strength coming out definitely indicates that you're going to, have to exhibit some level of courage and bravery and really continue in spite of only having your 7 coins, right? It's like you're going to have faith in yourself. You're going to have faith in the growth. You're going to have faith in a lot of the things in order to like motivate yourself. I think the emperor energy, or the status of emperor, is a big motivator because you kind of make this connection between emperor and your pile of money, your pile of coins. So yes, you may be wanting a promotion. You may be wanting to be seen and recognized, or to be Now remember, Hermit, you may not get the validation that you really want or need through August. Okay, that may not come out right away. And that's why that wisdom is so critical. And that self-containment and that self-knowledge and really leaning on everything that you know about the spiritual realm and everything that you know about growth and time, everything that you know about those things, you have to implement that knowledge. You're kind of manipulating the matrix here a little bit, but sometimes it takes time for the physical world to catch up with where it is that you are or going. So if you continually use what's showing up for you as a measure, you're also not really getting the full picture either. This is not a full picture of the real results that are ultimately going to show up in the long run. And I'm telling you, this is not easy, but this is what separates people who continue on and be very successful and people who shortchange themselves. There's definitely a quality through August of it's like this division point. And when I say division, what I mean is that it's a choice point. Some people are going to choose to live in faith and they're going to choose to be empowered. And then other people are going to choose to give up. And they're going to choose to slink back to what's comfortable and what's known. And they're not going to expand because this stuff gets scary. Because it is that big question of is that it? Really? All that hard work, all that time, all that effort, and this is what I'm cultivating? It's not enough for me. And then there may be even Five of Swords, right? There may even be a little bit of that guilt, right? The guilt of, but it should be enough for me. It is possible to be entirely grateful and appreciative for everything that you have and everything that you've attained and all the resources that are at your disposal and still want more. And because you've got all of this Mars energy with Mars ruled Scorpio, Mars ruled Aries, I would say that that's kind of a no-brainer. Mars is not a planet of expansion in the way that Jupiter is, but Mars is a very linear planet and he is always moving forward. He's not a standstill planet, kind of like a Saturn or a Neptune, he's not like that. He needs action. He needs forward motion. And you don't have to justify that and you don't have to, give out any kind of excuse for it. You just lean into it and you say, well, this is just what I need. I think your soul is really driving this, by the way, okay? I genuinely believe that for people who are doing the healing work and doing the meditations and doing the shadow work and all those wonderful things, that the soul is being so clear and obvious with you right now. It's not just playing with you or being, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not like a trickster. It's not trying to trick you. It's being very blunt and honest. It's saying, Cancer, you need to go in this direction. You need to go get that thing. You need to go get that pile of money. You need to go, improve your lifestyle in some way. You need to go find that love of your life. You need to go and bear children, whatever. I don't know what your goals in life are, but, you'll need to fill in that gap. But this is go get it. Go make it happen. Pull that trigger. Take those steps. Go, 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 go. And when I look at the King of Wands, I feel that this is someone other than you. But they are someone who, I feel like the universe is really throwing in a lot of inspiration for us right now. It's look, someone else is doing it. Someone else has what you want. Someone else is going down that same path that you say that you want for yourself too. Look at how successful they are. Look at what they're able to do. They're a human being just like you. For all intents and purposes, you are 100% equal, and you are operating on a 100% equal playing field. Right? Because equality begins in the mind here. In this instance, right? Equality begins in the mind, and it begins with not only making decisions, but taking the action to back up those decisions. And if there's a sense of dissatisfaction in some way, which I sense there is or will be, that's the push. Not that this isn't enough, it's plenty. It's just, you want more. Some people are going to struggle with that because they're going to berate themselves because, that means I'm greedy, or that means I'm this. And because the second house transit is coming through, you're really starting to understand how your self-worth and self-value and sense of deserving and worthiness are intrinsically connected with your material world. And if you are living in scarcity or living in like any kind of hoarder situation, kind of the extreme, right? Minimalism versus maximalism. If you're kind of operating in either one of those extremes, then there's an imbalance to some degree. And I think you're coming into some kind of balance here. And regardless of how successful you are or have been, Cancers are, I always say, my dark horse energies, right? Because you're kind of one of the zodiac signs that people don't necessarily always associate with ambition and growth and expansion and all that. Because they always say, you're moon ruled. It's all about the home and family. And like, yeah, that's true. That is a part of the archetype. But usually Cancerian people, right? They're incredibly versatile, first and foremost, because of that moon rulership. They can be multi-talented, multifaceted, highly intelligent, because a moon is a marker of intelligence as well. And with Jupiter as an exalted planet in Cancer, there is that constant and absolute desire for the best things in life. Plain and simple. So this King of Wands is someone who I think is living exactly like this path that you are aiming for in your own life. And so it's going to instill belief, and it's going to instill faith. Not that you need it, because here's the Hermit anyway. I mean, it's just like, but yet here's validation for you anyway. Now, I just said that you're not going to really receive that with the Hermit. I realize I'm contradicting myself a little bit here. I don't know that you're going to get a lot of like handouts. Really, maybe that's more of what it is. Second house Sun, Jupiter retrograde in the 10th, Mars coming into the 12th house, Saturn in the 8th. I don't know that there's a lot of other people truly available to like really be there for you. Everyone's kind of taking things upon their own shoulders. They're all doing it themselves. The second house Sun is all about self-sufficiency. So it is going to be about self-sufficiency for you. All right. So do as much as you can on your own. There will come a point where we can then open it up and say, okay, yes, you can ask other people for help, and you can hire people, and you can do whatever. But right now you have to do as much as you can on your own. We have the Knight of Cups, which I do think is a part of you. This is your more romantic self of like, okay, I believe I'm going to go and make this happen. And then boom, we have this amazing Chariot, which of course is the Cancer card. And I love this for Cancer because it does bring out that more ambitious aspect of you. There's basically an emperor, right? He's more of a pharaoh, but kind of same deal on his Chariot here. He's, actually, one thing I learned about these tarot cards, both the Emperor and the Chariot, they're kind of, so he's sitting upon this stone throne, and actually this Chariot is made of stone as well. And the stone represents like the philosopher's stone, which is like this intrinsic or esoteric knowledge of the soul and conversion, manifestation as a whole. And the emperor is sort of sitting atop the philosopher's stone, and the emperor is sort of growing out of it. So there is this aspect with these two cards of sitting on top of your wisdom, right? And being in power of the knowledge of how this universe really works. Hermit, right? You have the knowledge here, and here you are utilizing it to your benefit. Like if you know how manifestation works, then here you are doing it. You know, you're practicing what you preach, because there is that desire for results, you know, and obviously no reason to feel guilty for that. Everyone wants results. And Chariot is determined to go get it. I think many of you are taking risks. You're being highly selective with the Four of Cups. You know, you're not just going to take just anything. And even if there is a little bit of a financial sacrifice or a reallocation of resources, like I mentioned, or if there is a little bit of financial tightness or resource, I'll keep that very general and open because it may or may not be money, but a resource, if you have to be restrictive with that, because maybe you don't know where more resources are going to come from. So you have to be a little bit tight for a little while, and you have to kind of deal with the fact that maybe things aren't going to build up to the 10 of coins right away, that you're kind of sitting at this 7. You know, if you can accept that, but with the overarching knowledge that more is coming, it will actually make decision making very, very easy, because the question is, if a decision is placed in front of you, does this work with my vision or not? Does this work with what I'm trying to do and where I'm trying to go or not? And you'll realize that a lot of things don't align. And so while they may seem good and they may seem promising, they're ultimately not for the greater good of what you're trying to accomplish. So because you're saying no to a lot of things, for the sake of remaining focused, you may notice that this growth doesn't gain traction right away. But these are crucial decisions, because this is how you communicate with the universe. If you take specific action and specifically do or do not choose something, that is information that is then relayed to all corners of the universe, right? It resonates forever, out to the infinite. And then it comes back to you, right? It kind of goes out and gets refined, and that information comes back. And pretty soon, the cups that are being delivered to you, there's going to be more and more and more that are in line with your vision. And you'll be taking more and taking more and taking more. And you'll be starting to realize that initial hiccup, that initial stagnation, or those the initial scarcity, whatever, you know, initially was just a sliver in the spectrum of information. So the people that get stressed out about this and let themselves get duped, because it's not what you see is what you get. That is a very harsh untruth. What you see is just what you see. That's it. But it's not indicative of everything that is. All right? This is an opportunity for you to practice your wisdom, because you know that more is going to be coming. And because you are results oriented, I know you're going to keep your eyes on that measurement, the measurement of resources that are available to you. You're going to keep your eye on that measurement. And I promise, when this Chariot hits through Virgo season and Libra season and on even into Scorpio season, with the eclipses that we're going to have this year, which will be very intense as always, Uranus will also be involved with those as well. So, I mean, there's a lot that can happen between now and the end of the year. And this Chariot, it's ready to pick up and go. It's ready to move really, really, really fast. Okay. Let's pull out some clarifiers. So For those of you who are completely new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we'll cover in the comprehensive reading. The link and information for all that will be found in the description box down below. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about these cards. Now, I am launching my new subscription platform. Now, you can still just purchase a one-off. That's perfectly fine. Or you can subscribe. Same prices are exactly the same. You can subscribe just for your own one zodiac sign, or you can purchase all 12 videos each month and have access to all 12, plus a couple other little things that I'm going to be having for all subscribers. I also have my Soul Seekers group where there's going to be a lot of content, but they will also have access to all 12 comprehensives every single month as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look here. This King of Cups. Beautiful. We have the page, a lot of cup energy. I love this water for you. Ooh, an Emperor. I love it. This is what I mean. This empowerment, this confidence, and Nine of Swords. Okay. Six of Coins. Two of Swords. Lovers. Beautiful. Okay. Take a look here at the 10 cards. So we're going to do the Queen of Wands. Two of Coins reversed. Five of Cups reversed. A lot of, I don't know, a lot of reprioritization. Oh, that's too many. Hold on. We're not going to take that, but I will take that one. Sun. Wow. And here we are talking about the spectrum of light with that card. Sometimes these cards are just a little too on the nose. Okay. And then we have the Moon as well. And okay, well, I don't normally like to pull four, but that's fine. We got the Five of Coins reversed and the Two of Wands. Another Knight of Cups. Another Hermit. Another, wow, a lot of repeat cards for that one. It's like you've already been there. Now we have Death. Another Scorpio card. Beautiful Magician. Oh, another Seven of Coins. Interesting. Okay. Judgment. Page of Wands. Ace of Wands. Temperance. Empress. Okay. There's definitely something weird about your self perspective. How you see yourself. There's something skewed with that. Ooh, we have the Chariot. Okay. Hanged Man. And we have Ten of Swords, Emperor, another reversal on that Emperor. Seven of Wands reversed, Seven of Swords, and Nine. Oh, beautiful Nine of Coins. I'm super happy that that's the last card. This is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join me, you are more than welcome. Thank you so much, Cancer. I love you. Have a great August. Take care.